The sharp crack of Robb's fist striking the table silenced the inn's common hall. Every head turned toward him. "Our young master has had a little too much to drink," Ed said quickly, rising to his feet with an easy smile. The news startled him, that's all. Nothing to worry about. Please, carry on. Robb's expression was still dark, but Ed's quick explanation drew the attention of the crowd away from him and back toward Adam, the man who had burst into the inn shouting the news. "Adam, where did you hear that?" someone asked. "Is it reliable?" Another man said. "The king was a mighty warrior in his youth. How could he die so easily? I think you're the one who's had too much to drink." Adam raised his right hand at once. "I swear by the seven, it's true." His voice rang through the hall. The news came from the soldiers at the main tower. Who would dare spread a lie like that just to fool the knights of House Hogg? After swearing that he was telling the truth, Adam quickly turned toward the innkeeper and revealed the real reason he had come running in so eagerly. "Old Jess, news this big deserves at least one large mug of your best ale, doesn't it?" The innkeeper knew Adam was not the sort to invent stories for nothing. After a moment, he nodded, filled a large mug with frothy ale, and pushed it into Adam's waiting hands. "So it's true," someone muttered. "The king really died on top of horse? That's one for the histories of the Seven Kingdoms. Maybe we should go to King's Landing tomorrow and watch the commotion," another man said. "Do you think they'll give food to the small folk during the king's funeral?" "Maybe not at the funeral," someone else replied, "but when the new king is crowned, there'll surely be a tourney and a feast for the nobles. They might hand out food then." "Noble food is something else," one old man said dreamily. "Once, I tasted thick chestnut soup with cream. Gods, I still remember it." The death of a king was indeed a great matter for the Seven Kingdoms. But for the small folk, the first thing that came to mind was whether such a grand event might bring them a little extra food, coin, or entertainment. Robb sat in silence, his thoughts racing. The news had struck him too suddenly. But after a few moments, he made his decision. They would leave that very night. They had to reach King's Landing as soon as possible. Once Robb decided, he acted without hesitation. He did not even bother asking the innkeeper to return the silver stags they had already paid. He gathered his men, ordered the horses saddled, had the wagons prepared, and led the group out into the night. Beneath the deep darkness of the night sky, Robb's party pressed forward by torchlight. Fortunately, the closer they came to the start of the King's Road, and therefore to King's Landing itself, the smoother and flatter the road became. They advanced, rested briefly, then advanced again. By the time the horizon was still dark before dawn, they had reached the Gate of the Gods, one of the main entrances into King's Landing. The Gate of the Gods stood at the northwestern corner of the city walls. Its iron portcullis and stone arch were covered in intricate carvings of the seven. The eyes carved into the stone seemed almost alive, as if they watched every traveler who passed beneath them. The King's Road from the north entered King's Landing through this very gate. Previously, Ser Roderick had chosen to circle around and enter through the old gate in order to remain discreet. But the moment he reached the city, Littlefinger, who had already been watching for him, had sent his gold cloaks to receive him. Robb and his group had left the inn while supper was still underway the previous night. So when they arrived before the city, there was still some time before daybreak. Even so, many people had already gathered outside the Gate of the Gods. Small folk, travelers, merchants, and caravans were all resting in line, waiting for the city gates to open. Seeing the long queue, Robb's anxiety rose again. He ordered the Winterfell riders to remain in line with the wagons. Then he took only Ed with him and rode south. He wanted to see the mud gate with his own eyes. It was the low, weak gate he remembered from the future, the same gate Tyrion would later defend. If there was a way to enter through it, then the rescue plan forming in his mind could still be changed. Without the wagons slowing them down, Robb and Ed rode quickly. Before long, they reached the mud gate on the southern side of King's Landing. The gate stood only 40 or 50 yards from the coast. It connected the city to both the Southern Road and the King's Road. When they arrived, Robb found even more people waiting there than at the Gate of the Gods. He frowned, considering how they might enter the city as quickly as possible. At that moment, the mud gate unexpectedly opened early. "Move aside, those in front, clear the road." A rider's shout rang out from beyond the gate. "Make way for the lords." A small troop of horsemen emerged from the opened gate, carrying torches against the darkness. At their head rode a knight with a drawn sword, clearing the way as he shouted at the crowd. The moment Robb saw the crowned stag of House Baratheon on the knight's armor, his thoughts sharpened. His hands moved even faster. He called to Ed, and the two of them guided their horses to the side of the road. The common people waiting outside the gate did not dare argue with noble knights. One wrong word could bring disaster down upon them. The whole line quickly split apart like water, leaving the road clear. Clop, clop, clop. More than 50 riders came pouring out of the gate. Among them, 2 young nobles stood out more than the rest. One was tall and handsome, with short black hair and armor marked by the crowned stag of House Baratheon. His face was tense, and urgency burned in his eyes. The other was slender, with long brown hair and a face so beautiful it almost seemed feminine. His armor was engraved with countless flowers, and a cloak woven with floral designs hung from his shoulders. As they rode, he kept speaking quietly to the black-haired knight beside him, as if trying to calm him. Renly Baratheon, Master of Laws in King's Landing, and Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. Robb recognized them immediately. The moment he had seen the first Baratheon knight, an uneasy feeling had already taken root in his chest. Now, watching Renly and Loras flee King's Landing in such haste before dawn, that unease hardened into certainty. His father, Eddard Stark, had almost certainly suffered a setback. Renly's group did not stop. They galloped past Robb and disappeared down the road. Even if Robb had not been disguised, they most likely would not have recognized him. Though, given his appearance, under different circumstances, those two might have paid him a little too much attention. Now that he was certain his father had lost control of the situation and that the game in King's Landing had already been decided, Robb felt his blind panic begin to fade. The news of King Robert's death had shaken him because he feared that Eddard had been pulled into some unknown change beyond the events he remembered. But after seeing Renly flee, Robb understood. His father was alone in King's Landing, without enough support to turn the tide. The result was almost unavoidable. Eddard Stark would be thrown into a cell. As for Sansa and Arya, whether events were still unfolding as he remembered or whether both girls had already fallen into Cersei's hands, their lives should not be in immediate danger for now. Thinking through this, Robb finally forced himself to calm down. After Renly and his men had gone,
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Gold cloaks shut the mud gate once again and allowed no one else to enter. Robb carefully studied the gate and the nearby stretch of wall. Only after memorizing what he could did he turn his horse around and ride north with Ed, heading back toward the Gate of the Gods. At dawn the next day, the King's Road outside King's Landing was already packed with small folk, travelers, and merchants waiting to enter the city. Creak, creak. With a heavy groan, the enormous gates and iron portcullis of the Gate of the Gods slowly rose. A troop of fully armed gold cloaks marched out from the city, their faces stern. They quickly split into two lines and blocked the entrance. There was a rebellion in the Red Keep last night? By order of Her Grace the Queen, everyone entering or leaving King's Landing must be searched. One of the gold cloaks stood before the gate with a scroll in his hand and shouted the order aloud. After repeating it 3 times, he waved his hand. The other gold cloaks moved into the center of the gateway, dividing the passage into 2 lanes. From that moment on, no one could enter or leave without being inspected. Torrhen, take 2 men and the last wagon. Wait for us at the inn we passed earlier. Standing around the middle of the line, Robb listened as the message spread through the crowd ahead. Then he turned and gave Torrhen a quiet order. Yes, boss. Torrhen nodded, carefully using Robb's alias as he always did. Because the line at the gate was enormous, Robb and the others were still far from the front. So when Torrhen and 2 other men turned away with the special wagon carrying Bloodwind, the gold cloaks did not notice them at all. The inspection moved painfully slowly. By the time Robb and his group finally reached the front of the line, the sun was almost directly overhead. Where are you coming from? Several gold cloaks stood in the middle of the Gate of the Gods. They studied Robb and his men, comparing their faces with the descriptions written on the scrolls in their hands. My lord, we're a small caravan from Flint's Finger. Some time ago, we received an order to deliver a batch of wool to a shop in Cobbler's Square. Robb did not try too hard to hide his northern origin. Instead, he spoke with a thick northern accent, just as his disguise required. He first bowed politely. Then, with a humble smile, he pulled a prepared cargo slip from inside his cloak. Here, my lord. This is the cargo slip. The gold cloak took the slip and looked it over. The slip seems fine. I'll inspect the 2 wagons. Of course, of course. Robb immediately turned and raised his voice. You there, open the wagons at once so the good sir can have a look. Ed and the others stepped forward and opened the compartments. The gold cloak drew his sword and prodded through the piles of wool inside the wagons. After checking carefully and finding nothing suspicious, he sheathed his weapon again. Still, his gaze moved across Robb's men, and his brows furrowed slightly. But you lot, let me count. 1, 2, 16 men escorting only 2 wagons of wool. The moment he heard that question, Robb slipped a few silver coins from inside his cloak and quickly pressed them into the man's hand. At the same time, he answered in a loud, natural voice. My lord, perhaps you're not too familiar with this kind of cargo. This is northern sheep's wool, and it sells for a very good price in King's Landing. Besides, there was a war in the north recently. Many deserters have turned to banditry. I would rather earn less and hire more guards than lose the entire shipment on the road. Feeling the weight of the coins in his palm, the gold cloak quietly pocketed them. A faint smile appeared on his face. I've heard there has been trouble in the north. Taking precautions is only reasonable. Very well, move along. Thank you, my lord. Robb smiled and quickly called for Ed and the others to lead the wagons through the Gate of the Gods and into King's Landing. The stench inside the city was even worse than it had been outside. Robb resisted the urge to cover his nose and forced himself to act as if he had long since grown used to it. Cobbler's Square was located right beside the Gate of the Gods, so it did not take long for them to reach the crowded square. After ordering most of the Winterfell riders to continue delivering the cargo to the shop listed on the slip, Robb took Ed and 2 other men southwest from the square, heading toward the Street of Steel, where smithies lined the road. Using the address written on a small scrap of paper, they searched for quite some time before finally finding Master Angui's smithy. The 4 of them stepped inside. The first thing they saw was a workshop filled with bare-chested, sweat-covered men hammering unfinished weapons and farming tools. Sparks flew through the air with every strike of their hammers. I am Master Angui. May I ask what you wish to buy? Seeing customers enter, a short old man with graying hair approached them with a friendly smile. Robb studied the old man for a moment before answering slowly. I want to commission a dagger that can still be seen in the dark. He placed a deliberate emphasis on the word dark. Angui's smile did not change, but a different light flashed deep in his eyes. That kind of special order does not come cheap. How about we speak in private? So long as it can be done, the price will not be a problem. Robb nodded, then turned to Ed and the others. Wait for me outside. I'll go in with the master to discuss the details. Yes, boss. Robb followed Angui through the noisy smithy, past the men still hard at work, until they reached a small resting room at the back. The moment Angui closed the door behind them, Robb went straight to the point. I want to buy the latest information on the hand of the king, Eddard Stark. That is not particularly rare information. 2 gold coins, please. Angui smiled as he named the price. Robb nodded. He pulled a coin pouch from inside his clothes, counted out 2 gold coins, and tossed them over. To tell the truth, you would have heard about it soon enough anyway. Angui pocketed the coins and immediately began speaking. Last night, the hand of the king, Eddard Stark, attempted to seize power and rebel with his own guards. Ser Jaime Lannister and Ser Gregor Clegane, together with the Gold Cloaks and the Kingsguard, captured him. He is now being held in the black cells beneath the Red Keep. Robb listened silently and nodded. So it had happened exactly as he had expected. His father, who was incapable of using underhanded methods, had never stood a real chance of turning the situation around in King's Landing on his own. Even so, some things were different from what Robb remembered from his previous life. Because of Robb's influence, Eddard had not immediately concluded that Tyrion Lannister was responsible for Bran's attempted murder. As a result, his hostility toward the Lannisters had not reached the same level. In addition, the Knights of the Vale sent by Lisa Arryn had forcibly taken Tyrion away in Catelyn's name. Jaime, unable to determine whether that was true or false, had restrained himself instead of acting on impulse and attacking Eddard. Because of that, he had not fled King's Landing or returned to Casterly Rock. And if even Jaime had managed to hold back, then Tywin, who was far more calculating, would be even less likely to move rashly. Therefore, Gregor Clegane had never been sent into the Riverlands to raid and slaughter villages. Now tell me about his 2 daughters. Robb continued, asking about his sisters. 1 more gold coin, please. After receiving another coin, Angui gave his answer. That information is even simpler. Sansa Stark was taken into the Red Keep by the Hound. As for Arya Stark, we do not know where she went. She disappeared without leaving a trace. Understood. Robb's expression remained calm. I also need a detailed map of the Red Keep. That will cost 20 gold coins. A single map costs that much. Robb frowned at once. For people like you, something like that should not be too difficult to obtain. The first 2 pieces of information had been priced reasonably enough. But this amount was clearly outrageous, and Robb was in no mood to be treated like a fool. Heh. Angui let out a short laugh. An ordinary map of the Red Keep naturally would not cost that much. But I assume what you truly want is a detailed map of the Red Keep's dungeons, including the black cells. That is not the kind of thing just anyone can get. So naturally, the price must match its value. Knowing that, from the questions he had just asked, he had already made his purpose clear, Robb counted out the golden dragons from his pocket as he said, I know people in the information trade usually value discretion, but as a precaution, I'll still give you one piece of advice. Honor the rules of your trade and do not force me to come back here. Hihi, my lord need not worry. If I've been in this business in King's Landing for so many years, it is precisely because I understand that very well. Still smiling as he answered, Angui accepted the golden dragons from Robb and began inspecting them one by one with care. Robb nodded at that and said nothing more. He picked up the map Angui had left on the table and turned to leave. After leading Ed and the other 3 out of Angui's smithy, Robb went straight to the shop in Cobbler's Square to rejoin the rest of the Winterfell riders. Both that shop and Angui's smithy, which sold information, had been bought through Ramsay's special channels. In the end, since that network had not been built by his own informants, Robb did not trust it very much. But as something expendable, a one-time tool, it was perfectly suitable. The truth was that he had simply had far too little time to build his own network. If he had had the time to build his own information network in King's Landing, then even with the gold cloak searching the gates, he would have found a way to get Bloodwind into the city. When he returned to the shop, Robb began assigning areas to the riders where they were to search for Arya, using the map of King's Landing as a basis. The more than 10 riders specially chosen for this mission had all seen Arya before, so there was no risk of them meeting her and failing to recognize her. As for the real problem, how to find Arya when not even an information network could locate her, Robb had already thought long and hard about it. The night before, while forcing himself to remember, he had vaguely recalled that, shortly before his father was executed by Joffrey, Arya had appeared in one of the city's poor districts, trying to trade a pigeon she had caught for a piece of bread from a baker, only to be turned away. Now, because of the changes caused by his own actions, King's Landing had already drifted away from the events he remembered. If he wanted to find Arya, he could only use that clue to narrow the search area. Lord Robb, would Miss Arya really be somewhere around here? Ed, who had been standing beside Robb, looked down at the map spread across the table as he asked. Ah, she should be somewhere around these two areas. As for whether we'll find her or not, that depends only on the gods. At the question, Robb let out a sigh before answering. The areas marked on the map were Flower Street, lined with small bakeries along its length, and farther west from there, the slum known as Flea Bottom. The streets in that area were a tangled mess of narrow alleys and twisting intersections, exactly like the vague memories Robb had. Since King's Landing, even in normal times, already had a population of around 500,000, the population density there was enormous. Because of that, with only a dozen men, finding Arya in the middle of all those people would require extraordinary luck. On their first day inside King's Landing, the riders returned empty-handed when night fell, but they did bring back some news from the city. The patrols of the Gold Cloaks had clearly increased, and many Lannister soldiers had also begun taking part in patrols and in keeping order. In addition, both the Red Keep and the Great Sept of Baelor had already begun hastily changing their decorations, preparing for King Robert's funeral rites. Many beggars and drifters had begun lingering around the Red Keep and the Great Sept, hoping to find work or receive alms from the nobles. That was one reason the Lannister soldiers were also helping keep order. After all, the little over 2,000 gold cloaks were no longer enough to guard all 7 city gates while also controlling the growing unrest in the streets. Inside the shop, now entirely under Robb's control, he himself was preparing supper for the more than 10 riders who had spent the whole day running across the city. Ed helped as best he could, while the ingredients had been bought that very afternoon by Ed himself. Food in Westeros, when served to the nobility, had decent flavor and some variety. The food of the common people, however, was almost indescribable. Put simply, it served only to fill the belly. Robb and the others obviously could not go out and buy a great deal of expensive food from fine establishments. Besides, in a world where poison was a common weapon, and when conditions allowed it, the dishes Robb prepared with the cooking techniques of his former world were both safer and far more delicious. Clack, clack. Just as he and Ed were busy preparing the meal, a wooden cabinet in the corner of the kitchen let out 2 strange noises. The two looked at each other and immediately stopped what they were doing. Robb tilted his head slightly toward the front area of the shop, signaling Ed to go call the others, while he reached for the meat cleaver on the table. Lord Robb, there's no need to be so tense. I wish to tell you something about your father. From behind the cabinet in the corner came a soft, gentle voice. It seemed the person hiding there had only decided to speak because the kitchen had suddenly gone quiet. Come out first. Whatever you have to say, let's speak face to face. At those words, Robb's vigilance eased somewhat, and he answered. Deep down, he knew that if it had been an enemy, they would already have attacked by surprise at that very moment. Creak, thunk. When the cabinet in the corner was pushed aside, Robb finally saw who had been hiding behind it. It was a plump figure, wrapped in a dark hooded cloak that concealed his face. Behind him was a secret door set into the wall. The moment that figure stepped out, the door shut on its own. The fit was so perfect that once closed, it left no trace at all. No wonder, when he had ordered the riders to search the whole shop, no one had found anything. Hehe, Lord Robb, this is a safe house for information. Having a hidden door here is perfectly normal, wouldn't you say? The figure raised both hands, pulled back the hood, and spoke with a soft laugh. The moment he saw that unmistakable face, Robb smiled as well. Yes, perfectly normal, Lord Varys. Yes. The one who had stepped out from the secret passage was the Spider, King's Landing's master of whisperers, Varys. With that round bald head, soft voice, and that silent, almost feminine way of moving, it would have been difficult for anyone else to impersonate him. Lord Varys' little birds truly are remarkable. I came to King's Landing in disguise on purpose, and yet on the very first day, you already appeared before me. May I ask what you meant a moment ago when you said you wanted to tell me something about my father? Knowing from the memories of his former life that Varys was not an immediate threat, Robb went straight to the point. My little birds are not quite as remarkable as you imagine. The cold of the north makes it rather difficult for them to sing. In truth, your cover was very good. Until this morning, I had no idea you had already left Winterfell. Varys, tucking his hands into his sleeves as usual, displayed that harmless, pleasant smile and continued. As for why I knew of your arrival today and came in person, in truth, this safe house for information was sold by me, and the smithy that sold you that information was also set up by me. Advertisement. Varys only briefly explained to Robb why he knew of his movements, but he did not answer the last question Robb had asked. Standing where he was, Varys kept glancing sideways at Ed, who was beside Robb. Ed, you may leave. Unless I call for you, no one is to come in. Robb naturally understood what Varys meant and turned his head to speak to Ed. But, Lord Robb, Eddard Karstark? That is an order. Ed kept his eyes fixed on Varys, clearly worried for Robb's safety. He was about to open his mouth and insist, but Robb cut him off immediately. What? Do you really think a eunuch like me, who starts panting after walking a little too fast, could do anything against the young wolf, who killed dozens of men in a single battle? Seeing the distrust in Ed's eyes, Varys smiled lightly and mocked himself. The instant Robb called him by name and made it clear that this was an order, Ed turned and left. Before closing the kitchen door, he still shot Varys one last deep look, saying nothing. Last night, Lord Eddard went to the throne room with Littlefinger, Janos Slynt, commander of the Gold Cloaks, and myself, in order to read King Robert's will. The door had barely shut when Varys dropped his relaxed manner entirely and began speaking in earnest. But aside from me, the other two betrayed Lord Eddard. He is now imprisoned in the Black Cells on charges of treason, and that much you already know. I can help you deliver a letter in your own hand. You need to persuade Lord Eddard to confess to treason and acknowledge the new king. If that happens, Her Grace the Queen will spare his life and send him to the Wall to serve in the Night's Watch. And your sister, Sansa Stark, will still become the queen of the new king, while House Stark will continue to rule the north. Hearing Varys lay out the purpose of his visit so plainly, Robb shook his head and answered, Lord Varys, you are being far too optimistic. Even setting aside whether Cersei would truly allow my father to take the black. The very idea that my father would confess to treason simply because he saw a letter from me is already too unlikely. I know that, for the sake of his honor, Lord Eddard is capable of putting even his own life at risk. But would he be capable of ignoring the lives of his two daughters? If my father learns that I came to King's Landing, he will immediately understand that I am doing everything I can to find and rescue my sisters. Then do not let him know that you are in King's Landing. And if he does not know that I am in King's Landing, do you truly think he will believe that Cersei and the others will keep their word after he confesses to this treason? After all, he has just been betrayed by Littlefinger and by Janos Slynt. That. As the conversation reached an impasse, Robb finally said what he truly wanted. Lord Varys, take me to the Black Cells. I want to see my father in person and persuade him myself. Impossible? Lord Robb, the Black Cells lie on the 3rd level of the dungeons beneath the Red Keep. Leaving aside how you would get past the guards of the Red Keep, each level of the prison is also guarded and inspected. Bringing someone inside would be impossible. The instant he heard the request, Varys shook his head and refused at once. I know you have a way. And believe me, I know how to keep secrets. If you take me there, I will never tell anyone how you managed it. I swear it in the name of House Stark. Robb was absolutely certain that Varys could enter and leave the Black Cells with someone, and so he spoke with complete sincerity, even swearing an oath. Unable to understand why Robb seemed so certain of it, Varys hesitated before replying. Lord Robb, allow me some time to think on it. Very well, I have already stayed here too long. Next time, I will give you my answer. All right. Go with the shadows, Lord Varys. Seeing that Varys had not refused him outright, Robb nodded and made a courteous gesture. When Varys had almost reached the corner of the kitchen, he suddenly turned back and said, Lord Robb, to the best of my knowledge, the Lannisters have in Winterfell an extremely useful informant. This man has already helped them obtain a great deal of your secret information. At that, Robb answered with a smile. Weren't you the very one who said your little birds cannot sing in Winterfell? Then how did you learn that? Ha ha ha, Casterly Rock is not as cold as the north, so, click, clack. Varys did not finish the sentence. He merely pulled his hood back up, opened the secret passage, and began dragging the wooden cabinet back into its original position. Robb stepped forward to help him, and while the two of them pushed the cabinet together, he suddenly said, Lord Varys, you could very well sell the Lannisters news of my presence and have them come seize me. And if they did, would the North forget all this? Would the Seven Kingdoms simply stop sliding into war? Varys' soft voice came from behind the cabinet as he eased it back into place. Of course not. The North does not forget. Hearing that, Robb answered immediately, shaking his head. Lord Eddard is a rare man, a good lord. And from what I have seen so far, you also seem to be a merciful one. Ha, merciful, me. At the very least, little AEG's mother would think so. The cabinet in the corner of the kitchen returned to its place exactly as before, and from that moment on, not another sound came from behind it. Even if much of what he said could not be taken at face value, what a strangely charismatic man. Carefully recalling their conversation, Robb could not help praising Varys silently in his heart. Knock knock knock. Come in. Lord Robb, has the spider already gone? You cannot believe what he says. I've long heard he's the greatest liar in all of King's Landing. The moment he entered and saw that only Robb remained there, Ed hurried to speak, clearly worried that Varys had deceived him. Seeing the worried look on Ed's face, Robb considered telling him part of the conversation. But suddenly, he remembered what Varys had said about the Lannister informant in Winterfell. Keeping his expression natural, he replied, It was nothing. He only came to give me some information about my father before he was thrown into prison. All right, help me heat all this up again. Let's get supper ready. I'm starving. Right. The men outside should be hungry too by now. Lord Robb, which one should I heat first? Seeing that Robb clearly did not trust Varys, Ed finally relaxed. He nodded with a smile and answered, Heat up that venison leg first. Robb pointed at the food on the table, then casually asked, By the way, did you get in touch with Torrhen and the others today? How are they doing? They're still at the inn outside the city. It's just that Bloodwind is growing more and more impatient. Torrhen is afraid he might simply smash the wagon apart and come out. You know as well as I do that wagon can't really hold him. I understand. Ah, and pass me that olive oil over there as well. Early the next morning, after eating a simple breakfast, the Winterfell riders went out once more to search for Arya and, while they were at it, gather more information. Ed had already gone out to buy the day's provisions, while Robb remained seated at the front of the shop, his eyes sweeping back and forth as he watched the activity in Cobbler's Square. That safe house set up by Varys truly had an excellent location. Sitting at the shop's entrance, Robb could clearly see all four approaches to the square. His eyes never stopped moving, but neither did his mind. He continued rehearsing the next steps of the plan in his head. If Varys agreed to help him, that would be the best and easiest course. If he refused, then Robb could only follow the backup plan he had already prepared. The square remained full of people coming and going. No one would have guessed that, seated in front of an ordinary shop, there was someone planning to break into the Red Keep and the Black Cells. Clack, clack. 2 gold cloaks wearing male passed in front of Robb's shop. After casting a quick glance at Robb, who kept a respectful smile on his face and lowered his head in greeting, they continued their patrol without responding, their usual arrogance plain on their faces. The sun rose slowly from the east until it reached the middle of the sky. Ed had already returned, and the riders Robb had instructed to come back at the proper time to eat also began returning one after another. Many hands made a difference. One fetched the vegetables, another the bread, another the meat. In no time, the prepared food was already being carried to the long table inside the shop. Clack, clack. Just as they were about to begin lunch, the same 2 gold cloaks passed in front of Robb's shop again on patrol. They swept their eyes across the interior, taking in all the men eating there. One of them forced a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, and then the 2 continued on. Robb's heart jumped. That smile put him on guard at once. Since when had gold cloaks ever treated commoners with any friendliness? He lightly tapped Ed on the shoulder, rose to his feet, and went to the shop entrance. Standing there, he looked around carefully. In Cobbler's Square, the few merchants who remained were still selling their goods beneath leather awnings. Ed, tell everyone to take up their weapons. With a grave expression, Robb turned his head and spoke in a low voice. Ed wasted no time asking questions and simply passed on the order. In King's Landing, carrying weapons was allowed. But since they were disguised as a small merchant caravan, it was obvious they could not go around wearing the armor of a noble house. Because of that, they wore only soft leather jerkins, common in the north and offering almost no real protection. More than 10 Winterfell riders, armed and fierce-eyed, turned their attention to the entrance of the shop. At that moment, there were no pedestrians passing directly in front of it. If there had been, they surely would have been startled by the sight. Lord Robb, why are you so tense? There doesn't seem to be anything strange outside. One of the riders, sword already in hand and standing closest to the door, could not help asking when he saw the look on Robb's face. In these last 2 days, the gold cloaks we ran into could barely be bothered to spare us a glance. But those 2 just now reacted strangely. Most likely, they came to check how many of us there are. While keeping his eyes fixed outside, Robb explained in a rapid voice. Even though it's lunchtime now, the merchants in the square stalls almost always eat what they bring with them. Yet there are fewer of them at the stalls by the minute. Where did they go? Did they simply give up on selling? If I'm not mistaken, the enemy is clearing the square on purpose, afraid the confusion might let us escape. Looking at the square, where the number of merchants was visibly shrinking, Robb spoke even faster. We can't let this go on. If we do, we'll be completely at their mercy. When I give the word, we break out. Remember this, do not stop to fight. We force our way northwest to the Gate of the Gods. Once we get out of the city, we regroup with Torrhen and the others at the inn outside. Yes. The riders answered in low voices at the same time. Robb drew his sword and rushed out of the shop, heading straight for the corner of the alley to the left. He had barely reached the turn when 2 gold cloaks suddenly appeared, one from each side, surging out from behind the corner. Their swords came upward from below, aimed directly at Robb's legs, in a clear attempt to cripple his mobility first. The instant he saw the 2 of them, Robb, already in a state of total alertness, reacted with incredible speed. Gripping his sword firmly in his right hand, he brought the blade down vertically in front of his legs and easily blocked both strikes at once. The moment he locked their blades, he raised his right foot and stamped down hard on both swords, pinning them to the ground. The 2 enemies realized what had happened and tried to wrench their weapons free. But no matter how much force they used, the swords did not move in the slightest, as if they had grown out of the earth beneath Robb's foot. Slash! Ed and the riders behind Robb did not stand there watching. Taking advantage of the opening, they rushed forward at once, and 2 blades cut through the throats of the 2 gold cloaks. GHH. GHH. Choking on their own blood, the men struggled for a moment before collapsing limply to the ground. After dropping those 2, Robb pressed ahead and rounded the alley corner. Shit. The instant he passed the bend, Robb, who normally kept even his speech under tight control, swore almost by instinct. The narrow, sloping alley before them was packed solid with a dense mass of gold cloaks rushing toward them with swords drawn. Barely had he finished cursing when 3 swords came at his head at the same time. This time they were not aiming for his legs. They came from different angles, straight to kill him. Robb ducked abruptly, bending his body and lowering his head to avoid all 3 blades, then swung his own sword in a half-circle from low right to high left, aiming at the attacker's legs. Ah! Under the brutal force of Robb's blow, his sword severed 5 legs from the 3 men in front. 2 of them collapsed at once, rolling on the ground and shrieking horribly. The one on the left, whose remaining leg had escaped only because Robb's sword had not fully reached it, froze in place, balanced on that one leg as though he had not yet understood what had happened. Robb had no time to listen to his screams. As he rose again, he drove his sword straight into the man's right eye. The wave of gold cloaks, however, did not stop because 2 comrades had fallen. Right behind them, 4 more were already charging ahead, stepping over their own allies still thrashing on the ground to attack Robb. Clang, Clang, clang. Ed, who had just rounded the corner, together with 2 more Winterfell riders at the front line, rushed forward immediately when they saw the attack and met them head-on. After deflecting one blow and wrenching his sword free from the neck of yet another gold cloak, Robb saw, to his left, the very same Winterfell rider who had earlier asked why he was so tense. The man had cut down several enemies, but his strength was beginning to fail. Seizing the moment, another gold cloak coming right behind lunged forward and ran him through the belly. When he pulled the sword back out, the man's guts spilled out. The instant that brave man fell, another Winterfell rider coming behind him took his place without hesitation. Thank the gods the stepped alley allowed no more than 4 men abreast. If they had been on a broad street, Robb and his men would already have been completely surrounded. This won't work. Ed, hold this for a moment. Yes. After cutting down yet another gold cloak, Robb shouted to Ed and quickly fell back, withdrawing from the fight for a brief instant. The moment he left the line, a Winterfell rider coming right behind him stepped into his place at the front. Those who had not yet entered the fighting immediately opened a path for Robb. He hurried back to the front of the shop and looked out over Cobbler's Square. What he saw was that, at the other 3 entrances to the square, there were mixed detachments of gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers, around 40 men at each point, dispersing the crowd and advancing steadily in their direction. They were surrounded. Cobbler's Square in King's Landing was a fairly busy market. In addition to the large and small shops lining the streets, there were also many peddlers scattered across the center of the square, selling their goods beneath leather awnings. The main trade there revolved around leather goods. Because of that, merchandise brought down from the north by caravans traveling the King's Road inevitably passed through the square for distribution. Cobbler's Square had 4 entrances. To the northwest was the entrance to the stepped alley near the Gate of the Gods. To the northeast was the crushed stone street leading toward the Old Gate and Renaissance Hill. To the southwest was the intersection that led to the Street of Steel and the Lion Gate. And to the southeast was the paved street of stone slabs that led to the Great Sept of Baelor. At that moment, Ed and the Winterfell riders were fighting fiercely against the gold cloaks packing the stepped alley. At the same time, 3 mixed groups of around 40 men each were advancing from the other 3 entrances, dispersing the crowd and closing in on that side. Robb's eyes swept over Cobbler's Square without pause, searching for any point through which they might still break out. Do I really have to use my final card? After scanning the surroundings and finding no clear way out, Robb hesitated. It was only their 2nd day in King's Landing, and this sudden encirclement had already thrown every one of his plans into chaos. If he used his greatest trump card now, then his plan to rescue his father would most likely become impossible to carry out. The secret passage? Suddenly, Robb remembered the passage through which Varys had disappeared. He turned at once, ran into the kitchen of the shop, shoved aside the cabinet, and opened the hidden door. A few minutes later, he returned with a grim expression. That secret passage led only to an abandoned house behind the shop. For the gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers, who would certainly search the whole area down to the last corner, hiding there would do nothing but delay the moment they were found. There was only one option left: force a way out. With no other choice, Robb bit his lip and made his decision. But charging out blindly would be suicide as well. Whoever was commanding this ambush had already guessed that they would try to escape northwest toward the Gate of the Gods. That was why that side had been packed with gold cloaks. To the southeast lay the broad stone paved road leading to the Great Sept. It was wide, easy to move through, and offered excellent visibility. But precisely because of that, it would take only a hidden group of archers waiting in place for Robb and his men to run straight into a trap. That left only 2 directions, southwest and northeast. After thinking for a brief moment, Robb was just about to turn and run toward the stepped alley when, with one leg already raised, he froze halfway through the motion. How did they know we were here? Until that moment, because of the urgency of the fighting, he had not had time to think about it. This hideout was known only to Ramsay, Sam, Varys, and the people who had come with him to King's Landing. If any of the first 3 had leaked the information, then he would have been arrested right at the city gate. Then, Varys' warning had been true. There was an informant among them. But if the informant truly was one of his own men, then during the attack he could simply have stabbed Robb in the back, captured him alive, and forced the others to retreat. That would have made him the greatest contributor in the whole operation. But he had not done that, which meant the informant was certain that Robb would not escape today, and that his own identity still had value. He did not want to expose himself. He wanted to go back to Winterfell and continue extracting information. But if only he survived and returned to Winterfell, that would be far too suspicious. If it were me, Robb thought, besides myself, who would inevitably be captured, I would let a few others escape with me. In that case, I can use that to my advantage, and try to save as many of the men still loyal to me as possible. Brothers, listen to me. We're surrounded by gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers. Now I'm going to explain how we break out. Time was short. Without overthinking it, Robb sketched a basic plan in his mind, then ran to the corner of the stepped alley and began explaining the escape route to the Winterfell riders who were not yet fighting. In Cobbler's Square, the 3 encircling groups of around 40 men each had already moved around the tents and stalls and were drawing dangerously close to the mouth of the alley where Robb and his men were trapped. If they completed the circle, then Robb truly would have nowhere left to fly. Suddenly, a thick column of smoke began to rise from the stepped alley. The soldiers in the 3 encircling groups exchanged glances and immediately quickened their pace. Protect the Lord and cut through these bastards? Move? Get out. The 3 Winterfell riders blocking the alley suddenly began attacking like madmen, trading blow for blow without the slightest concern for their own wounds as they roared with all their strength. The gold cloaks at the front were clearly frightened by that desperate fury and instinctively fell back 2 steps to avoid the point of the charge. The other 9 riders, who had used flint to set the place ablaze, joined up with Ed, who had fallen back from the front line, and began escorting the cloaked figure in the center of their group, dressed as the caravan master, as they broke toward the street to the northeast. At the mouth of the alley, the scene was pure chaos. The gold cloaks in front were dodging the suicidal charge of the 3 Winterfell riders, while those behind them, unable to see clearly what was happening, continued shoving forward. And because most of the shops in Cobbler's Square sold leather, the fire the riders had left behind spread with terrifying speed. Burning leather gave off a vast amount of smoke, and before long the alley was smothered in dark fumes that blocked all visibility. Ed's group, now 11 men strong, had advanced a little more than 10 yards when they slammed head-on into the encircling force coming from the northeast. In an instant, blades clashed and blood flew. That encircling group had nearly 40 men, several times the number Ed and his companions had. But the spirit of the 2 sides was completely different. The Winterfell riders had eyes burning almost red, hurling themselves forward without even thinking of defending themselves. Even when skewered by several blades, so long as they still had a breath of life left, they clung to an enemy with all their strength so that the man behind them could kill him. The soldiers in that encircling force held up somewhat better under the pressure. They were elite warriors of House Lannister, and though their morale wavered, they were not so easily intimidated. But the gold cloaks, accustomed to bullying the populace, hunting petty thieves, and beating beggars, had never seen a fight like this before. After several of the bravest men at the front fell with blood pouring from them, the more cowardly gold cloaks began hiding inside the shops on either side. In the center of the street, only the Lannister soldiers remained to face the Winterfell riders. The human heart was a strange thing. At first, the encircling group and the Winterfell riders were still fighting on even terms. Though they had already brought down several men, Winterfell's side was beginning to fall as well. But when the gold cloaks hid inside the shops, an unavoidable thought arose in the minds of the Lannister soldiers. If they aren't risking their lives, why should we? At that instant, the unit's morale collapsed. With only 7 men left, Ed's group forced its way through the encirclement, smashing through the enemy line with that same desperate ferocity. In the narrow-stepped alley, corpses, blood, and smoke blended into a suffocating hell. The courage of the 3 Winterfell riders who had stayed behind was finally beginning to gutter out. Their bodies were covered in cuts, large and small, and the soft leather they wore had already been completely soaked through with blood. Cough. Pia, you bastard, you still owe me 2 silver stags. Cough. In the next life, remember to pay me back. One of the riders, so drenched in blood that his face could barely be recognized, coughed without stopping because of the smoke behind him. Gathering the last scraps of his strength, he cut down a gold cloak with his sword and rasped to the companion beside him. Slash. His companion could not answer. A sword punched through his mouth and came out the back of his head. Hearing no reply, the rider turned his head and saw a gold cloak pulling the blade free from his friend's skull. A crooked smile barely appeared on his lips as he muttered hoarsely. Cough, you bastard, so that's it, you're going to dodge that debt to the very end. Rip. A gold cloak who had just surged in from the rear opened his throat with one easy slash. Hot blood burst forth in a torrent. Cough. Phils, you stay here with your group and organize the small folk to put out the fire. The rest of you, come with me. We're going after them. After they had finished off the enemies in the stepped alley, the captain of the gold cloaks coughed a few times, rattled off his orders, and ran off with his men in the direction Ed's group had broken through. Cough, Tui, bastard. When it was time to risk our necks, he sent us first. Now that there's a chance to claim the credit, he's the one running ahead. Phils, who had been left behind with 7 gold cloaks to put out the fire, spat in the direction the captain had gone and cursed loudly. Cough, cough. Move it and drag those small folk out of the houses to help put out the fire. If this gets out of control, they'll all die. After cursing a few more times and ending up coughing even harder because of the thick smoke, Phils turned to the men in his group and gave the order. Watching his companions move away, and coughing non-stop because of the smoke, Phil suddenly had an idea. He sat down on top of a corpse. Since most of the smoke hung around head height, the air felt less suffocating sitting there. Footsteps, footsteps, footsteps. A string of hurried footsteps came toward him. When he looked up, he saw that it was the other 2 encircling groups arriving. The criminals broke through that way. Recognizing a few familiar faces among the men coming, Phils immediately pointed in the direction the captain had gone and shouted, "Go on, then, and fight over the credit. Don't let that dimmed captain take it all for himself." As he watched the soldiers from the 2 groups rush past him, he wished that silently. When the 2 groups had disappeared completely down the northeastern street and the men from his own group still had not come back, Phils, with nothing else to do, let his gaze drift to the corpses scattered across the ground. Since I'm not getting any credit anyway, maybe I can at least make a little money. Thinking that, he immediately bent down and began padding through the fallen bodies. It did not matter whether he found silver stags or copper pennies, nor whether they were smeared with blood. He simply stuffed everything into his sleeves and boots. When he saw, slumped crookedly against the wall at the bend of the alley, a corpse with its face covered in blood, his eyes lit up. Although the dead man was wearing a worn leather jerkin, Phils, seasoned in the ways of King's Landing, could tell at a glance that the lining inside the garment was worth a fair bit. Now I've struck it rich. That thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately abandoned the rest of the search and hurried over to the body. Just as he was bending down to frisk it, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Robb, who had been pretending to be dead, shot both hands forward like lightning and seized the gold cloak by the throat. The brutal strength in his hands cut off any cry for help. The man clawed at Robb's wrists, struggling desperately to break free. But Robb's arms were like an iron vice, locked around his neck without budging an inch. Little by little, Phil's entire face turned blue-purple. His eyes filled with blood and bulged from their sockets like those of a dead fish. When the signs of life finally vanished, Robb released his throat, shoved the corpse aside, and rose at once. He cast one last deep look at the 3 Winterfell riders who had chosen to stay behind of their own will. Their bodies, trampled countless times, were in a terrible state. Biting down hard on his lip, Robb snatched the sword from the belt of a fallen gold cloak and ran southwest, exactly the opposite direction from the path Ed's group had taken. By using Ed and the others as bait to draw the enemy toward the northeastern exit, and taking advantage of the fire and smoke as a distraction, Robb had pretended to be a corpse while waiting for a chance to break out alone through the Street of Steel to the southwest, a route he already knew better. If he was right, and there truly was an informant hidden among Ed's group who did not want to reveal himself, then at least some of them should be able to survive. Was Robb's plan cruel? By the standards of his past life, it was extremely cruel. If there was no informant in Ed's group, then, pursued by so many enemies, it would be very hard for them to survive. Using others as bait so he could escape alone. If some moralizing saint from his past life had seen that, they would surely have climbed onto a pedestal of virtue to condemn him. But in this world, not one of those Winterfell riders had objected to the plan. Even knowing they would probably die, they had still charged forward without fear, fighting to the end to create the illusion needed to draw all the enemies away. Of course, Robb would never let them die in vain. He would take very good care of the families they left behind. Just as he had expected, all the enemy's attention was fixed on Ed's group. Not a single gold cloak or Lannister soldier could be seen in Cobbler's Square. Keeping close to walls, shops, and piles of debris in the street to stay hidden, Robb made his way southwest toward the Street of Steel. On one of the streets, 20 Lannister soldiers were waiting in silent formation. Watching the smoke rising from the square and hearing in the distance the unceasing cries of battle and agony, Janos Slynt, commander of the Gold Cloaks, swallowed hard, his face tense. Too restless to remain silent any longer, he turned to Jaime Lannister, who stood beside him, whistling as calmly as ever while trimming the nails of his left hand with a small dagger in his right, and asked, "Lord Jaime, are we really just going to wait here? Why do you think I had most of your gold cloaks brought over to the Gate of the Gods side? Because those northern barbarians, at the first moment, will definitely try to escape that way so they can get back to that frozen land. If all goes well, they'll be driven straight to us before long." Hearing Janos's question, Jaime stopped whistling, glanced sideways at him, and replied with a smile. Janos almost reflexively asked the next question. "And if it doesn't go well? That's why we're waiting here. I very much doubt that wolf pup will be captured so easily, but with the trap we've set, they aren't getting out of here today no matter what. In truth, ever since that time in Winterfell, when I saw him deliver that strike, I've wanted to test my sword against his with my own hands." As he answered Janos's question, Jaime finished with a clear gleam of anticipation on his face. "So that's why you insisted on staying here in person. But they could still break out through the other side, couldn't they?" After hearing him out, Janos nodded thoughtfully. "They won't get through the Gate of the Gods no matter what. And that boy shouldn't be stupid enough to run toward the Sept, where the hidden archers are waiting. So that leaves one side or the other, more or less a 1 in 2 chance. And my luck has never been bad." Jaime replied confidently, clearly pleased with his own analysis. Suddenly, something occurred to him. The smile vanished from his face, and he said in a low voice, "If they choose the other side, then we'd best already start thinking about how to explain to the Queen why the Stark pup ended up chopped into mincemeat. Kill them." Janos, who had been about to continue the conversation, suddenly heard shouts of combat from ahead and turned tensely to look. As the shouts drew closer, Jaime put away the dagger, straightened up, and grinned from ear to ear. "Looks like I was right again." Robb, now only one more street away from breaking completely out of the encirclement, had just rounded a corner when he stopped short. Carried by his momentum, he still took a few more steps before managing to plant his feet firmly. Looking at the formation drawn up right there at the intersection, he shook his head with a helpless expression and said to the man blocking his way, "You're not going to let me pass, are you?" Jaime frowned as he looked at the Winterfell riders, surrounded in the middle of the street by layer upon layer of gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers. With no hope of breaking through the encirclement, Ed and the 5 remaining riders kept their swords raised, protecting in the center of the group the hooded figure dressed as the caravan leader. Something's wrong. Robb Stark is not the sort of man who would let others protect him like that. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Jaime drew the sword at his waist and started walking toward the Winterfell men, shouting at the same time, "Out of the way!" The soldiers in front of him obeyed at once, parting to either side and opening a clear path straight into the middle of the encirclement. "Robb Stark, last time I wanted to test my sword against yours, but I was interrupted by that idiot. Come out now, or they'll die ugly." Reaching the center of the encirclement, Jaime raised the sword in his right hand and pointed it at the hooded figure as he called out in a loud voice. One of the Winterfell riders, knowing he would probably die there, could not resist the urge to test the famous Kingslayer. Holding his sword low by his waist, he rushed forward in quick steps and drove out a fast, forceful thrust. A smile on his face, Jaime moved his sword swiftly from high to low, sweeping it in a counterclockwise half-circle and knocking the blow aside with ease. In the next instant, he twisted his wrist and, using the same momentum, sent his sword forward in one smooth motion, tracing a half-circle clockwise as he drew it back. Clang! Splash! The rider's sword fell weakly to the ground. He slowly lowered his head and saw his own abdomen split open, blood and entrails spilling out. Then he closed his eyes and collapsed heavily. The 4 remaining riders exchanged a glance and rushed Jaime together, trying to surround him and overwhelm him with numbers. Seeing the riders coming at him all at once, Jaime, who had gone far too long without a real fight in King's Landing, felt a look of clear excitement cross his face as he moved forward to meet them. Since the 4 men were not perfectly aligned, only the 2 in front could strike him at the same time, and all their movements stayed within Jaime's sight. He slipped easily past one slash. At the same time, his left hand, covered in a leather glove, shot out like lightning and seized the wrist of the man on the left. Seeing that the rider on the right was already about to reach him, Jaime jerked up his left arm and used the sword of the man he was holding to block the attack. At the same time, his own sword, already raised beside his left ear, whipped in a savage horizontal cut from left to right, passing through the eye of the rider he held and the throat of the one beside him. At once, screams of agony burst out, and blood burst out in streams. Casting a glance past the 2 men, Jaime shoved the blinded rider he still held with brutal force, throwing him into another man rushing up just behind. Then he used the sword in his right hand to block the strike of the last rider still intact, who had charged over the corpse of the man on the right to take the other's place. At the same time, he pulled the small dagger from his belt with his left hand and hurled it hard, driving it with perfect precision into the eye of the rider who had just shoved aside the blinded man. Then, with 2 more sword strokes, he killed the last rider still fully able to fight and, immediately after, delivered the finishing blow to the blinded rider who was still screaming. Jaime stood amid corpses, blood, and entrails, letting out a heavy breath. From beginning to end, that 1-against-4 fight had not lasted even a full minute. The entire sequence of killings had unfolded as smoothly as flowing water, showing with perfect clarity just how terrifying Jaime's individual skill with a sword truly was. Ed and the hooded man beside him stood frozen, stunned. It had all ended too quickly. Neither of them had even had the chance to step forward and help. The hooded figure, seeing there was no reason to keep pretending any longer, ripped the hood from his head in one motion. It was the last Winterfell rider still alive in King's Landing. Tisk, tisk. Looks like all that's left for me is to go back and explain to the queen why the wolf pup ended up as a heap of butchered meat. Seeing that the hooded figure was not Robb, just as he had suspected, Jaime shook his head in disappointment. After that, he wiped the blood from his sword on one of the corpses and slid it back into its sheath. Then he pointed at the last rider and ordered the soldiers around him. Kill that one. The other one I want alive. Meanwhile, in the middle of the street where Robb stood, there towered a giant nearly 8 feet tall. His body blocked the sunlight and cast an enormous shadow across the ground, just as his monstrous size and cruel violence cast terror into the hearts of his victims. Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain. At that moment, he wore an extremely heavy suit of black armor. Through the gaps, one could still see the mail beneath it, made of interlocking iron rings. His shoulders, elbows, and the backs of his knees were protected by an inner layer of hardened leather. On his head he wore an enormous flat-topped helm, with only small breathing holes before the nose and mouth, and a narrow horizontal slit at eye level through which to see. At the top of the helm, as an ornament, was a stone fist pointing toward the sky. It could be said that the protection of his armor had already been pushed to the limit. If an ordinary man tried to wear that entire set, he would probably collapse under its weight. And even so, Gregor still carried both sword and shield. In his right hand, he wielded a 2-handed sword 6 feet long with one hand, its point resting on the ground. On his left arm he bore a thick oak shield painted with the sigil of 3 black dogs. When he heard Robb's question, the Mountain did not even bother to answer. Without so much as turning his head, he spoke in a low, heavy voice to the soldiers behind him. Fall back now. He is mine. Anyone who interferes will die. Ever since he had begun trying to buy time by talking, Robb had not stopped carefully observing everything around him. The day before, he and the others had passed through this crossroads twice while looking for Angui's smithy. But because their minds had been occupied, they had only hurried through without truly paying attention. This was the crossroads southwest of Cobbler's Square. Compared with the stepped alley, it was much wider and unquestionably better for dodging or fleeing. Around the crossroads there were also many stalls covered by awnings, and the goods were still there, a clear sign that the owners had been driven off by force. On the wall to the right, a sign pointed toward the Lion Gate. To the left, another marked the way to the Alchemist's Guild. Straight ahead stretched the Street of Steel, which Robb had passed through the day before. The moment the Mountain spoke, the 20 Lannister soldiers behind him hurriedly fell back, opening up a broad fighting space for the two of them. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the men behind him moving away, the Mountain wasted no time on further talk. He rolled his right wrist, lifted the great 2-handed sword with one hand, and began walking toward Robb in heavy, pounding steps. With legs that long, a single step of his covered as much ground as 2 or 3 steps from an ordinary man. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Robb. Then he raised the enormous sword in his right hand and brought it down in a brutal overhead strike. Driven by the monstrous strength of his arm, the heavy two-handed blade even tore through the air with a dull roar. Facing that heavily armored warrior whose name echoed across all 7 kingdoms, Robb naturally focused every bit of attention he could muster. The instant the mountain moved to bring the blow down, Robb had already shifted his body to the right, twisting aside to evade the gigantic sword. The two-handed blade in the mountain's right hand crashed heavily into the stone paving of the street, opening a small hole in the ground and sending chips of stone flying in all directions. Having avoided the strike, and still leaning sideways, Robb used the motion to slip in along the mountain's left side and brought his own sword down in a heavy slash, striking the armor on his left leg with a metallic clang. That blow failed to cut through the armor, but with the strength Robb now possessed, the impact alone was enough to buckle the mountain's left leg, making his knee bend visibly, nearly sending him sprawling. The mountain's combat experience was extraordinary. At the exact moment his leg was struck, he hurled his left arm outward with force. The heavy oak shield slammed directly into Robb's chest, and the brutal impact sent him flying. Crash! Robb was thrown into a stall covered by an awning at the edge of the street. His weight, together with the force of the blow, made the whole structure collapse at once, scattering leather goods in every direction. Though he had nearly been forced to the ground by the strike to the leg, the mountain, with his monstrously durable body, did not let the chance slip away. Ignoring the pain in his left foot, he charged forward again, pursuing Robb beneath the wreckage of the stall. Lifting the two-handed sword, he brought down another savage blow onto the remains of the structure. The stall, already ruined by Robb's impact, was cut cleanly in two, but beneath the two halves, there was no sign of Robb. A fur cloak was suddenly flung out from the left side of the split stall, blocking the mountain's view. Ryip! The mountain's sword, still in motion after destroying the stall, swept violently upward. The cloak was sliced in two in midair, but using that instant of distraction, Robb, blood running from the corner of his mouth, charged in again, stepped into the mountain's reach, and struck once more at his left leg. Another sharp metallic clang rang out. The sword could not pierce the armor, but the force of Robb's blow was enough to buckle the leg a second time. This time, the mountain's knee crashed against the ground, leaving him kneeling on one leg. Having learned from the last exchange, Robb barely finished the strike before rolling forward toward the crossroads. Escaping the oak shield, the mountain tried to smash down on top of him. Kneeling on one leg, the mountain seemed enraged by that position. Suddenly, he threw back his head and let out a roar. In the next instant, as though exploding with rage, he surged back to his feet and launched himself at Robb in a chaotic series of heavy blows, every one of them packed with brutal force. Robb rolled and dodged along the ground in a thoroughly ungraceful scramble, but seeing that the mountain really was as easy to provoke as he had imagined, he felt far more satisfaction than fear. Because he had deliberately adjusted their position during the fight, Robb was at that moment facing the mountain with his back to the Lannister soldiers at the crossroads. The two of them battled in pursuit through the street, the mountain hacking stalls and awnings apart with every swing of his sword. An ordinary man would scarcely have been able to swing such a blade a few times before his arms gave out, yet the mountain showed not the slightest sign of fatigue. Under Robb's deliberate guidance, the fight had already reached the crossroads. The Lannister soldiers nearby, afraid of being cut in half by one of the mountain's wild swings, began retreating to either side. After unleashing a string of savage blows, and already breathing heavily, the mountain suddenly cut the leather straps fastening the shield to his left arm. Then he hurled the oak shield at Robb and, in the same motion, rushed forward in great strides. Robb barely dodged the shield, letting it crash into the ground behind him. Without the shield, the mountain's speed increased noticeably, and in the next instant he was already directly in front of Robb again. His right arm, thick as a tree trunk, raised the two-handed sword and brought it straight down at Robb's head. This time there was no dodging it. Robb could only raise his own sword with both hands to block. The two blades met with a sharp clang. Ever since his strength had grown so much, Robb had become used to crushing others through brute force. That was the first time in a long while he had truly felt what it meant to be at a physical disadvantage. The impact left both his arms numb and aching. He nearly lost his grip on the sword. Under the crushing weight of the mountain's strength, Robb's own blade was driven lower and lower toward his head, until in the end he had to drop to his left knee just to keep the blow from crushing down on him. Each of them had now been forced to kneel once. The mountain clearly felt he had reclaimed his honor in that instant. But though the two-handed sword had been held back, the mountain's free left hand came next, clenched into a fist, throwing a straight punch at Robb's head. From the corner of his eye, Robb saw the attack coming. Exhausting the last of his strength, he shoved the sword upward and, at the same time, threw his own body forward. The mountain's sword sank into the ground. The punch also passed overhead, because the mountain's enormous frame gave him just enough room to roll clear along the ground. The mountain's sword was 6 feet long. Its reach was immense, but at that moment, recovering it quickly enough to strike again was far from simple. Robb tumbled forward in front of the mountain, rolled across the ground, and rose into a half-crouch. In the same instant, he twisted his body and drove a straight thrust into the back of the mountain's left knee. Unlike the previous blows, this was a piercing strike, and the protection behind the knee, made of hardened leather, was far inferior to the rest of the armor. The sword still met resistance and did not sink in deeply, but in the end, it made that monster called the Mountain bleed. The left leg, already battered by 2 crushing impacts and now punctured as well, could no longer support the Mountain's gigantic body. The 2-handed sword slipped from his right hand, and he ended up on both knees, with his hands braced on the ground before him. Kill him. At that moment, the Mountain no longer cared in the slightest about what he had said before. Kneeling there, he started swinging his fists at Robb and roared the command. A Lannister soldier stood on either side of the crossroads. Hearing the order, they immediately charged at Robb with their swords raised. Robb yanked the sword free from the back of the Mountain's knee and rose to his feet. He had barely stepped back once to evade the fist still coming toward him when the soldier on the right closed the distance. Robb used the sword in his right hand to block the man's thrust and, in the same motion, twisted his body and drove a punch with his left hand straight into the man's unprotected face. Rip! The Lannister soldier dropped to the ground, his face drenched in blood. But the man on the left seized the opening and slashed Robb across the back, opening a long line of blood. At that moment, with his arms still numb and nearly all the strength in his body spent, Robb simply had no way to deal with both men at the same time. He raised the sword in his right hand and drove it violently into the head of the soldier on the right, who was still on the ground. Blood began to seep out beneath the body, and with it, a small wisp of red mist rose and entered Robb's body. With that tiny amount of mist, a little energy returned to him. His condition improved slightly, and the soldier on the left no longer had the slightest chance against him. Robb turned and killed him in only 2 sword strokes. Because he had been steering the fight toward the entrance to the Street of Steel the whole time, there were no longer any Lannister soldiers immediately behind him at that moment. The others were still coming at him with swords drawn. Naturally, Robb did not stand there waiting like a fool. Nor did he have time to try to break open the Mountain's monstrous armor. He turned at once and ran straight ahead, toward the Street of Steel. Get him? If you don't catch him, every one of you dies. Watching Robb escape right before his eyes, the Mountain roared in fury at the Lannister soldiers rushing after him. On the Street of Steel, more than 10 Lannister soldiers charged after him in disarray, chasing the figure who was pulling farther and farther ahead of them. A woman who failed to get out of the way in time was knocked to the ground by them. Aside from letting out a cry, there was nothing she could do. In that place, for a commoner, even a simple curse spoken at the wrong moment could get you killed. The men in the street, on the other hand, merely stepped aside and watched the chase with interest. Not one of them even thought of helping the woman lying on the ground. Robb looked miserable at that moment. The blood at the corner of his mouth had already begun to dry, and the ugly slash across his back, opened by the sword of the last Lannister soldier, had stopped bleeding thanks to the red mist that man had given him in death. But without a steady flow of that mist, and after having already lost blood before, his physical strength was nearly spent. Master Angui's smithy was already behind him. Before he could shake off the pursuers clinging close behind him, there was no way he could seek Varys' help through Angui. Although Robb had memorized the map of King's Landing very well, a map, in the end, was still only a flat map, not a complete view. The street through which he was now fleeing was completely unfamiliar to him. Even so, looking at the many smithies around him and comparing them to the general layout in his head, he should have been in the lower middle stretch of the Street of Steel, near Visenya's Hill. At last, he spotted a covered stall set up beside a narrow passage. As he sprinted past it, he slashed through the 2 wooden poles supporting it with his sword. With no support, the canopy collapsed and blocked the already narrow street, forcing the Lannister soldiers behind him to halt, curse, and start hacking at the awning with their swords to clear a path. Taking advantage of the fact that all eyes were on the fallen stall, Robb slipped into an empty alley. Inside the alley, the ground was cluttered with junk, filth, excrement, and clotheslines. As he ran, he yanked down a long cloak someone had left hanging there. While racing and turning left and right through the alleys, he stripped off the blood-stained leather jerkin and changed clothes as he ran, doing everything he could to throw off his pursuers. By the time he emerged from that alley and reached a broader street again, his appearance was no longer nearly as eye-catching as before. Clop clop clop. In that part of the city, several wagons were coming and going, giving the place an air of activity and modest prosperity. Robb's mind worked quickly. After glancing to either side, he crumpled the bloodied jerkin into a ball and tossed it into the wagon of a man heading toward the mud gate. In the same instant, he lifted the curtain of another wagon traveling in the opposite direction and slipped quickly into its compartment. Inside were bars and pieces of iron and copper. After fighting and fleeing with injuries for so long, Robb simply let himself drop onto a block of iron and began dragging in deep breaths. The wagon rattled on for only a short while before gradually coming to a stop at the sound of the driver pulling on the reins. Always alert, Robb immediately lifted the curtain and examined his surroundings. It was a narrow, empty alley. Beside the wagon stood the back door of a smithy, and it was open. Robb jumped down from the wagon and went in without wasting a moment. Inside the smithy, a black-haired youth who looked to be on his way out to unload the wagon froze in place the moment he saw Robb enter with a sword in hand. Robb had not expected to run into a boy around his own age the moment he stepped inside. His grip tightened around the sword, and for an instant the thought flashed through his mind to kill the boy and eliminate the witness. No. Have I already been shaped by this world without realizing it? Just because a boy saw me, my first thought was to kill him? Robb's thoughts churned, but in that moment he came back to himself, relaxed his grip on the sword, and turned to leave. Hey, if you don't mind, you can hide in the storeroom on the left. Usually, I'm the only one who goes in there. When he was almost at the door, he heard the youth's low voice behind him. Robb stopped and turned to look at him more carefully. He was a kind-faced boy, with blue eyes and black hair. He was only a little shorter than Robb, wore a leather vest, had muscular arms, and burn marks all over his hands. It was obvious he worked hard there every day. My name is Robb. I'll remember this favor and repay it one day. Since there was a place where he could hide and rest for a while, Robb did not stand on ceremony. He thanked him and walked toward the storeroom on the left. No need to thank me. My master will go out to make deliveries as soon as I finish unloading today, but at the latest he'll be back the day after tomorrow. So you can only stay there until the morning of the day after tomorrow. As he walked toward the back door, the boy spoke in a low voice. Gendry, where have you gotten to? Come unload this at once. Coming, Master Tabho. A man's deep voice rang out from outside, and the boy, Gendry, immediately ran to answer. A smithy. Gendry. He was King Robert's bastard. The moment he heard that name, Robb stopped in place. Comparing the boy's appearance with the image he had of Robert, the two did not look alike in the least. It wasn't exactly strange that he hadn't realized it sooner. Robb had never seen Robert in his youth. If he compared Gendry only to the fat king he knew, he would never have made the connection at first glance. Shaking his head, and wanting only to rest for the moment, Robb decided to leave that for later. He stepped into the smithy's storeroom and shut the door behind him. Inside were several finished weapons, farming tools, and also a fair amount of iron, copper, and other materials. Robb sat down heavily on a finished suit of armor and simply began resting there. At that moment, although he was in terrible condition, he was still far from being cornered. After the earlier loss of control, his constitution had clearly increased. His chest, injured by the impact of the oak shield, barely troubled him anymore after the last 2 portions of red mist. The problem now was the long wound across his back. The bleeding had stopped, but such a tiny amount of mist was not enough to accelerate the healing. If by any chance some pursuer managed to find him there, then he would have no hesitation in turning that man into red mist to restore his strength and treat his own wound. It was true that, after the fighting that day, his blood-pact points had risen a little further, but they were still within a controllable limit. If, in the end, there were too many enemies, he could always resort to his final card. The problem was that he had saved that final card for the rescue of his father, and, in all likelihood, it could only be used once. If the enemy became wary after seeing it, it would stop being much use. Gendry went back and forth several times, unloading all the raw materials from the wagon. After that, he helped carry the finished armor and tools out of the storeroom, and then his master left with the wagon. Only after that did Gendry shut the back door of the smithy. Throughout all of that time, no Lannister pursuer appeared. With great care, Gendry even wiped away the footprints near the back door. After finishing that, he went back to his normal work inside the smithy. Advertisement. About an hour later, 2 gold cloaks arrived at the front door of the smithy, panting and drenched in sweat. Hey, boy, did you see a northerner about your height, with blood on his clothes? After catching his breath, one of the gold cloaks asked without the slightest courtesy. I stayed in the shop the whole time. I didn't see anyone with blood on his clothes, sir. Gendry answered with an expressionless face, though his tone remained respectful. The gold cloak who had asked the question nodded, then turned to his companion. Should we search the place? Search what? I heard even the mountain got hurt. If we don't find anyone, fine. But if we do find him, do you really think the 2 of us can handle it? Better to ask a few questions and leave it at that. Besides, it's already been too long. If he didn't escape, would he really stay hidden here waiting to be caught? He's not an idiot. If it were me, I would have followed the Street of Steel farther down toward the Mudgate or Fishmonger's Square. There's more people and more confusion down there. A much better place to disappear into the chaos and slip out of King's Landing. And besides, the Lannister soldiers sent word a little while ago that they found the criminal's blood-stained leather armor near the Mudgate. Here on the Street of Steel, we just ask a few questions for form's sake and move on. The other gold cloak, leaning against the doorway of the smithy to rest, spelled it all out in a low voice, with surprising shrewdness. Come on. Let's ask at the smithy next door. Our luck is rotten. All the dirty work always falls to us. Yeah. Gendry watched the 2 gold cloaks head to the smithy next door and continued his apprentice's work with the same blank expression on his face. About an hour later, seeing that the street in front of the smithy had already returned to normal, Gendry stopped what he was doing, took a basin of clean water from inside the smithy along with the supper Master Tabho had left for him, and headed toward the storeroom. It's much safer outside now. I brought water and black bread. Pushing open the storeroom door with his shoulder, Gendry stepped inside and spoke aloud when he saw Robb open his eyes and look at him. You can leave now, or you can wait until the morning after tomorrow. Either way, Gendry, you are the bastard son of the late King Robert Baratheon. As Gendry came closer to set down the basin and the bread, he was still in the middle of his sentence when Robb cut him off with those abrupt words. His whole body froze the instant he heard them. Still bent over, he turned his head stiffly to stare at Robb, his eyes wide with pure shock. Yes, I'm not joking. I'm Robb Stark, the Regent Lord of Winterfell. My father, Eddard Stark, when he was Hand of the King, should have come to see you. I don't know whether you remember. Robb spoke with complete seriousness. Gendry set down what he was carrying, straightened up, and answered. Of course I remember. Recently, 2 hands of the king came here to ask me questions. But why are you telling me this? Because I know your ambition is not just to be a smith. And also because I said I would repay what you did for me. Now I'm telling you this so you can take control of your own fate and make your own choice. You can stay here and keep being a smith's apprentice. Or, in a few days, you can come with me to Winterfell and find out just how far you're capable of going. After saying everything he wanted to say, Robb picked up the basin of water and began drinking in great gulps. After quenching his thirst, he used the water that remained to wash the dried blood from his hands, then tore into the black bread without ceremony, filling the stomach that still ached with hunger after all the fighting. Heh, a king's bastard, that's too much for me. Let me think about it alone for a while. Unable to take it all in at once, Gendry let out a short, bitter laugh, put a hand to his forehead, and left the storeroom after speaking. After Gendry left, Robb kept chewing large pieces of the black bread, almost without tasting it. The moment he realized that the black-haired boy was Gendry, he had decided to tell him the secret without any beating around the bush. First, because Robb was the sort who repaid a drop of kindness 100-fold. He knew Gendry had spirit, and he truly wanted to offer him a better chance. Second, because he did not want Gendry's royal blood to be used by the Red Woman, Melisandre, to cast curses against him in the future. Robb was not sure whether those curses would truly work on him. Although he now had Bloodwind and his body had become much stronger, deep down he was still an ordinary man. Bloodwind? Suddenly, as if he had thought of something important, Robb stared at the closed storeroom door without moving, his mind lost in thought. In the Red Keep, in the throne room, Joffrey sat at the center of the hall, high upon the iron throne of swords, spikes, and twisted metal, set atop the raised platform. Narrow stone steps descended from the dais, and a long carpet ran from the throne all the way to the great oak and bronze doors at the far end of the hall. As the saying went, joy lifts the spirit. Joffrey's face was flushed, and he seemed full of energy. It was true that when his beloved and admired father had died 2 days earlier, he had been deeply saddened. But after beginning to taste the power he had never possessed before, he seemed finally to have escaped from an invisible prison. At that moment, Cersei sat to his right, just below the steps of the throne. Kingsguard, Lannister soldiers, and other armed men were stationed all around the hall. Jaime, Petyr Baelish, Varys, Janos Slynt, and the others stood below the steps, reporting the details and outcome of the encirclement. The fire in Cobbler's Square has already been put out. Some shops were destroyed, and the Gold Cloaks are organizing the small folk to begin clearing the area. The northern criminals are almost all dead. I personally captured Eddard Karstark. As for Robb Stark, he used Karstark and the others as bait, wounded Ser Gregor Clegane, and fled in the direction of the Mudgate and Fishmonger's Square. After that, he disappeared. Jaime delivered his report in a steady voice, but when he reached the part where Robb escaped, a trace of displeasure showed on his face. After all, that ambush had been prepared in advance and had seemed foolproof. The fact that it had still failed displeased him greatly. Clap, clap. Joffrey, who had listened to everything with a smile until then, darkened at once when he heard the rest of the report. When Jaime finished, he rose from the Iron Throne and began clapping slowly. You are all truly remarkable. So many men surrounding a dozen traitors, and you still let the most important one escape. The Kingslayer. The Mountain. Ha ha ha. What use are famous warriors like you? I should put a fat pig in command instead of you. Maybe it could tear Robb Stark's head off with its teeth. A pack of useless fools worth no more than pigs. Standing atop the dais, Joffrey grew more and more agitated as he spoke, until he ended up shouting insults at Jaime and the others. Joffrey, mind your tongue. That is your uncle. Cersei frowned at once and rebuked him. Down below, Jaime's face darkened and paled by turns. The others, meanwhile, kept their heads lowered, as if none of it had anything to do with them. Yes, mother. Lord Varys, as Master of Whisperers, I imagine you have better news to give me. Seeing Joffrey come down and sit once more upon the Iron Throne, Cersei turned toward Varys. At the sound of his name, Varys lifted his head with a smile and answered in his soft voice. Your Grace, before the operation, Ser Jaime's men had already cleared all civilians from the whole area of Cobbler's Square, including my little birds. It would seem the Starks are very good at hiding. Just like that little Stark girl, Robb Stark also vanished completely, and for now my little birds do not know where he is. However, there is an inn outside the Gate of the Gods sheltering some accomplices of the traitors. I believe we can arrange for their capture. No, that inn is the trap I prepared to catch Robb Stark. We cannot touch it yet. The moment Varys finished, Jaime was quick to reject the suggestion. A trap? Lord Jaime, I heard that inn also houses Robb Stark's giant wolf. And if the same thing happens again? At those words, Varys lifted an eyebrow slightly, showing concern. Lord Varys, rest easy. I've already made my preparations. This time, there will be no mistakes. All right, then we'll go with Jaime's plan. Ah, and you had something to say as well, didn't you, Joffrey? On the dais, Cersei immediately confirmed Jaime's plan, then turned her head toward her son. Joffrey glanced sideways at his mother and, when he saw her give a slight gesture toward Jaime, he nodded. Then, in a tone that still carried a trace of reluctance, he spoke to Jaime below. Uncle Jaime, after my coronation, you will be my hand of the king. It will be an honor to serve you. Hearing that, Jaime shot a discreet glance at Cersei, then bowed to Joffrey. At the moment, the most important thing is capturing Robb Stark. That wretch. I'm still going to cross swords with him again. I won't just make him fall into the mud, I'll carve his body full of bloody holes. Ahem. Seeing her son grow more and more agitated, his face twisting further and further, Cersei coughed pointedly. At the warning from his mother, Joffrey shut his mouth at once and said no more. After smoothing his expression back into place, he turned to Littlefinger, who until then had listened in silence, and said, Baelish, inform the High Septon at the Great Sept of Baelor to prepare my father's funeral in the coming days. After that, make sure enough gold is prepared. When the time comes, I'm going to hold a tourney. My coronation must be magnificent, as your grace commands. Though Joffrey had not yet been crowned, Littlefinger, sly as ever, was already addressing him with all the reverence due a king. Good, then that's all for today. My father was betrayed, my good brother fled, and my beautiful betrothed is surely very sad. I'm going to take her out to distract her. The moment he finished speaking, Joffrey strode out of the throne room in high spirits, with the hound following close behind him in the direction of Maegor's Holdfast. All right, everyone else may withdraw. Jaime, stay for now. There are a few things I want to discuss with you. Yes, your grace. Varys and the others bowed and withdrew, leaving Jaime standing alone in silence in the middle of the throne room. Lord Varys, do you truly not know where Robb Stark is? The moment they stepped out of the throne room, Littlefinger, who had made a point of walking close to Varys, drifted nearer and asked in a low voice, smiling. Of course not, Lord Baelish. Are you questioning my loyalty? Varys turned his head toward him with a broad smile and replied with a question of his own. No, I would never think such a thing. It's only that, from what I hear, Lord Varys was recently in the vicinity of Cobbler's Square, was he not? Hehe, Lord Baelish's information truly does travel quickly. I went there to buy a fur cushion. When one sits in the same place for too long, certain discomforts are bound to set in. I am not like Lord Baelish, who can walk about, take his time observing everything, and sit only for a moment when he finds a better place. Ha ha ha, of course one must walk a great deal and observe a great deal. And if one is to sit, it should be somewhere higher, with a better view. Lord Varys, be careful. If you sit in the same place for too long, one day you may find you can no longer rise from it. Hehe, you are quite right. The two royal counselors exchanged a few more very friendly words, then went off in opposite directions. The purse of golden dragons was hidden in the shop at Cobbler's Square. On him, Robb had only 3 silver stags, what remained of the bribe he had given to the gold cloaks the day before. In his previous life, he had been used to going out with nothing but his phone, never carrying cash. Now, for the first time, he understood very clearly that in this age, having no money meant being able to do almost nothing. The inns in King's Landing were even more expensive than those at the Boar's Head. Even putting aside the searches by the gold cloaks, Robb simply had no way to afford lodging there for many days. The long cloak he had taken during his escape at noon did not fit him properly. In an emergency, it had done well enough, but there was no way he could walk the streets wearing that without drawing attention. So, after giving Gendry a silver stag and asking him to buy clothes in the style of King's Landing that would fit his size, Robb was left with only 2 silver stags. The sword that had helped him escape the encirclement, its blade full of small chips, had already been melted down by Gendry. It did not take long for the boy to return with a set of clothing that was clearly southern, a dark blue linen robe. With the change that remained, the thoughtful Gendry even bought, on his own, a small bit of Myrish ointment. In addition, he brought back news from outside. At the moment, the muddy road near the Mudgate and Hook Street in Fishmonger's Square were being searched section by hundreds of gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers. Meanwhile, Cobbler's Square and the main crossings of the Street of Steel were also under watch, though less strictly. They searched only those who looked suspicious. If they found nothing at the Mudgate or Fishmonger's Square, then they would probably shift their search back to those 2 places. Even so, by the standards of the age, King's Landing was an enormous city. Searching all of it with fewer than 1,000 men would take far too much time. It was not something likely to reach this place anytime soon. After washing himself with clean water, having Gendry apply the ointment to his back, and changing clothes, Robb, still unable to show himself outside, gave him another silver stag and asked one more small favor. A little boy of 8 or 9, dressed in rags and with his face smeared with mud and soot, sat in the street on the Street of Steel, holding out a hand to passers-by for alms. If someone watched him long enough, they would notice that even when he received copper coins, his eyes never stayed on the money. They remained fixed the whole time on the smithy across the street. The black-haired youth stepped out of the smithy. But unlike the last time, this time he stopped in the doorway, looked around, and upon seeing the boy, walked straight toward him. Hey, little one, what's your name? The young man asked with a smile. The boy only stared at him blankly, as though he had not understood a word. Gendry scratched at his greasy hair, pulled a silver stag from his pocket, and spoke again. If you open your mouth, this coin is yours. The lure of a silver stag was far too strong for a street boy. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth for Gendry. Under the sunlight that was already beginning to fade, the sight of that empty mouth, the tongue cleanly cut out at the root, sent a chill down Gendry's spine. Forcing a smile, he took the boy's right hand, placed the coin in it, and said in a low voice, "Tell Lord Varys that the giant wolf wants to see him." At those words, the boy's eyes widened. Clutching the coin tightly in his hand, he got up and ran off toward the Red Keep. Watching the boy retreat farther and farther into the distance, Gendry shook his head and muttered to himself. Without power, all of us are helpless. Night slowly descended, and the street of steel no longer held the noisy bustle of the day. But for that street, many deals were struck precisely at night. After all, once a man has decided to kill, he tends to prefer buying his weapon under the cover of darkness. While Gendry was tidying the smithy with great care, a figure stumbled and collapsed right in front of the doorway. He walked over to the entrance and saw that it was a fat drunk, lying face down on the ground. The drunk wore a long cloak, filthy and tattered. He had only one shoe on his foot, while the other, barefoot, was caked in mud. In his right hand, he clutched a wineskin, and the reek of alcohol coming off him was strong enough to choke a rat. Gendry frowned, covered his nose and mouth with his right hand, then crouched and nudged the drunk with his left hand. Hey, are you all right? I want to say the giant wolf. The drunk answered in a weak, gentle voice. Then, in the very next instant, he rolled over at once and, in a loud, boisterous voice, shouted, "More wine? I want to keep drinking? Ugh, water, give me water." At those first words, Gendry was startled inwardly. Forcing his expression back under control, he lifted his head and looked around the street, seeing that there were still a few people scattered about. Then he shook his head and answered loudly, "My luck is rotten." As soon as he finished speaking, Gendry reached out to help the drunk to his feet. But the man rolled on the ground again, and the movement of his arm struck Gendry's hand. Interrupted by that, Gendry changed his mind. Instead of helping him up, he grabbed him by the back of his cloak at the neck and started dragging him inside, with the man's face turned toward the ground once more. Fortunately, as a smith's apprentice, his arms were strong. Otherwise, he might not even have been able to move that fat drunk at all. And so he dragged him into the smithy. In the storeroom, when he saw Gendry enter hauling someone in, Robb waved the air in front of his nose to drive off the awful stench of drink and said, "Lord Varys, this disguise is a little too realistic. That drunkard's stench makes anyone want to stay well away from you. And I subjected myself to all this precisely to come and see you, Lord Robb. Saying such a thing really wounds my feelings. But I must admit, the gold cloaks at the crossings showed not the slightest desire to come near me. Most likely because everyone believes you're near the mud gate, so the inspections here aren't nearly as strict." Now inside the storeroom, the fat drunk planted his hands on the floor and slowly pushed himself upright as he spoke in his usual soft voice, his tone carrying a faint reproach. All right, I take it back. Now tell me, how is the situation in King's Landing?" Robb first nodded as if apologizing, then immediately went straight to the point. Varys, his face still smeared with the grime of the disguise, answered in that same calm tone. "Of your men, only Eddard Karstark survived. He was captured by Jaime Lannister. All the others died in the fighting. Do not even think of relying on your giant wolf. From what I have learned, there are at least 20 crossbowmen guarding the inn where he is. Unless your wolf has grown dragon scales, he will not be able to endure a reign of quarrels. The Lannisters have not touched the inn outside the city precisely because they are waiting for you to run there of your own accord. The place is already webbed with traps. So only Ed is alive." Hearing that, Robb pressed his lips together, and a pained look passed across his face. He is being held alone on the second level of the Red Keep's dungeons, in a single cell reserved for captured nobles. That Eddard Karstark did not suffer any serious wounds in the fighting, nor has he been tortured in the cells. Varys calmly handed over all the information he had and, at the end, even added with a touch of humor, "You entered King's Landing to rescue one Ed and ended up delivering them another. But from all appearances now, the Lannisters' informant truly was him. From the signs before me, yes, he does seem to be the informant. Even so, I still feel there's something wrong about the whole thing." Robb answered with a furrowed brow. Then he shook his head, setting that issue aside. "But let us leave the informant aside for now. Lord Varys, I called you here because I want to ask you. I understand. I've already made all the arrangements. Before dawn, you will quietly go to Angui's smithy. Tomorrow morning, he will arrange a wagon and take you out of King's Landing." Robb had not even finished speaking when Varys was already nodding, as though answering something obvious. "I was going to ask that you accept my earlier request. I want to enter the Black Cells." "What? Did I hear you correctly? Lord Robb, the entire city is hunting you, and instead of fleeing, you still want to enter the Black Cells." First Varys showed genuine astonishment. Then, with a sigh, he spoke with sincere admiration. "But I must admit, I greatly admire your courage and your determination to save your family. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Varys. I believe that if your own family were in danger, you would do the same." "Family? I no longer have anyone." Those words struck Varys in an unexpected way. His eyes wavered for an instant, as though his thoughts had gone somewhere far away. But he quickly recovered himself and continued. "I accept your request. But you must promise me one thing, if you fail to persuade Lord Eddard, you will not try to drag him out of the Black Cells by force." "Lord Varys, I swear by the old gods and the new that I will do exactly as you ask." Seeing that Varys had finally agreed, Robb could not hide his joy and swore at once. "Very well. Then when do you intend to act? If it is possible on your side, I want to do it on the day of the king's funeral." "A wise choice. At that time, the guard of the Red Keep will be reduced by at least half." "Good, it would not do for me to stay here any longer. Go to Angui's smithy and wait patiently for my message." For certain reasons, this particular smithy is being watched by many eyes. With the time for action agreed upon, Varys finished speaking and turned to leave. Lord Varys, thank you very much for your help. One day I will repay all of this. But I will not stay at Angui's smithy. I still have plans of my own. King's Landing is not going to remain calm over these next 2 days. At Robb's thanks, Varys merely waved a hand without turning around. But when he heard that last sentence, his steps faltered for an instant. Even so, he said nothing. He only stumbled onward toward the smithy's exit. Drink? Keep drinking? A toast. As soon as he stepped out of the smithy, Varys immediately slipped back into the role of the drunk he had been before. Wineskin in hand, he staggered down the street, shouting at nothing as he went. Standing in the doorway, Gendry watched his retreating back and could not help admiring the performance. When he went back inside the smithy, he found Robb already out of the storeroom, examining the weapons in the workshop. How much is this longsword? Robb turned a plain longsword in his hand and asked. That one was made by my master. It's a finely crafted sword. 120 silver stags. At that price, Robb looked somewhat embarrassed and returned the sword to its place. At the moment, his entire fortune amounted to no more than a single silver stag. This short dagger I made myself from leftover metal. You can have it. Gendry went to the workbench, rummaged around for a moment, pulled out a short dagger, and tossed it to Robb. Robb caught it in the air with precision, tested the weight, and made 2 quick motions with the blade. Then he nodded, took his last silver stag from his pocket, flicked it to Gendry with his thumb, and said with a smile, "It's a weapon that sits very well in the hand. I'm willing to pay my entire fortune for it. You really are very generous." Gendry caught the coin, rubbed it between his fingers, and answered with a grin. "Gendry, I still have many things to do. If you decide to come with me, then in 2 days, when I give the signal, go at once to the chain tower on the Blackwater and meet me there." Robb smiled at him as he walked toward the back door. "A signal? What signal?" Hearing that, Gendry frowned and called after Robb. "Heh. When the time comes, you'll know." In the deep stillness of the early hours, well past midnight, the full moon shone high in the sky. On the edge of Flea Bottom, a filthy-faced drunk in a dark blue robe staggered down the street. The reek of wine coming off him was so strong it could be detected from far away. Even the gold cloaks passing on patrol wrinkled their noses and chose to avoid him. 2 wretches hiding in the darkness of Flea Bottom saw in that drunk a fat, easy mark. The moment he passed out of the gold cloak's sight, the 2 of them moved in, grabbed him from either side, and dragged him into a dark alley. After all, to the wretches of that place, everything on that man was wealth. Even his body itself might well end up in a bowl of brown. Curiously, only a few minutes later, the drunk came staggering back out onto the street as if nothing had happened. Perhaps the 2 poor bastards had fallen asleep by accident. When the drunk reached an old 2-story house with the sigil of a coin drawn over a checkered board carved into the door, he immediately stopped staggering and moved nimbly, heading straight for the back of the building. That drunk was Robb, imitating Varys' disguise. And that old 2-story house was the residence of Ilyn, the king's executioner. The house had doors and windows at both front and back. As soon as he reached the rear, Robb tested both the door and the window. As he had expected, both were tightly locked. Which made sense. On the edge of Flea Bottom, if someone left doors and windows open at night, they might well wake with not even their own corpse left to them. Robb drew the short dagger from inside his clothes and began working at the old window latch. With a light crack, the wooden latch gave way. Holding the loosened window steady, Robb tilted his head and listened closely for any sound from inside. After confirming that the house was silent, he carefully lifted the window and squeezed inside. Clink, roll. The house was filthy. With the moon that night providing enough light, Robb could make out food scraps scattered across the floor, bottles, trash, and dirt everywhere. But moonlight was not the same as candlelight. The instant he planted his feet on the floor, he accidentally kicked a bottle. The sound of the glass rolling made his whole body go rigid. Even so, Ilyn seemed to be sleeping deeply. Robb heard no movement from the upper floor. A few minutes later, he began moving again. This time, far more carefully, avoiding every bit of clutter and every obstacle on the floor. The room he had entered through must have been the kitchen. He then moved into the front room on the ground floor, where there were whetstones of various sizes and many tools used in the maintenance of weapons. As the king's executioner, Ilyn certainly sharpened the execution sword there often. Since his target was not on the ground floor, Robb naturally started up the stairs with the dagger in hand. He had barely passed the steps and set one foot onto the second floor when a candle was lit in a room to the right. The instant he narrowed his eyes to adjust to the sudden brightness, he heard the familiar sound of a great sword cutting through the air. At the same time, he saw a shadow coming from the right, straight toward his neck. But compared to the mountain's monstrous strike from earlier that day, this attack was much slower. Slow enough for him to duck his head and roll to the left. The giant's sword missed its mark and carved a huge gash into the wooden wall beside the stairs. With an agile roll, Robb regained his balance and came back to his feet. That was when he saw Ilyn, nearly bald and hollow-faced, holding Ice, his father's sword, and staring at him with wide eyes, visibly astonished. Ilyn had not expected this either. Sleeping upstairs, he had heard noise from below and caught the strong smell of wine. At first, he had assumed it was just some flea-bottom wretch drunk enough to stumble into his house. He had thought that by lighting the candle at just the right moment and using the transition between darkness and light, he could take the intruder's head with a single blow. But the intruder had dodged with ease. and seeing the partly cleaned face beneath the grime, he recognized who it was at once. Robb Stark. After all, when he had accompanied King Robert to Winterfell, he had taken a good look at the young wolf, whose fame he had heard of all along the way. What Ilyn could not understand was something else. Everyone believed Robb was hiding somewhere near the Mudgate. So how in all the gods' names had he ended up inside his house instead? Tongueless, his tongue having been torn out by order of Ares II, Ilyn could not speak. So he let ice speak for him. Unlike the mountain, who wielded a two-handed sword with only one hand, Ilyn, being an ordinary man, needed both hands to use it. His right hand settled near the guard of the sword, and his left gripped the end of the hilt. Then he turned his body and swung it in a wide arc. Crash! With its own weight, added to Ilyn's strength, I struck with brutal force where Robb had been standing just an instant earlier. The solid wooden floor was cut through with ease, as if it were butter before Valyrian steel. But Robb had already moved again. Ilyn, who was long accustomed to fighting with a two-handed sword, had clearly not expected to hit with the first blow. The moment he completed the swing, he stepped forward with his left foot and, lifting the sword full of wood splinters, slashed upward from low to high. Robb kicked back with one foot and arched his body, leaning his head backward to avoid the tip of the sword by a hair's breadth, finishing in a backward flip before regaining his balance once more. But Ilyn had already chained into the next movement. After the rising slash, he stepped forward with his right foot and brought down another vertical blow from above. His style of attack was like the three heavy chops of a wildling's axe. It had only one goal: kill. Simple. Efficient. No wasted movement. At that moment, Robb felt regret. When he had come up the stairs and been attacked from the right, he had instinctively rolled left. If, instead, he had dived to the right and closed the distance at once, he would not now be caught in Ilyn's rhythm. The house was cramped. When Robb dodged the descending blow once again, he ended up trapped against the wall. When he was younger, Ilyn Payne had been captain of Windsguard. In those days, he had used precisely that simple and brutal sequence countless times to kill for his lord. But he had grown old. After delivering 3 full blows with that huge sword, the transitions between each movement had already begun to slow visibly. And Robb, who had already grasped the rhythm of the attack, seized the chance. Before Ilyn could gather strength for another rising slash, Robb threw the short dagger at him and, in the same instant, shoved hard off the wall, shooting forward like an arrow. Under the candle's wavering light, Ilyn saw the dagger flying and lifted the sword to knock it aside, deflecting it. But that was exactly what Robb wanted. To break the continuous flow of attacks and open a chance to enter close range. When Ilyn knocked ice away and tried to raise the sword again, Robb was already in front of him. Robb's right fist crashed directly into Ilyn's right hand, and the absurd force of the blow numbed the arm instantly. Because of that, the sword dropped to the floor. Without giving him even a second, Robb followed with a left hook to Ilyn's face, striking his hollow-cheeked features so hard that blood and old teeth flew from his mouth, and he fell backward. Robb did not stop. He stepped forward, straddled the fallen man, and began punching him over and over, alternating fists. 1 blow, 2, 3, thud, thud, thud. The upper floor of the house filled with the dull thud of punches. By the time he finally suppressed the urge to keep hitting, Ilyn Payne no longer looked remotely human. His head looked like an oval mass of blood and flesh, partly caved in. One eye had been crushed. His nose had collapsed into his face. His jaw had been broken and displaced, hanging open in a way that could no longer close. Huff, huff. Even so, no red mist rose. Hearing the man's faint, dragging breath, Robb realized he was still alive. Ilyn's one remaining eye was still staring sideways at him, full of tangled emotions, pleading, surrender, incomprehension. Perhaps he truly did not know why he was being killed. It was true that with Eddard Stark imprisoned, his sword had been left temporarily in Ilyn's keeping. But under normal circumstances, that should not have earned him a death sentence. Robb rose slowly and looked down at him. Then he spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry, but you're on my sister's list. His foot came down, and the red mist rose. Blood-packed points +5. A portion of red mist, greater than what he would obtain from an ordinary person, seeped into Robb's body. With it, his strength recovered somewhat, and his injuries healed somewhat. Although he had made some noise inside Ilyn's house just moments ago, this was still the poor and chaotic district of Flea Bottom. Even if Ilyn had still had his tongue to cry for help, it was hard to imagine any neighbor coming to investigate. Because of that, Robb did not leave immediately. Instead, he crouched down, picked up ice from the ground, and began examining it carefully. Forged of Valyrian steel, the sword reflected the candlelight with a cold gleam. One glance was enough to tell how sharp it was. The blade was wider than a man's palm, with a blood groove running from the center to the tip. The crossguard near the base was as dark as black smoke, and the hilt had no unnecessary ornamentation. The impression the sword gave was simple. A weapon made purely for killing. It could truly be called the ancestral sword of House Stark. In the past, Eddard had always guarded it with extreme care and had never allowed his children to play with it. Whoosh, whoosh. Holding it in his right hand, Robb swung it several times with force. He could wield it with one hand, but due to its size and proportions, it felt far more natural to use with both. Afterward, he picked up its new scabbard and sheathed it. Before, the sword had always been carried in a fur-covered sheath, borne by a man assigned solely to that task. Now, Ilyn had adapted it into a leather scabbard wrapped in black cloth, far more practical to carry. With the main matter settled, Robb removed the dark blue robe soaked in the smell of alcohol and threw it aside. After searching through the house, he found one of Ilin's black tunics and put it on. While looking for clothes, he had a small pleasant surprise. He found a pouch containing more than 40 silver stags. It wasn't a great fortune, but it perfectly solved the humiliating problem of having no coin on him. Dressed in black, with the massive sword strapped across his back by the scabbard's harness, Robb looked, at first glance, like a true executioner. Then he picked up the short dagger he had thrown at Ilin and, using the still fresh blood spread across the floor, wrote a line on the wall. After finishing, he nodded in satisfaction, went downstairs, opened the front door, and, seeing the street was empty, walked out of Ilin's house as naturally as if nothing had happened. Although the house stood on the edge of Flea Bottom, it was not far from Aegon's Hill. With that grim appearance, the wretches lurking in the shadows of Flea Bottom would not dare bother him. All Robb needed to do was avoid the gold cloaks, who patrolled with little enthusiasm. At the top of Aegon's Hill stood the Red Keep, the ultimate symbol of the realm's power. At the foot of its walls spread a large district of elegant mansions and luxurious residences. Those who lived there were, for the most part, members of King's Landing's powerful elite. Because of that, as Robb walked those streets, he saw far more gold cloaks patrolling in pairs. Even at that late hour, carriages still moved back and forth. From some of them, muffled feminine laughter could be heard. "Hey, you there. What are you doing?" When Robb reached the street of his next target, a pair of gold cloaks noticed him standing in the shadows and immediately approached to question him. "Lord Jaime Lannister sent me to deliver a message to Lord Janos Slynt. Can you tell me where he lives?" Seeing the guards approach, Robb subtly adjusted his posture and answered calmly, lying without the slightest hesitation. "Lord Slynt's house is that mansion over there." "But, a message at this hour? Where's the letter?" Upon hearing the name of the Kingslayer, the gold cloak immediately pointed toward the large mansion ahead. Only afterward did he sense something odd and ask again. "As Lord Jaime gave the order, I came to carry it out. As for the letter, do you really want to see it?" Robb replied firmly, his right hand already moving toward the hilt of the dagger at his back. "I want GHK. The man barely began to speak. Robb's right hand moved in a flash, and the dagger slit his throat. The guard's neck opened like a sliced fruit, spilling a torrent of red juice. The other guard, who had not spoken until now, froze in shock at the scene. He was about to draw his sword and shout, but Robb had already anticipated it. The moment he killed the first man, he shoved the body into the second, covered his mouth with his left hand, and began stabbing repeatedly into the left side of his neck. After killing both men, Robb quickly scanned the surroundings. No one had seen that dark corner swallow 2 lives. Thanks to the guards themselves, he now had confirmation of the second target's address. Janos Slynt, commander of the Gold Cloaks. After wiping the blood from his hands, Robb walked toward the large house ahead. And it was indeed far too grand a residence for a mere commander of the city watch. As he approached, he saw a luxurious 3-story mansion with a garden in front. And, being the coward he was, Janos had even used his authority to station 2 gold cloaks as guards at his door. The 2 guards, however, clearly were not taking their job seriously. They leaned against the door, yawning and chatting. For Robb, dealing with them was almost a courtesy. Using the same trick as before, pretending to be Jaime's messenger, he gained entry. 1 minute later, he dragged the 2 guards' corpses inside the property and began exploring the mansion. From the information he had, Janos made a massive fortune through bribery and openly selling positions. The house confirmed it perfectly. The grand hall on the ground floor was filled with fine wines, expensive food, antiques, and luxury items everywhere. The first floor contained the banquet hall. No bedrooms. Robb carefully moved up to the second floor. There lived Janos's 3 sons and his daughter. His eldest was a squire, and the other 2 already held respectable posts arranged by their father. To avoid any complications, Robb entered their rooms silently and killed them in their sleep with his dagger. When he reached the 3rd floor and arrived at the master bedroom, lit by candlelight, he immediately saw the short, heavy-set, bald man sleeping soundly on a feather bed beside a beautiful SSE woman with exotic features. Janos's lawful wife had died under unknown circumstances, and since then he had frequently changed mistresses. Although the woman was, in truth, nothing more than collateral damage, Robb showed no mercy. "Hey, wake up!" After killing the mistress, Robb pressed the dagger to Janos's throat and called to him in a low voice. Still groggy, Janos was about to scream when he recognized the figure holding the dagger, but Robb had already covered his mouth. "If you scream, you'll end up like her. If you understand, blink." Hearing that, Janos turned his head and saw the mistress lying there, her throat slit, soaking half the feather bed in blood. He began blinking frantically. "Good. I need you to write something for me." Robb slowly released Janos's mouth and spoke in a calm tone. "Can you guarantee you won't kill me after I write it? And that you won't harm my children either?" Janos understood the situation perfectly. The moment Robb let go of him, he did not try to shout. Robb nodded and answered with absolute seriousness. "I guarantee it. After you write it, I won't harm your children. And I'll make sure your whole family is together." In King's Landing, on the famed street of Silk, dawn was already approaching. After a full night of work, the many prostitutes were finally beginning to fall asleep. Along the street, a few clients still hurried out of the brothels, clothes in disarray, rushing home. Dressed in a black cloak and carrying ice wrapped in black cloth across his back, Robb walked to a corner of the street of silk and knocked on the door of a small house marked with the sign they had agreed on, carved into the entrance. Creak. The door opened at once. Robb quickly glanced to both sides before stepping inside. The house was small, but not cramped, decorated with all kinds of sensual ornaments. Inside were 3 middle-aged men with fierce faces and a young man also dressed in black. Lord Robb. The moment he saw Robb enter, the young man bowed immediately in greeting. Robb smiled, nodded, and gave him a light pat on the shoulder before saying, "No need to be so formal, Cray. You returned before me, so I assume everything went smoothly." "Yes, Lord Robb. On our side, the mission was completed ahead of time. Those 3 were far too drunk. It wasn't any trouble." The clean-cut young man, Cray Sirwin, replied in a calm tone. He was the eldest son of Lord Major Sirwin, Lord of Sirwin. Back when Robb had gone to Hornwood to strike a deal with Ramsay, he had afterward travelled in secret to Sirwin to visit Lord Major. At that time, already loyal and well-disposed toward House Stark, Lord Major had, in a moment of sincerity, sought to draw his house even closer to Robb by offering his own son to serve among the Dire Wolf Guards. But Robb had already made other plans. After accepting Cray's loyalty, he did not bring him back to Winterfell. Instead, he sent him to King's Landing, placing him in advance as a piece in his game. That same night, under the protection of 3 guards chosen by Lord Major, Cray departed quietly for King's Landing. That was also the reason why, during the military review Robb held for the Northern Lords at Winterfell, aside from those whose sons already held positions in the city and Lord Wyman, who had come personally to deliver the Myrish ointment, Lord Major had also appeared unusually early, in person, at Winterfell. The mission Robb had initially given Cray was simple: go to King's Landing, settle in a busy district, and then, by any means possible, establish connections with mid-ranking officers of the Gold Cloaks. Beyond that, he was not to involve himself in anything else. Robb had emphasized that point repeatedly. Because of that, when Cray learned that Eddard Stark had been imprisoned and that his attendants and servants had been slaughtered, he still held back the urge to investigate. The previous night, after leaving the smithy disguised as a drunk, Robb had located Cray's hideout on the Street of Silk through their pre-arranged signal. After assigning tasks to everyone, the group split and moved in 2 different directions. "By the way, Cray, in your last letter you told me you had already found that escape route. Is everything truly prepared?" After hearing the report, Robb nodded and asked again. Their secret correspondence was known only to Maester Lewin. Aside from him, no one in Winterfell knew of it. And that was fortunate. If the spy had discovered it, all of Robb's preparations would have been ruined. "Based on the general information you gave us, we went out to scout the area every day for over a month. I can guarantee there will be no problem with the escape route." Hearing the question, Cray answered with complete confidence. When dawn comes, the nobles and powerful figures of King's Landing will feel threatened from all sides. Most likely, they'll think I'm simply taking revenge at random, without realizing there's a purpose hidden within that revenge. Lord Robb, what if they manage to suppress all of this? Or if someone uncovers our true objective? Hearing Cray's question, always considering the worst-case scenario, Robb silently praised his caution and replied, "If they suppress it, then we still have this night and the next. By then, the powerful of King's Landing will already have learned to fear the coming of night. As for uncovering our true objective, if Tywin or Tyrion were in King's Landing, I might be more concerned. But the others? If they're perceptive enough, they might discover that Janos wrote something before he died. Even so, it wouldn't damage our plan too much." "Understood. I'm relieved knowing you've already considered it." The young Cray nodded with a maturity beyond his years. Robb was about to continue when the sounds coming from the house next door, whose walls clearly offered little soundproofing, interrupted him. He pulled a pouch of gold coins from his cloak and tossed it onto the table. Then he tapped his nose and said, "Cray, I told you to find a busy street, but, living here? Can you even sleep at night? This is something I happened to acquire from Janos. 100 gold dragons. You know King's Landing better than I do. Decide how it should be used." "Lord Robb, I chose this place for a reason. Brothels are, by nature, the best places for information to circulate. Mid and high-ranking nobles, as well as the Gold Cloaks, love coming here. This is where I met the deputy commander I managed to get close to. This money came at just the right time. It can be put to very good use." Cray smiled as he explained his choice and, without ceremony, took the pouch of gold from the table. "Good. After a night like this, get some rest." If that's even possible here." Hearing the constant sounds from outside, Robb shook his head in resignation. "Lord Robb, in these past 2 months of socializing here, I've met many beauties of all kinds. If you'd like." "No. For now, we conserve our strength. Later, we'll see. As you command, my lord." When the first rays of morning sunlight touched King's Landing, a scream tore through the city, marking the beginning of chaos. In the Red Keep, in the throne room. "Your Grace, this morning it was discovered that Ilan Payne, the royal executioner, was found dead in his home. And Janos Slynt, commander of the Gold Cloaks, was also found dead along with his entire family. In addition, 3 gate captains, who were off duty, were found dead in a tavern. All signs indicate they were killed by Robb Stark." With a grave expression, Varys reported to Joffrey, who sat upon the Iron Throne, the information gathered that morning. Didn't they say Robb Stark was hiding near the mud gate? Then how is he killing people all over the city? Have the gold cloaks captured him? Hearing that his officers had been murdered, Joffrey frowned and demanded sharply, Your Grace, when the gold cloaks arrived at the scenes, they found only the bodies. Not even a trace of Robb Stark. With Janos dead, Littlefinger had temporarily taken command of the gold cloaks. Hearing Joffrey's question, he answered at once. At that, Joffrey's frown deepened. If no one saw anything, then how can you be so certain it was Robb Stark? Littlefinger turned to look at Varys. But as the spider remained with his hands hidden in his sleeves and his expression as steady as stone, Littlefinger had no choice but to answer himself. Your Grace, beside every body, there was a phrase written in blood. Winter is coming. These damned Starks dare provoke me inside King's Landing. I'll have their heads cut off and mounted on spears. Upon hearing Baelish's words, Joffrey immediately took it as a direct provocation from Robb. Hot-tempered as ever, he flared up at once and began shouting, Joffrey, don't lose your temper like this. Your Uncle Jaime has already taken men to search the city. It won't be long before that wolf pup is kneeling before you. At his side, Cersei noticed her son slipping out of control again and quickly calmed him. 200 Lannister soldiers aren't enough. Baelish, deploy more gold cloaks to assist in the search. There's no need to keep looking around the Mudgate. He's no longer there. Joffrey's moods shifted as quickly as they came. After being soothed by Cersei, he returned to normal and gave the order to Baelish. As you command, your GRA. And you have 2 days. Within 2 days, you must capture Robb Stark. Baelish had just begun to respond when Joffrey cut him off with a new order, imposing a deadline. Your Grace, I fear that may be unrealistic. King's Landing has nearly 500,000 inhabitants. The gold cloaks number just over 2,600 men. Even adding the Lannister soldiers, we still don't reach 3,000. They must guard the Red Keep and the 7 gates, as well as maintain patrols throughout the city. After what happened today, the nobles around the Red Keep are already demanding more gold cloaks in their districts. Even if we shift men from other posts, capturing Robb Stark in such a short time will be extremely difficult. Baelish poured everything out in one breath. Then, seeing Joffrey's expression begin to darken, he smoothly shifted the responsibility onto Varys. Of course, if Lord Varys' little birds can discover where Robb Stark is hiding, then capturing him within 2 days would be entirely possible. You're right. Varys, you have 2 days to uncover Robb Stark's hiding place. If you fail, we'll find someone else to handle the realm's intelligence. Your Grace, that. Cersei suddenly intervened, her gaze sweeping over the 3 men in the throne room. My son, there is no need to impose such a rigid deadline. I am certain Lord Baelish and Lord Varys will do everything in their power to serve you well. Isn't that right? Yes, Your Grace. Of course. Seeing that Cersei had eased the pressure, Baelish and Varys inclined their heads slightly in thanks. Your Grace, a message has arrived from the great September King Robert's funeral will be held tomorrow at midday. Sensing that Joffrey had calmed down, Baelish spoke again, changing the subject. Tomorrow we will depart the Red Keep shortly before midday. At the report, Joffrey nodded. Then, suddenly remembering that Robb Stark was still lurking in the shadows, he added, Tomorrow, reinforce the guard along the entire route between the Red Keep and the Great Sept of Baelor. I want no accidents. As you command, Your Grace. Knock knock knock. 3 sharp knocks woke Robb inside the small house on the Street of Silk. He rose at once and saw one of the Sirwin guards on watch making a low hand signal, indicating that a child was outside. Robb immediately understood that it must be one of Varys' little birds and went to receive her himself. Even so, he remained extremely cautious. He hid a dagger in his right hand behind his back and opened the door with his left. Creak. The door opened just a crack. Outside stood a little girl of 8 or 9, her face smeared with dirt, holding out a folded piece of paper through the gap. After the ambush of the previous days, Robb had become even more careful. Instead of taking the paper himself, he turned to the Sirwin guard beside him. The man nodded and took the note. After completing her task, the girl remained there, looking at Robb expectantly. Robb thought for a moment, then took a silver stag from his clothes and handed it to her. As the girl ran off happily clutching the coin, Robb closed the door. Today I took my golden hound hunting across the land and caught a fine stag. I intend to serve it at a grand feast tomorrow at midday. I invite you, before dawn tomorrow, to visit my residence in the Northern Tower. The Sirwin guard opened the note and read it aloud. Robb had no trouble understanding the real meaning behind the message. First, Varys was telling him that the gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers were conducting searches everywhere that day, warning him not to act rashly. Next, he revealed that King Robert's funeral would take place at midday the following day. Finally, Varys was inviting him to meet before dawn, in the noble district north of the Red Keep. Cray, tonight we proceed with the plan as agreed. Tomorrow, the moment you hear the signal, act. After a brief moment of thought, Robb turned to Cray and gave the order. As you command, Lord Robb. If your operation fails, please head for the escape route. I'll ensure it remains open. Cray nodded. As always, he considered the worst-case scenario first and made sure to emphasize the retreat. Understood. Cray, you're reliable when it comes to this. Since they're moving exactly as we predicted, let's rest well today and wait for nightfall. That day, King's Landing descended into chaos. The districts of Flea Bottom and Aegon's Hill were torn apart by more than 1,000 gold cloaks and over 200 Lannister soldiers, who turned everything upside down. Although they failed to find Robb, they did uncover numerous criminals and troublemakers. It was not an entirely fruitless search. Night fell slowly, and the Street of Silk, silent during the day, came alive once more, exuding its characteristic blend of luxury and decadence. The door of the house where Robb and the others were hiding opened, and Cray and his 3 men stepped out dressed as gold cloaks. And this time, it wasn't just a disguise. They were real gold cloaks, attached to a detachment guarding the southern tower outside the Red Keep. Well, thanks to the connections and favors Cray had been cultivating, they held the title, but were not required to actually perform guard duty or patrols. That night would, in all likelihood, be the first and last time they truly acted as such. Cray did not head directly to the southern tower. Instead, he led his 3 men through streets he knew well until they reached a mid-tier brothel, where he met their deputy commander, Gly. The deputy commander was in his usual room, occupied with 2 well-endowed young women in a rather shameless game of kneading dough. You two, leave. I have something to discuss with the captain. Without the slightest embarrassment, Cray spoke directly and seriously to the 2 women. Go on, my beauties. Gly gave each of them a light slap on the rear and dismissed them. After they left, Cray tilted his head and signaled to the 3 guards behind him. They stepped out as well and stood watch outside the door. Captain Gly, I've already fulfilled my part of the agreement. Here are the 50 gold dragons. Cray pulled a pouch of gold from his clothes and tossed it to Gly. He, who would have thought? So you really are a Stark man. I only mentioned in passing that I wanted a promotion, and you actually went out and started killing people. A lot of important people died last night. Calling Cray by the false name he used in King's Landing, Gly opened the pouch and began inspecting each gold dragon one by one, unable to hide his satisfaction. Meanwhile, his mouth kept moving non-stop. The captain who used to hold you back is dead. So now you can naturally take his place. And if you use this money well, and with a bit more luck, who knows? You might become the next commander of the Gold Cloaks, Lord Gly. He. Hearing that, Gly broke into a foolish grin, clearly imagining the future Cray had just painted for him. Seeing this reaction, Cray continued. We've already done everything we promised. Now it's your turn. Hey, CLYM, did it never cross your mind that I might simply turn you in? Hearing Cray's words, Gly did not answer at once. Instead, he threw the question back at him. If you don't turn us in, you can rise in rank and get rich. If you do turn us in, it only takes one of us escaping for you to spend the rest of your life wondering when your family will end up like Janos Slynt did, slaughtered in their sleep. After all, the North remembers. Cray did not speak with any particular ferocity. He merely stated a fact, his expression blank and his voice calm. Even so, those words made the hair on the back of Gly's neck stand on end. Forcing a smile, he replied. An order came in today to move half our forces to assist with the search. I can use that as an excuse to assign you to the shift just before dawn. Then before that, let's enjoy ourselves a little. There's still some time before the of the guard, isn't there, Captain Gly? You struck it rich today. Don't you think you should buy the round? Usually, I'm the one paying. At that, Cray's face broke into a smile, and he spoke in the tone of an old friend. Gly discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and answered. No problem. Call them in and take your pick. Cray and the others remained there until it was nearly dawn. Only then did they straighten their clothes and head toward the South Tower to take over the guard shift. When the 5 of them arrived at the South Tower, 40 gold cloaks had just gathered in the open space beneath it for the Deputy Commander Gly. At the sight of him approaching with his men, the gold cloaks immediately saluted. Blake, Dax, you 5 will stand guard with me. The rest of you can go home and rest. Tomorrow morning, you'll head to Flea Bottom to assist in the search for Robb Stark. As soon as he gave the order, aside from the 5 men he had named, the other gold cloaks began murmuring among themselves in low voices. After all, guarding the South Tower was easy, comfortable duty. Going out to search for Robb Stark, whose name was already spreading fear throughout King's Landing, was both exhausting and dangerous. Over the past 2 days, the number of gold cloaks killed in action had already exceeded that of several previous years combined. Noticing that Gly had chosen his own men, one of the gold cloaks spoke up. Deputy Commander Gly, we heard the City Watch only needs to send half its forces for the search. Why does our detachment have to send so many? Because tomorrow is the king's funeral, and part of the gold cloaks currently involved in the search will be reassigned to maintain order. So the City Watch needs to send more men to make up for it. That order came from the Red Keep. But the captain was killed by Robb Stark. I'm the captain here now. Anyone who disobeys orders will be thrown into the Red Keep's dungeons. After explaining, and seeing some still trying to argue, Gly frowned and asserted his authority bluntly. Yes. The gold cloaks exchanged glances and responded without enthusiasm. After the 35 dismissed men returned home, while Gly entered the South Tower with Cray and 9 others. After collecting iron-tipped spears and service swords from the armory, they went up to take over the night watch. In truth, the work was indeed light. Gly and the others spent their time chatting idly, boasting and trading crude jokes as the hours passed slowly. Shortly before dawn, Robb, dressed in black and carrying ice across his back, arrived at the residential district by the North Tower, opposite the South Tower. The moment he entered that area, a boy of 8 or 9 approached him and held out his right hand. Already used to it, Robb took out a silver stag and handed it over. After taking the coin, the boy pointed ahead and began walking. Understanding he was being guided, Robb followed him in silence. After passing through several streets and narrow alleys, they arrived at a house located between the north gate of the Red Keep and the North Tower itself. Creak. Without ceremony, the boy pushed open the unlocked door and went inside. Once inside, he crouched with practiced ease, felt along the floor for a moment, lifted a wooden plank, and jumped into the opening beneath. A secret passage. For years, Varys had controlled every hidden passage beneath the Red Keep. Much of his most valuable intelligence was gathered and transmitted by his little birds through those tunnels. Robb did not hesitate and jumped down after the boy. If Varys had wanted to harm him, he had already had countless opportunities. There was no reason to wait until now. The tunnel was built of stone, nearly 2 meters high and just over a meter wide. At regular intervals, small oil lamps were fixed to the walls. Their dim, yellow light barely illuminated the ground beneath their feet. The boy ahead noticed Robb pause briefly and began gesturing insistently for him to keep moving. Robb stopped observing the tunnel and followed again. Beneath the Red Keep, the tunnel spread like a spider's web, intersecting in an orderly pattern. They passed through stone corridors and sections of packed earth supported by wooden beams. After nearly 20 minutes, the boy finally stopped and pointed upward. Robb raised his eyes and saw a square vertical shaft above them, about 70 centimeters wide. A line of iron handholds ran up the wall, disappearing into darkness. The shaft was deep. With the weak lamplight, the top could not be seen. Having come this far, there was no reason to hesitate. But just as Robb prepared to climb, the boy tugged at his cloak and curled his fingers twice, mimicking the motion of knocking 3 times. That must be the signal Varys had arranged. Robb nodded, grasped the iron handholds, and began climbing. It was dark, cramped, and irritation soon crept in. Men are made to prefer the light. After nearly 10 minutes of climbing that narrow shaft, Robb could feel negative emotions building in his chest. Forcing himself to stay calm, he continued upward for several more minutes until his hand finally touched an iron hatch above. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Creak. After knocking as instructed, the hatch opened with a soft sound, and a sudden burst of light made his eyes burn. Lord Robb, welcome to the Tower of the Hand. Before he could even fully open his eyes, he heard Varys' smooth voice. Robb closed his eyes briefly, waited for the pain to pass, and when he opened them again, his vision had adjusted to the light. Before him stood Varys, now disguised with a full beard, dressed in a jailer's uniform, a sword at his waist and a lit torch in hand, smiling at him. Robb climbed the last steps, stepped out of the passage, and stood upright before asking immediately. Lord Varys, every time I see you, you're in a different disguise. But tell me, why have we come to the Tower of the Hand instead of going straight to the Black Cells? Lord Robb, you are truly eager to see Lord Eddard. That passage only allows entry into the Tower of the Hand from outside the city, and the route to the Black Cells also runs through the tower. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Hearing the explanation, Robb frowned and answered at once. Then come with me. Seeing how impatient he was, Varys shook his head slightly and turned to lead the way. At that moment, they stood within the private chambers of the Tower of the Hand. They crossed a corridor and entered the tower's audience chamber. It was not a large hall. Round windows with golden frames were adorned with the crowned stag of House Baratheon. The Myrish carpet covering the floor bore the same sigil. At the center stood a long dark red wooden table, surrounded by 7 tall chairs. Varys drew a dagger from his robes, lifted the carpet beside the table, and pried up a stone slab. Another secret passage revealed itself before Robb. The dungeons of the Red Keep had 4 levels. The uppermost level, the first floor, contained cells with narrow, high windows, used to hold common criminals. The second level consisted of small individual cells reserved for noble prisoners. Being underground, the hall was lit at all times by torches, and their light filtered through the bars, dimly illuminating the interiors. The third level consisted of cells with no windows and no torchlight whatsoever. Their doors were made of thick wood, and the prisoners inside were left in complete darkness. For that reason, they were called the Black Cells. The most vicious and dangerous criminals were kept there. As the jailers cared nothing for their lives, those prisoners either died of hunger, thirst, or cold, or slowly lost their minds beneath the weight of endless darkness. Clack. An empty black cell was opened, and the harsh light of a torch tore through the absolute darkness. Clink, clink, clink. At the sudden appearance of light, chains began rattling all around. PSSST. Pretty boy, come here. I'll have you climbing the walls. Following Varys through the corridor, Robb heard 2 grotesque prisoners press their faces against the small wooden slits in their doors, hurling crude taunts at him. Ha, interesting. A man with 2 faces. Another one fit to serve the many-faced god. Varys was already accustomed to the noise and continued forward at a steady pace. But one sentence made Robb pause. He turned his head. A man with half red, half white hair, a slender, almost delicate face, was looking at him with a faint smile. Jaqen Hgar. One of the faceless men of Bravos. The man who would guide Arya onto the path of the faceless. When it came to key figures of the original story, there was no way Robb would ever forget them. Ahem. Up ahead, Varys coughed sharply, drawing Robb's attention. Seeing his father was what mattered most. Robb said nothing to Jaqen. He simply turned back and continued following Varys down the corridor. Jacon's gaze lingered on Robb's back until the torchlight vanished from sight, and then his smiling face sank once more into darkness. Clack. At the far end of the black cells, Varys unlocked a door. Robb took the torch Varys handed him and was about to step inside when Varys raised an arm to stop him, speaking in a low, hoarse voice. At dawn, the jailers begin changing shifts from the first level downward. You have, at most, less than half a sand glass. You're worried I'll stay too long and try to force things. That's why you chose this time. Don't worry. I'll say what I need to say and leave. You may enter. Varys nodded and stepped aside. Clack. The wooden door shut behind Robb as soon as he entered. He wasn't worried in the slightest that Varys might trap him inside. With ice on his back and the strength in his arms, that door was nothing more than a slightly thicker plank of wood. The final cell was unexpectedly spacious. Inside, everything was damp and dark, the bluish stone walls covered in moss. Holding the torch, Robb passed through 2 turns before finally seeing that familiar figure sitting on the ground, arms wrapped around his knees. Father. His voice came out low, faintly unsteady. At the sound, Eddard raised his head sharply, lifting an arm to shield his eyes from the torchlight. Shock filled his expression as he stared at Robb. Robb? How? Were you thrown into the black cells as well? No. Lord Varys brought me here. Father, you've suffered greatly. Robb shook his head, his chest tightening at the sight of Ned. In his memories, Eddard Stark had always been imposing, stern, unyielding. Now he was pale, worn, with dark circles under his eyes. It was clear he had barely rested these past days. His hands and feet were bound in chains. At least in this life, his leg had not been pierced by a Lannister spear. He had been spared that pain. Leave. Get out of here. Find your sisters and take them back to the north immediately. As if finally convinced it was real, Ned reacted at once, pointing toward the door, his voice firm. I will, father. But I'll also take you back to Winterfell with me. I cannot return. Ned shook his head. Then, recalling that Robb had said Varys brought him, he continued. Did Varys send you to persuade me to confess to treason? To acknowledge Joffrey as Robert's rightful heir? Yes. That is what Lord Varys wanted me to do. Robb saw the disappointment appear on his father's face, but continued. But I won't do it. When I learned you had stepped down as Hand of the King, I feared something had gone wrong in King's Landing, so I came here disguised as a merchant. Winterfell is already prepared. Once news of your imprisonment reaches the north, things will begin to move. By now, Mother should already be gathering the bannermen. When several thousand men of the north assemble, we will march south. War? No, Robb. You are still a boy. You do not understand the horror of war. Listen to me. Leave this place. Find your sisters and take them back north. Ned shook his head immediately, his tone firm and unyielding. Father, in your eyes I may still be a boy, but I am the son of Eddard Stark, the man who helped overthrow the Targaryen dynasty, Warden of the North, Lord of Winterfell. Roose Bolton, incited by Tywin Lannister, sought to sow chaos and tear apart the Order of the North, to uproot House Stark entirely. A month ago, I went to war against House Bolton. I took the Dreadfort and executed Roose Bolton. Locking eyes with his father, Robb finally revealed everything he had done. Caitlin wrote to me that you defeated Roose Bolton. When I read it, I feared you had been wounded. You act decisively and leave your enemies no time to respond. In that, you already surpass me. Ned listened in silence. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he praised his son without reservation. Then his gaze drifted, as if recalling the past. Once, Roose Bolton answered my call and fought at my side. Now he has been executed by you. Time passes too quickly. Before we know it, the men of our generation grow old, or die. Heh. Especially that damned Robert. Dying on top of whores and leaving me this mess to clean up. Father, from what I've learned, Lord Arryn, your foster father, was poisoned by his wife, Lisa Arryn, in collusion with Baelish. And King Robert's death, though it appears natural at first glance, was also Cersei's doing. Hearing his father speak of it, Robb saw no reason to hold anything back any longer, and so he revealed the truth without hesitation. Clink, clink, clink. After hearing Robb's words, Eddard suddenly slammed both fists against the wooden floor. The chains on his body rattled violently with the sudden movement. Those bastards, damned all of them. Seeing his father lose control for a brief moment and strike the ground repeatedly, Robb understood that it was nothing more than the release of all the pent-up emotions Ed had been suppressing since arriving in King's Landing and being thrown into the black cells. After venting his anger for a while, Eddard gradually calmed. He took a deep breath, then spoke. It was Baelish who arranged all of this. He wants to provoke war between the Starks and the Lannisters. When you return, tell Caitlin everything. Have her contact her father, Lord Hoster Tully. Then join forces with the Lord of Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon, and help him take the Iron Throne. Robb listened in silence to the plan his father laid out. Then he shook his head and looked at Eddard with a steady gaze. Father, after seeing what has happened to you, I will never kneel before anyone again. Never. Robb, you. Hearing the absolute firmness in his son's voice, Eddard was stunned. He even raised his right hand as if to point at him, then stopped. He wanted to rebuke him with everything he had believed in all his life, loyalty, honor, duty. But when he saw the light in his son's eyes, and after everything he himself had suffered these past days, Eddard suddenly seemed to lose the will to speak. His hand slowly fell, and he spoke in a low voice. Since I arrived in King's Landing, I've come to understand many things. That day in the gardens, Baelish pointed out the spies surrounding me. Everyone knew everything. I knew nothing. When you asked me in Winterfell to build a network of information, you were right. These past days, without any information, I was like a blind man, led step by step into the trap. Eddard looked at Robb, who listened in silence, took a breath, and continued. Far from Winterfell, far from the bannermen who trust me, I can do nothing. In King's Landing, I was surrounded and constrained on all sides. What use was it for me to be Hand of the King? They only obeyed me because of Robert, the man standing behind me. Now that he is dead, his will was torn apart by Cersei as if it were nothing at all. The bastard she had with Jaime, Joffrey, now sits on the Iron Throne. And I am here, waiting for death with the name of traitor hanging around my neck. Father, you are not going to die. I promised Lord Varys that I would not take you out of here yet. But at midday today, I will return to the Black Cells and take you out. You can rest assured. I've already prepared the escape route. When Eddard finished speaking, Robb answered immediately, finally revealing the true purpose of his visit. Escape King's Landing. Robb, I believe you are capable of getting me out of this city. But if I flee, the Lannisters will turn my supposed treason into truth in the eyes of the realm. Eddard Stark will become, officially, a man who betrayed his king, betrayed his closest friend, and rose in rebellion against the crown. And House Stark will bear that stain with me. All the honor of my life, all the honor of House Stark, will be dragged through the mud, so that I may live a few more years burdened by endless guilt? If that is the case, how will I face my ancestors in the crypts of Winterfell when I die? As soon as he finished speaking, Eddard raised his hand to stop Robb from interrupting and continued in a resolute voice. Robb, leave this place. Take your sisters and return to Winterfell. Gather men and hold Moat Cailin. Strengthen White Harbor as well. If you do that, the Lannisters will never be able to force their way into the north. I came to this because of my foolish mercy and the honor I clung to. Robb, you are stronger than I am. Protect your mother. Protect your brothers and sisters. And if it is possible, I will wait here until you can clear my name and take me out of here the right way. Father. Knock knock knock. Just as Robb was about to insist again, a series of knocks sounded on the wooden door of the cell. It was Varys, signaling that time was up. Say no more. Go find your sisters. Understanding the meaning of the knocks, Eddard turned his face away and gestured for Robb to leave at once. Knowing he could not change his stubborn father's mind in such a short time, Robb could only grit his teeth and turn toward the exit. Hearing his son's footsteps fade away, Eddard looked back at him, his eyes filled with sorrow. When the torchlight disappeared completely, the cell was swallowed once more by endless darkness. The heavy door closed. And in the darkness, a sigh escaped, heavy with emotions too deep for words. Ah, my foolish boy, even if I abandoned all the honor of my life and fled back to the north, what would I do when I faced you, who refuses to kneel before anyone? The north, now belongs to you. Caitlin. I promised I would return soon. Forgive me, I will break that promise. Robb had no idea what thoughts were passing through his father's mind at that moment. As soon as he stepped out of the cell, he found Varys with a tense expression, already pulling the hood of his jailer's uniform over his head. Hurry. The next shift of jailers should arrive at any moment. Robb nodded and followed Varys back toward the secret passage. One will leave here. When we meet again, we will speak. As he passed Jacon's cell, the man, who had clearly been waiting for this moment, spoke with a smile. Robb had no time to deal with him. He walked past without even slowing. Creak. As soon as Robb entered through the empty cell's passage, Varys immediately shut the wooden door behind him. At that exact moment, the main door of the black cells opened from the outside, and a burly jailer in uniform, holding a torch, stepped into the corridor. Ruggan, it's time for the... As soon as he entered, the jailer saw Varys in the corridor and called out loudly. I know. Here are the keys. Varys replied in his hoarse voice, handed over the keys, and walked past him, leaving the black cells. After closing the main door behind him, the jailer let out a huge yawn. The previous night, he had spent the whole night with prostitutes. He had been counting on the dull guard duty in the black cells to get some sleep. Hey, big man. Want to hear a secret? Jaqen stretched his hand through the small wooden slit of the cell and beckoned him. Put your hand in there again and I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life using only the other one. Seeing that this prisoner, who had always been quiet and well-behaved, was acting strangely, the jailer drew his sword and threatened him. It's a secret worth at least a few dozen gold dragons. Look, I already have one here. As he spoke, Jaqen slowly opened his hand, as if performing a trick. A gold coin appeared between his fingers. Under the torchlight, the gleam of that gold dragon was hypnotic. Greed filled the jailer's eyes. He walked up to Jaqen's cell and said loudly, "If you're lying to me, you'll regret it." Reaching the cell, he placed the torch into a wall bracket, kept his sword in his right hand, and extended his left to take the coin. The moment he took the gold dragon from Jaqen's hand, he felt something like a faint sting in his palm. A pain so slight it was almost nothing. But consumed by the joy of seeing the coin was genuine, he paid it no mind. Leaning closer to the slit, he asked eagerly, "Speak. What's the secret?" Scorpion venom, a poison from Essos. Extremely rare. A small vial alone is worth dozens of gold dragons. Once it enters the body through the bloodstream, within minutes it begins to accelerate the heart rate. As time passes, the effect worsens. In the end, the victim's heart beats so fast that it bursts. Hearing Jaqen suddenly explain that knowledge of poison, the burly jailer replied impatiently. What kind of nonsense is that? I don't care about any of that. I just want to know one thing. Aside from that gold dragon in your hand, where are the rest? The rest? They're already circulating inside your body. With a smile, Jaqen pointed at him. Inside my body. Hearing that, the jailer finally reacted. At once, he remembered the faint sting he had felt in his palm when he took the coin. He hurriedly opened his left hand and saw, right in the center of his palm, a tiny red dot no bigger than a grain of wheat. Almost immediately, he felt his heart begin to race violently, just as Jaqen had described. Ah, you poisoned me? Give me the antidote, now. The antidote is with me. Come inside and take it. Seeing the jailer reach his hand into the cell, Jaqen smiled and slowly stepped back, retreating once more into the darkness. Desperate, the jailer did not think it through. He pulled his arm back, took the keys from his belt, and opened the wooden door, stepping inside with his sword in hand. Ah! A short, abrupt scream echoed, just as expected. Not long after, the jailer stepped out of the cell. He locked the wooden door again and muttered to himself. What poison? Who wouldn't have their heart racing after a scare like that? Using the secret passage, Robb soon returned to the Tower of the Hand. When he emerged from the tunnel, the sun had already risen in the east, casting its light over all of Westeros. He did not follow Varys' suggestion to go straight to the chambers in the Tower of the Hand and then leave the Red Keep through the passage. Instead, he stood by the window of the Tower Hall, carefully watching the imposing Maegor's holdfast not far away. Sansa was there. Robb did not act rashly. At that moment, the Red Keep was under heavy guard. And it was not only the large number of gold cloaks. Barristan Selmy alone, leading the Kingsguard, was not someone to face lightly. Even in old age, Barristan the Bold was the kind of man who grew old without truly weakening. Combined with Jaime's monstrous skill with the sword, even with Robb's greatly increased strength, facing the two of them alone might leave him with no chance of escaping alive. As the sun rose higher, large groups of gold cloaks began moving inside the Red Keep. Nearly half of them were withdrawn from the castle. Robb knew this was either to continue the search for him, or to maintain order during the king's funeral that day. Sensing that the opportunity had come, he began moving silently toward the base of the Tower of the Hand. The ground floor of the Tower of the Hand was directly connected to Maegor's holdfast. And since no one was currently living there, there was naturally no fixed guard in place. Even so, watching from the staircase on the second floor, Robb saw a gold cloak on patrol slowly emerging from the passage connecting Maegor's holdfast to the hall of the Tower of the Hand. The man walked to the center of the ground floor hall before turning back the same way. When the soldier disappeared back into Maegor's holdfast, Robb seized the opening and dashed down from the second floor to the connecting passage, holding his breath as he waited for the man to make his next round. Step, step. The gold cloak began walking slowly again, patrolling toward the hall of the Tower of the Hand. The moment he stepped inside, a black-gloved hand shot out from the right, seized his throat, and dragged him into the shadows. With his left arm, Robb locked the man's neck, preventing any cry for help. With his right hand, he gripped the gold cloak's jaw and twisted it to the left. Instinctively, the soldier strained his neck to the right in resistance. Feeling that resistance, Robb suddenly reversed the motion and twisted hard to the right. Crack! The man's own resistance turned into force in the same direction as Robb's movement. His neck snapped easily. His windpipe was crushed, and even his cervical spine broke. Soon after hiding the corpse and ice inside a cabinet in the hall, Robb put on the gold cloak's armor and walked openly toward Maegor's holdfast. Just as he expected, there were far fewer guards inside. Using the gold cloak helmet, keeping his head lowered and moving as if on routine patrol, he passed through the area without drawing any attention. Upon reaching the internal staircase, Robb glanced quickly to both sides and began climbing. He had just passed the second floor and was about to move to the third when he suddenly heard footsteps coming down from above. Robb reacted instantly, stepping back to the second floor and slipping silently into an empty room beside the staircase, hiding behind the door. Hound, before we depart, take my betrothed downstairs. At my father's funeral, her cries need to be loud. Dressed in golden royal garments, Joffrey descended the stairs while giving orders to the Hound. Hearing his voice, Robb slowly moved his hand toward the hilt of his sword. Your Grace, it is nearly time. Your ceremonial attire should already be prepared. An old, firm, powerful voice followed immediately after Joffrey spoke. The moment he heard it, Robb understood. That could only be Barristan the Bold. Hound, we'll change first. After that, don't forget what I told you. As you command, Your Grace. Hearing Barristan's voice, Robb withdrew his hand from his sword and held his breath, remaining motionless behind the door. Joffrey's group descended quickly, never even considering checking the rooms on the second floor. Once they had gone, Robb stepped out cautiously and resumed climbing. At the highest level of Maegor's holdfast, Sansa, tall, slender, and delicate-faced, paced back and forth inside the room where she was being kept, her face filled with worry. Not long ago, she had begged Joffrey to spare her father, but all she had received in return was mockery and cold words. At that moment, she felt deeply that without her father's support, she was nothing, someone without any standing. Creak. The door to the room opened. A gold cloak entered quickly and shut the door behind him. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Don't come any closer. I am the daughter of the Hand of the King. Seeing the guard acting so suspiciously, Sansa panicked and retreated again and again, trying to threaten him. Hearing his sister's familiar voice, Robb removed his helmet and spoke softly. Sansa, it's me, Robb. At that moment, upon seeing her brother's face, Sansa seemed to come back to life. Like a bird returning to its nest, she ran to him and threw herself into his arms. Robb, father was thrown into the dungeons, and Septa Mordain, because of me. Since Eddard's arrest, Sansa had endured everything alone in silence. But seeing her older brother before her, all the pressure she had been holding inside collapsed at once, and she could no longer hold back her tears. With his left arm, Robb pulled her close. With his right hand, he gently stroked her long auburn hair and comforted her in a low voice. Sansa, don't cry. We're going home. What? Sansa disappeared? And the guards below didn't see her leave Maegor's holdfast. Hearing the hound's hurried report, Joffrey, already mounted on a fine white horse and about to depart, frowned and demanded irritably. Yes, your grace. Joff, have the guards watch all nearby entrances and exits. Sansa won't get far. Right now, nobles great and small are already waiting for your father's funeral. We cannot delay. Beside him, Cersei, seated in her litter, thought for a moment before giving her advice. We'll do it like that. Since my betrothed wants to play hide and seek, hound, you stay behind. Find her for me. When I return, I'll play with her myself. With a cruel smile on his face, Joffrey gave the order to the hound, then turned his head forward. Move out. At his command, the imposing procession began to leave the Red Keep through the inner castle gates. Among the procession, Varys kept a grave expression. He already suspected that Sansa's disappearance had something to do with Robb. Littlefinger, meanwhile, cast a thoughtful glance toward Maegor's holdfast before riding off with the rest. Inside the holdfast, besides the royal chambers, there was a large ballroom as well. The hall was spacious enough to accommodate over 100 people. A gallery ran above it, and along it were great arched windows. The lower walls were decorated with polished silver mirrors, reflecting the sunlight from outside and spreading it throughout the hall. The walls and columns were adorned with intricate carvings. Human figures, dragons, stags, and other symbols. Behind one of the columns carved with the crowned stag of House Baratheon, Robb stood holding Sansa's hand, hiding with her there for quite some time. Because of the large-scale search across King's Landing and the reinforcement of the king's funeral, the number of guards inside the Red Keep had dropped to the lowest level in its history. And since its construction, Maegor's holdfast had been designed as a vast square fortress, full of corners where someone could hide. Because of that, although the hound was leading groups of gold cloaks and guards in separate searches throughout the holdfast, they had not yet reached the ballroom. Robb raised his eyes toward the bright sun outside the arched windows and murmured, It's time. Robb, time for what? So close to him, Sansa heard the whisper and asked softly. Robb did not answer with words. He simply smiled and pointed to his ear, telling her to listen closely. Long ago, during the war at the Dreadfort, Bloodwind had already been able to track the scouts of House Bolton and relay rough information to Robb even from a distance. And as he continued to grow, the range of that intimate connection between them had only increased. While calming Sansa, Robb also sent a firm command through that bond to his loyal companion waiting outside King's Landing. Howl, Bloodwind. Outside the Gate of the Gods, about 3 or 4 kilometers from the city walls, there stood a perfectly ordinary inn. At that moment, however, it was anything but ordinary. Around the inn, 70 or 80 Lannister soldiers maintained a silent perimeter. Torrhen and 2 knights of Winterfell had already been captured. The 3 were bound, their hands tied with rope, and hung inside the inn storeroom. Clang, clang, clang. In the courtyard behind the inn, a special wagon, far larger than a normal one, began to shake violently. The enclosed compartment rattled from side to side, and metallic sounds echoed from within. On the low roof of the inn, rows of crossbowmen lay in position, aiming at the vehicle with loaded weapons. Hearing the noise from the reinforced wagon, they exchanged glances and tightened their grips nervously. Clang, 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 creak, creak. The wagon shook even more violently, the impacts coming faster and harder. Then, unable to withstand it any longer, the structure of the compartment burst apart from within, exploding into shards of metal and broken planks. And under the midday sun, a massive dire wolf emerged, its body covered in gleaming metal armor. It was Bloodwind. The armor covering his entire body was formed of heavy metal plates joined by rivets. There was no ornamentation. The finish was rough and crude, yet for that very reason it radiated a brutal sense of primal strength. Aside from the eyes, the elongated snout, the paws, the tail, and parts of the joints, nearly his entire body was protected. Having been confined for nearly half a month inside that dark, sealed compartment, with only a small opening through which he had been fed, Bloodwind was filled with excitement at finally being able to stretch his body and move freely. But even in that state, he did not forget the command Robb had sent him. Planting his forepaws on the shattered wagon, he drew in a deep breath. His abdomen tightened, and then he lifted his head toward the sky and released a long howl powerful enough to echo across all of King's Landing. A woo-woo-woo. The howl, filled with force and piercing intensity, spread through the air in seconds. Everyone in King's Landing who was not deaf could hear it. Before the Great Sept of Baelor, in King's Landing, the entire sept was draped with black banners bearing the crowned stag of House Baratheon, along with matching funeral ornaments. The High Septon stood at the top of the stone steps before the September nobles great and small were arranged along both sides of the staircase according to their status, leaving the center clear for Joffrey and his procession. That day, Cersei wore a blood-red ceremonial gown adorned with splendid jewels. From the expression on her face, it seemed she was attending a feast rather than her husband's funeral. Joffrey wore a noble black outfit, with a matching black cloak marked with the crowned stag of Baratheon, his hand resting on the golden hilt of the sword at his waist. His appearance alone was enough to make many noble ladies present whisper among themselves. Joffrey began climbing the stone steps. Cersei, Baelish, Varys, Pycelle, and the other members of the council followed behind. Barry Stan, Jaime, Meryn Trant, and the other Kingsguard guarded their flanks. A woo-woo-woo! When Bloodwind's howl reached them, it was as if everyone present had been struck by a freezing spell. For a moment, all of them froze. Silence fell over the scene. Ah, how frightening. What was that? A monster. It sounded like a wolf's howl. Impossible? What wolf howls like that? A wolf with dragon blood. After recovering from the shock, the crowd of nobles erupted into chatter, turning the steps into a noisy market. Uncle Jaime, what was that? Joffrey, pale, his legs nearly giving out, asked from where he stood. Jaime turned toward the direction of the sound, toward the Gate of the Gods, and answered firmly. That was Robb Stark's dire wolf. Can dire wolves really make a sound like that? Or is it just his? Cersei frowned and asked. Jaime shook his head, thinking quickly. I don't know, but if it can howl like that, then it is no ordinary beast. If I'm not mistaken, something must have gone wrong at the inn. My informant told me that although the beast is enormous, it can still be killed. During the battle at the Dreadfort, ordinary arrows were enough to wound it badly. If even the crossbowmen I stationed couldn't handle it. After a brief pause, Jaime immediately turned to Cersei. You proceed with the funeral at the Great Sept. I'll take some men and investigate. Cersei nodded and pulled Joffrey, who still looked shaken, forward to continue climbing the steps. All the other Kingsguard, except Jaime, followed them. You, with me. Jaime gathered 3 groups of gold cloaks and headed down the street to the left of the Great Sept of Baelor. Lord Jaime, that direction leads to the Alchemist's Guild. One of the captains behind him noticed he was not heading toward the inn and spoke up. Be quiet. Just follow me. Street of Steel, Tubho-Mot's smithy. Dressed in a leather jerkin, Gendry swung his hammer with force, sending sparks flying from the glowing metal he worked on. A woo-woo-woo! When the howl echoed over King's Landing, Gendry froze for a moment. Then he dropped everything, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He turned, grabbed a finely crafted bull-horned helmet from the table, along with a heavy warhammer, and muttered eagerly. The signal's here. Ha, now that the gold cloaks are under Lord Baelish's temporary command, he's naturally very interested in gold. But 50 dragons is still not enough. It might not be enough to convince him to promote me. At the top of the South Tower, outside the Red Keep, Gly stood beside Cray, looking down at the shimmering waters of the Blackwater below the cliff, making his intentions clear. A woo-woo-woo! Cray had already grown impatient with his persistence and was about to give a perfunctory reply just to end the conversation when he heard the distant, thunderous howl of the wolf. The 4 men under Cray, already in position, exchanged glances and immediately drew the daggers from their waists, lunging at Blake, Dax, and the other 5 gold cloaks, who stood frozen in shock at the sound of the howl. The 4 prepared men gave them no chance to react. In an instant, their throats were cut, and blood began to spill across the stones of the tower. Damn it! CLYM, didn't you say coming on duty today was just to let someone pass in secret? Why are you killing people? How am I supposed to explain this to my superiors? By the time Gly understood what was happening, his 5 men were already lying on the ground. He rushed forward, grabbed Cray's sleeve, and demanded loudly. If I've reached the point of killing, it's because I've already thought everything through for you. Hearing the accusation, Cray replied calmly. The moment he finished speaking, he twisted sharply, and his dagger slit Gly's throat in a single motion. The dead don't need to explain anything. As Gly clutched his bleeding neck with one hand and pointed at him with the other, Cray shook his head. Reaching into the man's coat, he retrieved the pouch of gold dragons. Then he shoved Gly off the South Tower. The body plummeted toward the waters below. You two stay here. Clean the bodies and keep watch. You come with me to the south gate of the Red Keep. After giving the order simply, Cray followed the plan, walking along the wall of the South Tower toward the fortress's southern gate. In King's Landing, in an alley between the Street of Flower and Flea Bottom, Arya, filthy and foul-smelling, curled beneath an overhang like a common beggar, sleeping. The day before, a large number of gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers had torn through Flea Bottom. Thinking they had come to capture her, Arya, with her usual agility, had slipped into a filthy sewer and escaped the search. A woo-woo-woo! A familiar howl tore her awake. She shook her head, fully alert, then pinched her thigh hard. The pain told her she wasn't dreaming. In the next instant, she sprang to her feet and ran toward the source of the sound. Back in Winterfell, the first time Bloodwind had appeared before them, he had already howled at the sky. Because of that, Arya recognized the sound immediately. Only this time, the howl was far louder. What is a trump card? It is an absolute weapon known only to you. A secret, deadly move capable of deciding everything when used at the right moment. The special armor secretly commissioned for Bloodwind was known only to Robb and the smiths of Winterfell who had forged it. When the group rested at the Boar's Head Inn near the Crown Lands, Robb had personally climbed onto the wagon to calm Bloodwind. In truth, he had taken the opportunity to open the hidden compartment of the special cart, retrieve the armor, and fitted it onto him. In Robb's plan, once the dire wolf, whose attributes already far surpassed those of a normal dire wolf, was equipped with that armor, he would become the most lethal hidden weapon of all, second only to dragons and wildfire. Torrin and the other two men left at the inn, fearing Bloodwind might lose control without Robb nearby, had never dared to open the main compartment of the wagon. They limited themselves to feeding him at fixed intervals. And the Lannister soldiers who had surrounded the inn over the past days, although informed that a dire wolf was inside, had never been able to clearly see what was there. The special compartment was dark and sealed, and nothing could be distinguished through the small feeding gap. Besides, they themselves had little interest in feeding Bloodwind. Because of that, when they now saw Bloodwind completely covered in wolf-forged armor, everyone in the courtyard of the small inn stood stunned. At the front of the special wagon, the two draft horses had been so terrified by Bloodwind's howl that their legs gave out and they collapsed to the ground. One of them, weaker-willed, foamed at the mouth and lost control of its bowels, nearly dying from sheer terror. Thunk, 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 clang, clang, clang. As soon as the enormous armored dire wolf steadied himself after the howl, the crossbowmen, snapping out of their shock and panic, pulled their triggers almost at the same time. Sensing danger, Bloodwind pushed off with his powerful limbs and leapt from the wagon. Some bolts were easily avoided. The ones that struck him slammed against the metal plates of his armor, producing sharp metallic clangs. After nearly half a month confined inside a suffocating, dark compartment, and weakened by hunger, the wolf barely finished evading that first volley before immediately assuming the stance of a predator ready to strike. After firing their first volley and seeing that it had caused no damage, the crossbowmen hurriedly grabbed their windlasses and began reloading. Bloodwind's armor weighed more than 180 kilograms. For a normal wolf, that would have been unimaginable. But for him, whose attributes had already reached their limits, that weight was entirely within what his body could handle. Aside from a slight reduction in speed, he felt no discomfort. So while the crossbowmen were still reloading, the wolf did not stand still like a fool. Encased in armor, he charged forward like a war machine, smashing through a door and bursting into one of the inn's rooms. His ears twitched twice. Then he suddenly leapt, his massive wolf head crashing through the ceiling, reaching the legs of a crossbowman positioned on the roof. His fangs clamped down on the man's legs, and he was dragged down. Help me, ah! On the roof of the inn, the remaining 19 crossbowmen stared at the hole and heard, from below, a short but utterly desperate scream that silenced them all. A monstrous shadow burst through the shattered roof once more. Bloodwind clearly intended to leap onto the roof, but his weight was so great that, as he surged upward, he tore away 2 sections of the structure, dragging 2 more crossbowmen down into another room. No, that thing is a monster? Run! Hearing the horrific screams echoing from the gaping hole, one of the crossbowmen completely lost his nerve and jumped from the roof into the courtyard below. Crack! The fall instantly shattered both his legs, twisting them grotesquely. Even so, he kept screaming as he tried to crawl away with his hands. The remaining crossbowmen on the roof began to break as well, running frantically toward the ladder. To Bloodwind, the sound of men scrambling and crawling across the roof was a perfect guide. Another section of the roof exploded apart, and yet another crossbowman was dragged screaming into the darkness below. Don't move! That thing is tracking the sound of us moving. Whoever moves dies. At that moment, one of the crossbowmen, sharper-minded even in panic, noticed the pattern and shouted. Hearing him, the survivors froze in place, not daring to move. That same man rose into a half-crouch, tore a roof tile loose, and threw it about 2 meters ahead while aiming his already loaded crossbow in that direction. The massive wolf head burst through the roof, lunging precisely toward where the tile had landed. He pulled the trigger, but with debris flying everywhere and blocking his vision, the bolt failed to strike the wolf's eye, hitting only the armor covering its head. He grabbed the windlass again, reloaded, and repeated the trick, tossing another tile ahead. A dark shape burst through the roof. This time, the bolt struck something with a dull, wet sound. Seeing the hit, he began to smile. Then the figure he had struck fell back onto the roof. He looked closer. It was half a torn body, one of his companions. Staring at the mangled remains, he seemed to hear something. Slowly, he lowered his head and looked at his own feet. Letting out a bitter laugh, he muttered, "Ha, smart bastard." The roof exploded beneath him, and he vanished. The wolf's howl, echoing across all of King's Landing, naturally reached the Red Keep. Inside the fortress, all the gold cloaks assigned to guard and patrol duty were first stunned by the sound. Soon after, they could not help but gather in small groups, whispering among themselves. "Robb, that was Bloodwind. When you said earlier that the time had come, you meant it was time for us to leave, didn't you?" In the ballroom, remembering how Robb had only pointed to his ear before the familiar howl sounded, Sansa asked softly, Let's go." Robb smiled at his sister, nodded, and pulled her out from behind the pillar. Creak. Just as the two stepped into the center of the vast hall, the dark red doors opened, and a tall figure appeared outside. It was a massive man, only slightly shorter than the mountain, his body packed with dense, well-defined muscles. The right side of his face was stern and worn, with pronounced cheekbones, thick brows, and gray eyes. But the left side was grotesque. The flesh had been burned and twisted. His ear was almost entirely gone, leaving only a dark hollow. Beneath it stretched a mass of scar tissue, ridged and warped, full of pits and twisted flesh. Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Joffrey's loyal guard. Back in Winterfell, Robb had already dealt with him, but he had never truly studied him up close. Now, seeing him like this, even Robb had to admit it. Sandor's face was hard to look at. An ordinary person would feel fear at the mere sight of him. Can you pretend you didn't see us? Knowing the Hound harbored unspoken feelings for Sansa, Robb did not attack immediately. Instead, he spoke in a low voice. Dressed in dark mail, the Hound did not answer. He simply drew the sword at his waist. Even so, he was clearly holding back. He did not shout for the other guards, and he even shut the ballroom doors behind him. Robb pushed Sansa toward the edge of the hall and drew the common sword at his waist. You know I wounded that armored brute you call a brother. If the moment hadn't been bad, I could have killed him right there. You hate him more than anyone, don't you? Let us pass. In the future, I can kill the mountain for you myself. The two stood facing each other in the center of the hall. Tilting his head slightly, Robb smiled as he spoke. At those words, Sandor's eyes flickered for a moment, as if the idea had shaken him. But at this point, he was still loyal to Joffrey, loyal to the Lannisters. Sword in hand, he stepped forward and struck straight at Robb. Robb's blade moved second, but arrived first. In a swift motion, he struck the forward third of the Hound's blade. Sandor's strength was not small, but it was still inferior to Robb's. The clash knocked his sword aside, breaking the flow of his attack. Come with me to Winterfell. I can make you Sansa's personal guard. Taking advantage of the moment before Sandor could resume his attack, Robb spoke again. Hearing this, the Hound's eyes shifted involuntarily towards Sansa, who stood at the edge of the hall, silent and beautiful. The instant he was distracted, Robb brought his sword down in a vertical strike toward his left shoulder. Clang, clang, clang. As soon as Robb attacked, Sandor reacted at once, raising his blade to block. A vertical strike. A horizontal cut. A downward slash. Sandor blocked all three in succession. Though his movements were slightly rushed, his fundamentals were solid, and his level was high. After the three strikes were blocked, Robb suddenly planted his left foot as a pivot, twisted his body to the right, and unleashed a powerful horizontal slash. The Hound gripped his sword with both hands and set it along the outside of his left arm to block. But in that same instant, his left leg was swept out from beneath him. Losing his balance at once, his massive body tilted sideways in midair and slammed heavily onto the ground. As he had twisted to deliver the cut, Robb had also thrown his right leg forward in parallel with the motion of the blade. Sandor blocked the sword, but never noticed the leg, and was brought down instantly. The fall was heavy. Sandor shook his head, trying to rise, but the cold, gleaming tip of Robb's sword was already pressed against his throat. Do it. Lowering his gaze to the blade, Sandor closed his eyes and spoke. The blade slowly withdrew from his neck. Robb looked at him and said, I respect your loyalty to the Lannisters. But don't let House Clegane define who you are. You are not a dog. You are a man. You are Sandor Clegane. And in the end, thank you for taking care of Sansa in King's Landing. After saying this, Robb took Sansa's hand and led her out of the hall. Behind them, Sandor listened, something unfamiliar flickering in his eyes. To many, Sandor was nothing more than a brutal, ugly killer. But to Sansa, he was the one who had protected her. In the original story, after the Battle of the Blackwater, when wildfire shattered his mind, Sandor abandoned the battlefield and went to Sansa's chambers. At that moment, he had intended to take her away from King's Landing, back to Winterfell. But Sansa refused him. Even then, Sandor could have done whatever he wished with her. But he did not. He left in silence. That was why, from the beginning, Robb had tried to persuade him with words. If he could bring him under his command, he would gain a formidable fighter. That said, throughout that entire exchange of blows, Robb's combat awareness and swordsmanship had grown without him even realizing it, reaching an almost absurd level. It was true that Sandor had been distracted for a moment. Even so, subduing him in just a few moves was not something an ordinary man could accomplish. Robb pulled Sansa toward the passage connecting Maegor's Holdfast and the Tower of the Hand. Whenever they encountered guards they could avoid, they did. Those they could not avoid died beneath Robb's blade. More than 10 minutes later, already inside the Great Hall of the Tower of the Hand, Robb retrieved ice. Earlier, while fighting Sandor, he had not had the mental space to pay attention to the thoughts Bloodwind had been sending him. Now, finally with a moment to catch his breath, he could sense what the wolf had been trying to convey. Idiots, delicious. Shaking his head, speechless, Robb had no desire to find out what kind of meal Bloodwind had discovered this time. Instead, through the bond between them, he sent the command for the wolf to regroup with him. Through that connection, they could sense each other's approximate location, so Robb had no concern that Bloodwind would lose his way. At the same time, Cray, accompanied by one of his men, arrived at the southern gate of the Red Keep's outer wall by way of the battlements. What are you two doing here instead of guarding the south tower? Nearly 50 gold cloaks stood watch over the southern gate. One of the captains, seeing Cray approach from the direction of the south tower, called out, We received an urgent order from Lord Baelish to inform you that you are to move to the Gate of the Gods and provide support. With a tense, hurried expression, Cray spoke while pulling an order document from inside his clothing. The captain took the document and examined it carefully. It does bear the commander's seal. But if we leave, who holds this position? We'll hold it for now. Reinforcements from the south tower will be sent shortly. Move quickly. The north gate has likely received the same order. We can't afford to waste time. Faced with the question, Cray lied without the slightest change in expression. He had no fear of being exposed. The order carried a perfectly authentic commander's seal. Moreover, the Red Keep stood in the southeastern corner of King's Landing, while the Gate of the Gods lay to the northwest. By the time they realized the truth and returned, Cray and the others would already be long gone. Advertisement. Crack, crack, crack. Bloodwind was gnawing on a bone when he felt the call deep within his mind. Instantly, he stopped chewing, his jaws still slick with blood, and raised his massive, fur-covered head. After identifying Robb's approximate direction, he leapt nimbly over severed limbs and grotesque corpses, sprinting toward the Gate of the Gods. By the time Bloodwind had all but wiped out all the crossbowmen on the roof, the almost 80 Lannister soldiers hidden around the small inn finally reacted to the screams from the back and rushed forward to surround him. But those expecting to face nothing more than a dire wolf instead found themselves confronted by a monstrous beast clad in full wolf-forged armor. After a completely one-sided massacre, with more than half their number dead or wounded, the few remaining Lannister soldiers, barely more than 10, lost all courage. They threw down their weapons and fled in panic, stumbling over one another. Even so, one Lannister soldier, remembering his duty, managed to ignite the prearranged smoke signal before fleeing. A thick column of black smoke rose into the blue sky, covered in blood and bearing the marks of countless blows on his armor, yet without a single injury. Bloodwind did not pursue the fleeing men. Instead, he paused to satisfy the fierce hunger gnawing at him after so long without proper food. It is worth mentioning that, perhaps because he was too far from Robb, the Lannister soldiers slain by Bloodwind did not release even a trace of red mist. The innkeeper and his servants, seeing the horrific scene through the rear window, covered their mouths and hid, trembling behind cabinets, terrified that the wolf might notice them. As for the lucky Torrhen and the 2 knights of Winterfell, with the Lannister soldiers either dead or fled, no one remained to guard them. Seizing the opportunity, Torrhen loosened the ropes with his teeth and freed himself. After releasing the other 2, the 3 of them, seeing Bloodwind in the midst of carnage and Robb nowhere in sight, did not dare approach. Only after the dire wolf left the inn's courtyard did they retrieve weapons, mount the horses in front of the inn, and ride after him toward the Gate of the Gods. Ah, it's a monster? Run. So that was the beast that howled just now? It's far too big. Could it have dragon blood? Bloodwind charged down the King's Road. Everyone who saw him threw themselves aside, screaming and fleeing in panic. After he passed like a blur, the braver ones began whispering among themselves, staring at his retreating form. Within 4 or 5 minutes, he was already nearing the Gate of the Gods of King's Landing. The guards spotted his silhouette from afar. Before the gate, dozens of gold cloaks stood in the front line, armed with kite shields and iron-tipped spears, while those in the rear held service swords, trying to form a defensive line in a hurry, their faces tense. Quick, quick, close ranks. Don't be afraid, it's nothing more than an oversized dire wolf. When it hits the line, use your spears on the parts the armor doesn't cover, and with your swords, cut at its legs from below. Behind them, a captain shouted orders, trying to steady his men and instruct them how to fight. But the moment he finished speaking and saw the armored wolf drawing ever closer, he swallowed hard and quietly slipped behind the heavy gate. With nearly 800 kilograms of body mass, combined with almost 200 kilograms of armor, charging at a speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, Bloodwind slammed into the formation of gold cloaks. In the blink of an eye, he struck them like a runaway cart. Crack, crack, boom, boom. The 2 gold cloaks in the front line, standing side by side with their shields raised, were hit at the same instant. The mass of Bloodwind's armored body crashed into the shields, and the force of the impact crushed the chests of the men behind them. Their ribcages caved in grotesquely. At the same time, the impact hurled them backward into the air. Even as they flew, blood poured from their mouths. There was no chance of survival. Clang, clang. A few gold cloaks found their courage and thrust their spears into his massive body. But the spearheads only left scratches on the thick armor before being deflected, and the men themselves were thrown aside by the brutal collision. After building up speed with all that heavy armor, Bloodwind was no longer something that could be stopped by human strength. Boom, boom, boom. Though the bodies of the gold cloaks slowed him slightly, he still had more than enough momentum. He tore through the formation like a plow of flesh and blood, leaving a crimson trail behind him. After completely breaking through the line, Bloodwind, now splattered with fresh blood, charged straight toward the Red Keep. On both sides of the shattered formation, the surviving gold cloaks, those who had been better positioned, stared at his retreating form in pure terror. The captain, hiding behind the gate, shouted for them to pursue the creature, but none dared take a single step. From the Gate of the Gods in the northwest corner to the Red Keep in the southeast, King's Landing was lined with wide stone streets, allowing the massive wolf to run without needing to wind through narrow alleys. But once inside the city, because of slopes, stairways, stalls, and all manner of urban obstacles, his speed gradually decreased. In addition, the city was crowded. Even as people screamed and fled at the sight of him, the sheer mass of bodies still slowed his advance. Before, Bloodwind could have leapt onto rooftops and crossed King's Landing by bounding from house to house, avoiding obstacles below. But now, with his current weight, many rooftops of common buildings would not support him, just as the fragile roof of the small inn had failed earlier. Of course, this was not an issue for the city walls, the Dragon Pit, the Red Keep, or the solid mansions near Aegon's Hill. After all, those structures had once borne the weight of dragons. The Cobbler's Square, recently cleared of burned remains, lay directly along the path he needed to cross to reach the Red Keep. When Jaime saw the column of smoke rising from the direction of the Gate of the Gods, he had already led his men to the square. The smoke was the signal that the trap he had set had failed. Although he still did not know whether the trouble at the inn had truly been caused by the dire wolf, Jaime turned his gaze toward the Red Keep. And he understood. Robb's true objective could only be one: to rescue Ed from the Black Cells. And so, under his command, the soldiers formed ranks in the Cobbler's Square, waiting for their arrival. Clack, clack. In the Black Cells beneath the Red Keep, near the exit of the secret passage hidden within an empty cell, Robb emerged from the tunnel, pulling Sansa by the hand. He carefully opened the cell door and observed the corridor of the Black Cells. No one was there. The main door of the Black Cells stood wide open. Near the entrance, a ring of keys had fallen to the ground, and a torch burned on the wall. Time was short. Robb did not waste a moment. Turning back, he pulled ice from the scabbard Sansa carried, walked to the entrance, shut the main door of the Black Cells, and picked up the keys from the ground. He did not know exactly what had happened there, but the two monstrous prisoners who had made noise earlier were now eerily silent. And as he passed Jacon's cell, he caught a strong scent of blood. Even so, there was no time to investigate. Taking Sansa with him, he went straight to Eddard's cell and unlocked the door with the keys. Following close behind, Sansa held the scabbard in one hand and the torch she had taken from the wall in the other. Filled with anxiety and hope, the two siblings stepped into the cell together to free their father. Robb, Sansa. Hearing the cell door open, Eddard stood. When he saw his children enter, his face immediately lit with joy. Father. Seeing her father, Sansa ran to him, her face full of emotion, and threw herself straight into his arms. With his hands still bound by chains, Eddard carefully stroked his daughter's red hair, afraid the iron monocles might strike her by accident. Father, we need to go. Time is short. You can talk once we're safe. Sansa, move aside for a moment. I'll remove father's chains. Robb leaned ice against the wall and approached with the keys to unlock Eddard's restraints. No, Robb. What I said before was serious. Find Arya and take your sisters back to the north. Hearing this, Eddard shook his head and answered with a firm expression. Father, stop talking about that damned honor. It isn't worth a copper? Do you know what? To come save you, more than 10 of our men died in King's Landing. Not even their bodies can return to the north. If you don't come with us, then their deaths will have been in vain. I know what you're thinking. The honor of your whole life, the honor of House Stark. But have you thought about Mother? Have you thought about us? Father? I swear to you, if you don't leave today, you will die here in King's Landing. The first time, because of the jailer's shift change, Robb had not had time to continue the conversation with Eddard. Now, seeing his father still refusing to leave, all the anger he had been holding back exploded, and he shouted, Robb, Father. Sansa, who had stepped out of Eddard's arms and now stood between the two of them, did not know what to do at the sight of her brother's fury. Of those men who died trying to rescue me, take good care of their families. As for death, Robb, I grew up among warriors. I learned long ago how to face it. Go, find Arya, take your sisters, and return to the north. Looking at Robb, consumed by fury, Eddard calmly sat back down in the corner of the cell and answered serenely. Seeing his father so calm, Robb clenched his teeth. The veins in his forehead stood out, and his fists tightened as he held back the anger burning inside him. 1,000 thoughts passed through his mind. Keep trying to persuade him? Knock his father unconscious and drag him away by force? Or simply tell him that Joffrey intended to behead him? In the end, Robb drew in a deep breath, unclenched his fists, and spoke. Father, I will respect your choice. Do you have anything to say to Mother? Tell Catelyn to forgive me. Hearing that and seeing the sorrow on her father's face, tears spilled from Sansa's eyes. Father, please, come with us to Winterfell. Please, I'm begging you. Sansa, let's go. When father makes a decision, no one can make him change his mind. Seeing Eddard close his eyes and refuse to say another word, Robb took hold of Sansa and pulled her out of the cell. Hearing their footsteps fade, Eddard opened his eyes and looked after them. His lips moved, as if he wanted to call them back. But in the end, he remained silent. For 3 months, Robb had been moving pieces across the board, planning everything, sacrificing the lives of more than 10 men just to reach that black cell. And still, Eddard would rather wait for death in King's Landing than return north with his son. With his chest burning with rage, Robb led Sansa to the door of the black cells and kicked it open. Outside the door was a dark, damp stone stairway, with torches fixed to the walls at regular intervals. Climbing it, they reached the second level of the dungeons. The second level was made up of more common barred cells. In the central hall, 6 jailers were gathered around a long table, about to eat lunch. The moment one of them saw Robb coming up from the black cells with a sword in hand, he immediately drew the sword at his waist and rushed straight at him. Perfect timing. Robb was already desperate to vent his anger on someone. Sword in hand, he charged forward to meet him. The combination of Robb's monstrously strong arms and the great two-handed sword was terrifying, and that jailer felt it in the final instant of his life. Seeing the man rush toward him, Robb raised ice with both hands and brought it down in a vertical strike with all his strength. The jailer raised his own sword above his head, gripping it with both hands, and the blade collided with Robb's. It did not cleave the refined King's Landing steel sword in two. Valyrian steel was lighter, harder, and far sharper than ordinary steel, but its true value came from the enchantments and special techniques used in its forging. In an age where magic had already weakened, a Valyrian steel weapon could not cut through iron as if it were butter. Even so, it remained superior to the finest refined weapons. But that mattered little here. The jailer did manage to block it, but only for an instant. All the strength in Robb's body came down with the sword, crushing the man's weapon downward from above his head down to the floor. Ice's sharp edge opened the jailer from forehead to groin. For a few seconds, he remained standing in place, expressionless. Then a line of blood appeared down the middle of his face, continuing all the way to his lower body. His body split open like a fruit split in half, and organs, blood, and viscera began spilling across the floor. Even though his own sword had prevented him from being fully cleaved in two, the sight of him split halfway open was even bloodier and more horrifying. The second jailer, who had also charged forward, instantly regretted it the moment he saw his companion die in one blow. But he was already too close to Robb to retreat. He could only attack. So he thrust his sword with all his strength. Robb lifted his sword from low to high, deflecting the attack. Using the momentum of the collision, he let the blade arc over his head and then brought down another powerful diagonal slash. The jailer's right arm had gone numb from the shock of the first block. He had no time to raise his sword in defense. Robb's strike cut him diagonally into two halves. The lower half of his body remained standing for an instant, spraying an absurd amount of blood. Not only was Robb covered by the red spray, but Sansa, just behind him with both hands covering her mouth, was also spattered with blood. The other three jailers, seeing that blood-soaked figure kill with brutality almost equal to the mountains, turned in panic and ran toward the first floor of the prison. After killing two men to release his anger, Robb saw that the second jailer had been carrying the keys to the cells. Since he needed them, he decided not to chase the others. "Lord Robb, thank the gods, you're safe." As he bent down to pick up the keys, a voice came from a cell farther away. It was Eddard Karstark, waving to him. Robb quickly went to the cell door. Eddard was indeed there, unharmed, exactly as Varys had said. His face covered in blood, Robb still smiled as he spoke to the man he suspected of being the spy. "Eddard, good. You're safe too. I'll get you out now." As soon as he spoke, he opened the cell and freed him. "Robb, you are Eddard Stark's eldest son." Eddard had barely stepped out of the cell when a man with reddish gold hair and hard features rose in the next cell and spoke to him. Robb turned his head and looked more carefully. The man's clothes bore the sigil of a forked lightning bolt beneath a four-pointed star. Knowing the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms well, Robb immediately understood who he was. He nodded and answered, "I am Robb Stark. You must be Lord Beric Dondarrion of Blackhaven. How did you end up here?" "Yes, I am Beric. A few days ago, Lord Eddard came to me with the king's will and asked for my help in supporting him. I trust Lord Eddard's honor, so I went with him to proclaim the king's will." And then, after confirming his identity, Beric began explaining how he had ended up imprisoned there. "Thank you for trusting my father. Eddard, free Lord Beric. Then open all the other cells. We leave the Red Keep together." After hearing everything, Robb nodded in thanks, handed the keys to Eddard, and gave the order. Eddard nodded, took the ring of keys, and immediately began opening the cell doors. With a sharp rush of wind, blood wind raced through the broad stone streets. Along the way, most of the small folk managed to get out of his path in time, but a few unlucky ones were sent flying after being struck by him. After passing through a stepped alley whose walls were still blackened, he arrived at the wide expanse of Cobbler's Square. There, he suddenly slowed and stopped advancing. Before him, the now empty and spacious square had three different exits. He stretched his neck and sniffed the air, catching a familiar, hostile scent. Through the mental connection, he sensed the direction where Robb was and realized that the irritating smell was coming from the very passage where his master was. Hidden in the passage on the right side of the square, Jaime watched the gigantic silhouette of the armored dire wolf, his armor already red with blood, and frowned. Seeing no sign of Robb Stark anywhere behind him, Jaime immediately ordered the messenger beside him. "Sound the horn. Have all the soldiers come out. Force that beast into that passage." Boom, boom. At the sound of the horn, the two ambush groups hidden on either side of the square, 40 men on each side, began advancing in formation. Their steps were still poorly coordinated as they emerged from the side passages. Of the 80 men in the square, only 30 were gold cloaks brought by Jaime. The other 50 were soldiers who, after hearing the commotion during the search for Robb Stark, had gradually gathered there. Most of them were gold cloaks, with only a minority being Lannister soldiers. Because of that, as the two groups moved, they showed little coordination. Their formation was fairly disorganized. But since this was not a formal battle, the soldiers immediately reorganized their ranks once they reached the exits of the two side passages. Seeing humans appear from both sides, together with the scent in the air, the intelligent dire wolf immediately realized there was a trap. Even so, pretending he had noticed nothing, he planted all four paws on the ground and rushed toward the stone passage directly ahead, exactly where the irritating scent was coming from. Humph. No matter how big it is, it's still just a mindless beast. Watching the armored dire wolf run straight into the trap, Jaime, standing at the entrance of the passage on the right, thought to himself. When he judged the timing was right, he shouted, "Light it." Beside Jaime, an archer who had already been prepared shot a flaming arrow straight into the sky. The arrow traced a perfect arc and fell in front of the stone passage. The green liquid that had already been spread across the passage floor immediately caught fire. In only moments, a ghostly green flame began to rise. Cobbler's Square had already suffered a great fire only a few days earlier. Now, a new wave of green fire had appeared there again. But the moment the flaming arrow rose into the sky, Bloodwind, who had been watching both sides carefully from the beginning, abruptly changed direction and charged toward the formation on the right, exactly where the arrow had come from. Damn it! That beast's target is us! Everyone, prepare for combat. Seeing the armored wolf suddenly change course, Jaime paled, drew the sword at his waist, and shouted loudly. Back when he had served in the Mad King's Kingsguard, Jaime had already seen horrors beyond reason. So, considering the possibility that this creature could not be defeated by ordinary force, he had thought of wildfire. That was precisely why he had gone to the Alchemist's Guild and obtained a small amount of the substance, planning to set a trap that would burn that aberration alive. Who could have imagined that the dire wolf, even without Robb Stark there to command him, would be this intelligent? Even with the stalls and awnings of the square obstructing his charge and preventing the beast from reaching full speed, his advance was still terrifying. In only moments, he was about to collide with Jaime's formation. Facing that charge, Jaime kept his expression steady and stood in the front line of the formation, sword in hand. In his mind, he planned to deal with it the way one would deal with a cavalry charge, watching for the right moment and striking at the animal's legs. But when that monster, covered in blood-stained armor, came rushing toward him, Jaime met the creature's cunning eyes. In that instant, a violent sense of danger exploded inside him. Without hesitation, he abandoned the original plan completely and threw himself to the side in a roll, dodging before the impact. And his instinct was right. Just as he was about to collide with the formation, the beast suddenly increased his speed by nearly a third and hit the line of soldiers before they could react. The men in the front line were the unluckiest. They were launched into the air at once. Compared with the gold cloaks who had been trampled before the gate of the gods, they could even be considered luckier, because Bloodwind was not at full speed and therefore did not send them flying as high. But that did not save them. The impact against the formation made the soldiers fall over one another like a row of dominoes, creating complete chaos. This time, since he had not reached maximum speed, Bloodwind did not fully break through the line. When he reached the rear of the formation, he was momentarily bogged down among the men surrounding him on every side. But for those soldiers, that might have been the worst possible news. Why had the wolf been able to accelerate so much so suddenly? Because ever since his attributes had surpassed the 10 mark, Robb had deliberately kept him restrained, forcing him to hide his true strength and turning it into another secret card. Even during the war against the Dreadfort, even after being struck by 3 arrows, Robb had never allowed him to use his body's full potential. At Gendry's smithy, Robb had calmed him from a distance and sent him a clear order. After leaving the wagon, he no longer needed to hold back. He could fight with all his strength. At the inn and at the gate of the gods, the dire wolf had barely needed to use his true strength to crush his enemies. But now, these hateful humans had set an ambush and tried to burn him alive with that terrifying fire he already knew. His fury erupted completely. Without the slightest intention of showing mercy, he attacked with everything he had. In the middle of the crowd, the wolf raised a forepaw with absurd speed and sent a soldier flying with a single blow. His sharp claws left 4 deep furrows across the man's chest. At the same time, his huge maw, filled with serrated fangs, did not remain idle either. He thrust his head forward, seized a soldier's head in his jaws, and ripped it off with a violent sideways motion. The head separated from the body at once. The headless trunk sprayed blood so violently that the scene was not much different from a sword beheading. Some soldiers tried to attack his exposed paws, seeking the parts not protected by armor. But against the speed of the wolf's neck and the reach of his paws, which were longer than swords, none of them could truly get close. After rolling aside and getting back to his feet, Jaime watched the monster surrounded by soldiers and advanced a few steps, preparing to strike beneath the tail, one of the few places not covered by armor. But before he could get close, a Lannister soldier with the same idea moved first. That man came from behind on the direwolf's right side and had barely approached with his sword raised. Sensing a presence behind him, the beast tilted his head and merely cast a glance backward. Then he lifted his right hind leg in a lightning-fast motion, drove it into the soldier's chest, who was wearing mail, and kicked upward. The sharp claws tore through his chest from bottom to top until they tore his jaw clean off. Blood and flesh exploded in every direction. Thrown out of the circle of combat by the force of Bloodwind's kick, the soldier landed right beside Jaime. Stretched out on the ground, he let out heart-rending screams of pain, trying to raise his right hand to ask for help. Seeing that the man had no jaw, with his tongue and teeth completely exposed, Jaime shook his head and drove his sword into his heart, ending his suffering. In that age, an ordinary man could never be saved from a wound like that. That dire wolf fighting with all his strength was, quite simply, the worst killer of men imaginable. His monstrous bite and his paws, carrying absurd force, meant the same thing for any soldier. A touch would wound. A blow would kill. Even the few who were lucky enough not to die immediately ended up horribly mutilated, in no condition to continue fighting. Seeing that nearly half his soldiers had already died or been wounded in such a short time, Jaime, who had been watching Bloodwind the entire time, knew he could not wait any longer. He chose the exact moment when the wolf opened his mouth to tear off a soldier's head and charged in from the direwolf's right side, sword in hand. The beast's front and hind quarters were perfectly protected. His sharp claws and limbs, longer than swords, covered those areas with lethal reach. By comparison, against attacks coming from the sides of his body, the giant wolf could only respond with his bite. Taking advantage of that, Jaime moved in along his right side and delivered a heavy blow against the riveted joint of the metal armor. But the smiths of Winterfell had done excellent work. Even with all of Jaime's strength, the blow only left a deep mark. The rivets did not come loose. Feeling the attack on his right flank, the beast released the soldier's head from his mouth and immediately turned to bite Jaime. Jaime, however, was extremely agile on his feet. He stayed pressed close to the wolf's right flank, near the hind leg, moving with the beast's body. Bloodwind's neck did not have enough angle to reach him, and his long limbs could not strike him from there either. This was the blind spot Jaime had found at the cost of half his men. The strike he had delivered earlier, after entering that angle, had also shown him something else. His idea of cutting through and tearing off the beast's metal armor so the soldiers could attack him directly had failed. When he saw the wolf's enormous head turn back to the front, Jaime leaned his body slightly to the right, raised his sword, and prepared a reverse strike aimed at the right hind leg, an area the armor did not cover. Suddenly, however, a massive shadow fell over him. The dire wolf tilted his entire body to the right and came crashing down like a mountain of metal, trying to crush him beneath his weight. The body of nearly 900 kilos, carrying enormous momentum, slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. He had not been knocked down. It had been an intentional roll, done precisely to crush Jaime. The beast felt something pinned beneath his body. Taking advantage of the motion, he rolled once across the ground, lay there for a brief instant, then pushed himself back up with the strength of his paws. On the ground, exactly where he had rolled, 2 soldiers who had failed to escape lay sprawled out, blood streaming from all 7 openings of their faces. Their chests had been compressed and completely caved in. But Jaime had reacted far too quickly. The instant the wolf began to fall, he threw himself forward and to the left, passing beneath the beast's belly and escaping by a hair's breadth. As soon as Bloodwind was back on his feet, he resumed the massacre of the soldiers. Seeing the number of men dwindling further and further, Jaime made an extreme decision. He ran to one of the passage exits and opened a wooden crate placed beside it. Inside were rows of fist-sized glass flasks, all filled with green liquid. That was also wildfire brought from the Alchemist's Guild. Unlike what he had used in the larger trap, these flasks were small, meant to be carried or thrown. Jaime took one of them. A strip of cloth had been fitted into the mouth of the flask, something he had ordered the alchemists to improvise so it could be lit and thrown. Earlier, while his soldiers had still surrounded the monster in great numbers, Jaime had not dared to use them. Now, with almost all his men already dead at the wolf's claws, he no longer had many concerns left. He took a flint from beside the crate, lit the strip of cloth, and after running 2 steps, hurled the flask at the wolf. Ever since Jaime had found his blind spot and attacked him, Bloodwind had been watching every movement of that irritating human. Seeing him throw a strange object, he immediately broke off the slaughter and leapt forward. The flask shattered against the ground. The green liquid spread in every direction, and the burning cloth ignited it in the same instant. A small burst of green flame rose from the exact spot where he had been standing a second earlier. A gold cloak who had already been knocked down and lay on the ground covered in blood was caught by the green flames. That wildfire, burning as if it clung to the bones, fed on the man's mail and flesh, turning him into a human torch. In little more than 10 seconds, he stopped screaming and collapsed motionless as the flames slowly consumed him. Bloodwind already disliked fire by instinct. This terrifying green fire, which he had seen before, repulsed him even more. Turning to look at the flames, he began scraping the ground with his right paw, clearly irritated and agitated. Jaime threw another flask. Bloodwind dodged it with frightening speed. Staring at the hateful human who insisted on throwing green fire, the wolf looked toward the now unguarded passage and made his decision. Abandoning the slaughter of the few men who still remained, the dire wolf turned his body and shot through the passage. When that battle, which had seemed so long, finally ended, the soldiers on the other side of the square hurried over. Listen, listen. Kill that thing. Kill it. Hurry, get them out of here. Midday light entered through the narrow, high windows of the Red Keep's first dungeon level, leaving the place brightly lit. Inside the crowded cells, all kinds of criminals shouted without stopping. SHHK, Eddard Karstark and Beric Dondarrion, both holding ordinary swords in their hands, cut down the last jailer who had failed to escape. With all the killing that day, Robb's blood-pact points had risen considerably. They had already passed 50, drawing closer and closer to the limit that could make him lose control. Because of that, now that Eddard and Beric could fight in his place, Robb remained behind, beside Sansa and several nobles who had been imprisoned on the second level. Looking at the prison's first level, packed completely full of inmates, Robb nodded slightly. Just as he had imagined, during the search for him, the gold cloaks must also have taken the chance to arrest all sorts of suspicious people. And at that moment, those disposable criminals would be the best possible shield to help them escape the Red Keep. The jailers who fled must have gone to call for reinforcements by now. Eddard, release every criminal on this level. Quickly. Without taking his eyes off Eddard, Robb shouted the order as soon as the two of them finished off the jailers. Yes, Lord Robb. Turning his bloodied face toward him, Eddard nodded and immediately began searching the bodies for the keys, preparing to free the prisoners. A few minutes later, almost 100 criminals had been released. And, as was inevitable, among so many people, there would always be a few brainless fools. 3 middle-aged men, with repulsive faces and wretched expressions, clearly having been imprisoned for a long time, fixed their eyes on Sansa, the only truly beautiful woman there, the moment they left their cell. It did not matter that the young man beside her was holding an intimidating giant two-handed sword. Lust had already gone to their heads. Their lower half was doing the thinking now. After picking up a sword that had fallen from a dead jailer, the three approached Robb. The man leading the trio licked his lips with his filthy tongue and said, "What a pretty woman. Boy, if you want to live, hand her over to us." Ice flashed like lightning and swept past the man at knee height. He did not even realize what had happened. He only suddenly felt himself become shorter. "Ah, my legs." When the violent pain struck him, the man fell to the ground. Both legs had been cut off at the knees, and blood gushed out in torrents as he screamed, clutching the stumps. After letting Ice speak first, Robb turned to the other two, who had now gone pale with pure terror, and said, "Since he can't control what's between his legs, then he doesn't need it anymore. You two will start cutting from his knees upward. If he dies before you reach the third leg, then the two of you will share the same fate." "Ah, what are you doing?" "Ah." The screams from that side had already drawn the attention of all the other criminals. Seeing Robb's cold cruelty and oppressive strength, everyone began murmuring among themselves, "I won't waste time on nonsense." By now, there are likely dozens of gold cloaks gathered outside the prison. Anyone who wants to leave the Red Keep alive, pick up a weapon and follow me. After saying that, Robb pulled Sansa, who had covered her face with one hand and no longer dared to speak, and walked toward the exit of the dungeons. The criminals silently opened a path. Eddard and Beric followed right behind him. Creak. When the prison doors opened, Robb immediately saw dozens of gold cloaks outside, lined up with spears and swords in hand. The jailers who had escaped were among them as well. "Advance." Without wasting any time, Robb raised his sword and shouted. The two groups roared at the same time and charged at each other, and the fight erupted in full. The Street of the Silent Sisters began on Visenya's hill and ran all the way to the Great Sept of Baelor. At that moment, the entire street was packed with people, men and women, old and young, all making their way toward the Sept. The wolf's howl, which had once thrown everyone into panic, now seemed to matter little. Among the small folk heading toward the Great Sept of Baelor, some only wanted to see the commotion, while others hoped to receive a few alms from the nobles. Almost no one truly mourned King Robert's death. Small and agile, Arya forced her way through the crowd, running as fast as she could toward the Great Sept. She wanted to reach the intersection in front of the Sept, then turn toward the Gate of the Gods, where the wolf's howl had come from. The only route she knew was the one her father had taken when he brought her and Sansa to King's Landing. She did not know the smaller alleys and side streets. If she tried, she would surely get lost. "Ah, run. Son, come here." After squeezing through the crowd with tremendous difficulty, Arya was about to reach the intersection when chaos suddenly exploded ahead. Everyone turned around, screaming in fear and fleeing in panic. Moving against the flow of people, Arya was shoved from every side, like a small boat caught in a towering wave. Fortunately, thanks to her water dancing training, she managed to move her feet nimbly and avoid the worst of the collisions. Then she hid behind a large block of stone beside the street. When most of the crowd had already fled, Arya climbed onto the stone block and peeked at what was happening at the intersection. A blood-covered gold cloak was hurled near her. The man's neck was attached to his head only by a few scraps of flesh. From the wound, it was clear that most of his neck had been torn away by a bite. Bloodwind? Looking past the gold cloak's body, Arya immediately recognized the dire wolf fighting against a large group of gold cloaks. At the intersection before the Great Sept of Baelor, nearly 50 gold cloaks, armed with spears and long swords, were facing the beast, who had circled around through the Street of Steel and appeared there. These 50 gold cloaks were precisely the guards from the Red Keep's south gate whom Cray had sent toward the Gate of the Gods. On the way, they had run straight into him. The result of the battle, however, was obvious. Without the restraint of wildfire, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary man to withstand more than 2 swipes from his claws. Inside the Great Sept of Baelor, hearing the screams outside and the sharp cries of despair, Joffrey, Cersei, and the others came out accompanied by members of the Kingsguard and the Gold Cloaks. From the top of the Sept's immense staircase, they immediately saw the monstrous, blood-soaked wolf massacring their soldiers. "Jaime. Uncle Jaime went with men to help, didn't he? How did that monstrosity appear here? Does that mean Uncle Jaime?" Seeing his men being slaughtered by the giant wolf, Joffrey, who usually enjoyed bloody scenes, spoke with a pale face. "Impossible. Jaime must have passed by it and missed it. Otherwise, he would certainly have killed that creature." Cersei's white face was rigid with coldness as she answered with absolute conviction. Joffrey, however, barely listened to her words. Afraid that the wolf would come up after him once it killed all the gold cloaks below, he immediately gave Barristan Selmy an order. "Ser Barristan, take everyone with you and kill that creature. As you command, your grace." Barristan nodded and called the other 5 members of the Kingsguard, as well as the 70 gold cloaks who remained after Jaime had taken 3 detachments with him. All of them began descending the steps. Still crouched on the stone block, Arya saw the movement on the Sept's staircase. Having no idea how powerful Bloodwind truly was, her heart tightened with worry. After all, there were now more than 100 gold cloaks in total, along with that terrifying Lord Commander of the Kingsguard her father had spoken of before, Baristan. Unable to hold herself back, Arya suddenly stood on the stone block and began jumping, waving her arms wide and shouting with all her strength. Bloodwind, run! There are too many of them. But the battle cries, screams of pain, and chaos of combat completely drowned out her voice. Under normal conditions, someone immersed in battle would focus entirely on the fight. But the giant wolf was not fighting for survival. He was massacring them for enjoyment. Because of that, while tearing apart another gold cloak's body with one paw, his ears twitched slightly, and he turned his head toward Arya. Pup. Seeing Arya, he immediately passed that thought to Robb. At that instant, inside the Red Keep, Robb had just coldly severed the right arm of a gold cloak with ice when he clearly felt the strong thought coming from Bloodwind. Now that the wolf was getting closer and closer, the bond between them was also becoming clearer. The moment he received the thought pup, Robb understood. Bloodwind had found Arya. Ever since his wolf had appeared so imposingly before her during the campaign against the wildlings, Arya had kept coming to Robb with Nymeria, asking how she could make Nymeria grow like him. Besides that, whenever she could, she tried to pet him. At even worse moments, she even wanted to ride him. Already annoyed by all of that, Bloodwind often sent Robb thoughts like, pup, can eat. Naturally, Robb had made the prohibition absolutely clear through their bond. Robb's original plan, in fact, had been to reunite with Bloodwind and then use the scent from Arya's old clothes, kept in the caravan wagon, to have the wolf search for her throughout King's Landing. After all, a wolf's sense of smell was even sharper than a dog's. For Bloodwind to find Arya by scent would be extremely easy. Bring her to me, and don't eat her. While dodging a desperate thrust from a gold cloak and, in the same movement, cutting off the man's foot with ice, Robb sent the thought. At the intersection before the Great Sept of Baelor, as soon as he received Robb's order, the giant wolf erupted with power all at once and charged toward Arya without caring about anything in his path. Fall back? Something is wrong with that wolf. Sensing the brutal change in its state, Baristan, already on the staircase, shouted to the men behind him and quickened his descent. The creature knocked down the last gold cloak still standing between him and Arya and reached her in only a few steps. Then he turned, lowered himself halfway, and the height of his back became exactly right for Arya to climb up from the stone block. Without hesitating for even a second, Arya climbed onto the wolf's back, now covered in thick, sticky blood. But the wolf's armor was so slippery and blood-soaked that Arya simply could not steady herself and risked falling off at any moment. As she groped around desperately, she found a shallow, smooth hollow in the front part of the armor, roughly the size of a basin. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately pushed her body forward, fitting herself into it. It was precisely a riding seat that Robb had ordered built into the armor, with footholds just below it. Unfortunately, Arya's legs were still too short to reach them. When Arya finally settled in, the wolf rose again. At that exact moment, Baristan was already rushing toward them with the members of the Kingsguard and the gold cloaks. But the dire wolf remembered Robb's order perfectly. After picking up Arya, he had no intention of continuing to fight. He leapt onto the stone block and, from there, launched himself onto the roof of a low house beside it. As expected, the roof could not bear his weight and immediately cracked with countless fissures, on the verge of collapsing. But before that could happen, Bloodwind had already used the roof only as a foothold and leapt again, this time landing on the street that led toward the Red Keep. Baristan stopped for an instant, unsure whether he should prioritize Joffrey's protection or continue pursuing the monster. That was when he heard hoofbeats behind him. Turning his head, he saw Jaime riding toward him at high speed, with another man seated behind him and holding a wooden crate. The giant wolf ran toward the Red Keep with Arya on his back. Along this stretch of road, they encountered a few scattered gold cloaks, but when those men saw the blood-soaked beast, none of them had the courage to block his path. A short while later, they reached the Red Keep's main gate. The great front gate, tall and thick, was firmly shut. The gold cloaks standing guard atop the wall also saw the dire wolf and immediately burst into commotion. Looking at the height of the main gate and the walls, Bloodwind realized that even without the heavy wolf-forged armor, he still would not be able to leap up there. While he and Arya were still trying to figure out how to enter the Red Keep, a loud trumpet sounded from the right side of the castle. When Robb had communicated with his wolf at the smithy, he had already left a clear instruction. If Bloodwind received no direct orders from him, he was to follow the sound of the trumpet. Without hesitation, the wolf shot forward with Arya on his back, heading toward the sound coming from the right of the main gate. Atop the wall of the south gate, Cray, who had just blown the trumpet, saw Lord Robb's giant wolf running in that direction. He immediately shouted to his house guard below, "He's here! Open the gate, quickly!" The Red Keep's southern and northern secondary gates were smaller, less than 10 feet tall, made of wood reinforced with iron plates, and could be opened by a single person. Their height was enough for the wolf to pass through. Climbing the stone stairs near the south gate, Bloodwind quickly crossed through the small passage they had opened. That creature of Lord Robb's isn't a giant wolf. It's practically a dragon running across the ground. Seeing Bloodwind's terrifying presence up close, Cray and the house guard could not help murmuring in awe. After that, they returned their focus to their own task, keeping that gate under control. The giant wolf followed the wall from the south gate and soon reached the Red Keep's second defensive line, the inner wall. At that moment, there were no guards on the lower inner wall. They had probably all been dragged into the fight against Robb and the criminals. The wolf accelerated as he approached the inner wall, leapt, planted his paws against the stone, and then launched himself into the Red Keep's inner courtyard. At that exact moment, Robb was fighting in the open space between the inner gate and the prison entrance. A small portion of the criminals, either more cowardly or simply more opportunistic, had hidden at the back of the group. Seeing that the battle there remained deadlocked, they whispered among themselves and then slipped away toward the throne room and Magur's hold fast. When they reached the main entrance of the throne room, those criminals, armed with all sorts of weapons picked up from the ground, charged forward in excitement. To them, that door was the entrance to a treasure vault. Endless wealth and beautiful women, all within arm's reach. Rip. The two criminals who rushed ahead were turned into half-men the instant they reached the throne room entrance. The difference was that, unlike Tyrion, they were very much dead. Thud, thud. A massive figure limped out from the great dark entrance. It was the Mountain. Cersei had left him in Magur's hold fast to recover from his injuries and, at the same time, protect Myrcella and Tommen. Although he was still injured in his left leg, the Mountain advanced while leaning on a thick wooden cane with his left hand and holding his giant sword in his right. It was true that the injury to his leg affected his ability to fight, but that only mattered against combatants on Robb or Jaime's level. Against these low-level criminals, he was still a true meat grinder. Each swing meant another death. At the same time, two lines of gold cloaks appeared from the sides and began fighting the criminals. What was happening before the throne room could barely be called a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. These criminals, who lacked the courage to face a real frontal fight, simply could not offer any resistance against the gold cloaks. Even so, their screams drew Robb's attention. Damn it! The Mountain is still in the Red Keep? If the fighting here does not end soon, we'll be crushed from both sides. Just as the pressure on Robb was increasing, a gigantic and familiar figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Bang, bang, bang. Bloodwind arrived as reinforcements, appearing behind the gold cloaks formation. Charging with all his might and crashing from side to side at full force, he completely shattered the gold cloaks formation, which had already been fighting Robb for quite some time, in less than half a minute. As soon as the line broke, the survivors, seeing that monster crush and tear apart their companions, completely lost their courage and fled in panic in every direction. The criminals, who had been suppressed for a long time and were already choking with frustration, roared and began chasing them. Bloodwind, where's Arya? Seeing Bloodwind stop in front of him and excitedly stick out his tongue as if he wanted to lick him, Robb asked loudly. Hearing that, the wolf turned his head to the side. Following the direction of his gaze, Robb saw Arya hidden near a corner of the inner wall, waving with all her strength. As it turned out, Bloodwind, smarter than he seemed, had been worried about injuring the little pup riding on his back during the battle. So before entering the fight, he had left Arya in a protected corner of the inner wall. Thanks to you. Robb reached out and stroked the direwolf's large furry head. He was about to continue speaking, but Bloodwind suddenly seized ice in his teeth and yanked him sideways with a sharp leap. At the same instant, the heavy sound of a released cord echoed from above the inner wall's gate. A gigantic bolt, as thick as a spear, shot through the exact spot where the two of them had been standing a second earlier, piercing the chest of an excitedly shouting criminal and pinning him to the ground. Pulled to the ground by the wolf, Robb quickly got back up and looked toward the large scorpion mounted atop the inner gate, where several men were already trying to reload it. He immediately called Eddard Karstark and spoke quickly. You and Lord Beric will take Sansa to Arya as soon as you can. Then follow the inner wall toward the south gate. Our people are there to cover the retreat. When he saw Eddard nod, Robb turned to Bloodwind and said, Hey, boy, let's destroy that scorpion. Hearing the order, the wolf immediately lowered himself, stretching out his front paws and lowering his hindquarters, pressing his chest to the ground to make it easier for Robb to mount. Setting his feet into the stirrups specially forged for the armor, Robb mounted and settled into the hollow that was already covered in blood and slick beneath him. A woo-woo. Once Robb steadied himself, he lightly struck the armor beside Bloodwind's neck with his hand. The wolf let out a short, excited howl and shot straight toward the inner wall's gate. Seeing Robb ride away on his giant wolf with such overwhelming presence, Eddard immediately turned to find Beric and Sansa. Whoosh, whoosh. Mounted on Bloodwind's back and feeling the speed of the charge, Robb felt much of the frustration that had built up that day dissipate. Boy, try not to kill anyone. Seeing the inner gate approaching, Robb spoke firmly. In the previous fights, he had deliberately cut off hands and feet instead of killing, leaving other criminals to finish the work, all to avoid absorbing more red mist. But the giant wolf had entered the fight killing without pause. A great amount of red mist had flowed back into him. Now, Robb was already beginning to feel the urge to kill becoming harder to control. Quick, quick, that monster is coming. Is it reloaded yet? Atop the inner wall's gate, the captain of the guard shouted at the gold cloaks trying to reload the only scorpion mounted there. In truth, the craftsmen of King's Landing were extremely skilled. The city's defensive system was vast and complete. There were not only heavy catapults and trebuchets, but also giant scorpions and even incendiary devices. The problem was that all those larger war machines were installed on the walls of King's Landing's 7 great gates. The Red Keep's outer wall also had several scorpions and other defenses. but the inner wall was low and narrow, allowing for only one such machine. Moreover, those siege weapons were meant for real war and required trained men to operate them. In ordinary times, they were almost never used. That was precisely why Bloodwind had passed through the Gate of the Gods without being attacked by such weapons. Moments earlier, seeing his men still fighting directly against the criminals and apparently holding the advantage, the captain of the guard had decided not to order the scorpion used. But when that monstrous armored wolf appeared and tore the entire formation apart in moments, he panicked and immediately ordered the gold cloaks atop the wall to prepare it for firing. Clack, clack, clack. The huge cord of the scorpion was slowly being pulled back, and the bolt was still being fitted into place. Meanwhile, the beast had already climbed the stone stairway beside the inner wall and launched himself onto the top of the gate passage. As soon as his paws landed on the wall, he came face to face with several gold cloaks standing guard. Compared to the other gold cloaks that day, these men could be considered lucky. Following Robb's order, Bloodwind did not use his bite or claws, his deadliest weapons. Instead, he only struck them with the weight of his own armor, knocking some away with his shoulder or sweeping others down with his heavy tail, like an iron whip. A gold cloak let out a scream as he was thrown down from the inner wall. Fortunately, thanks to the relatively low height of the wall, although the fall was heavy, he at least survived. Mounted on the wolf's back, Robb kicked the helmeted head of a gold cloak, knocking him unconscious in an instant. Since Robb did not want to absorb too much red mist, the two of them had been fighting with restraint. As a result, the gold cloaks on the wall managed to tighten the encirclement and block him in the middle of the passage. Bloodwind, stop holding back. Kill them. Seeing that, farther ahead, several gold cloaks had already reloaded the scorpion and were now adjusting its aim, Robb shouted. Hearing the order, the dire wolf stopped holding back. He violently thrust his head forward and sank his teeth into the right side of a gold cloak's waist. Then he clenched his fangs hard and flung his head outward. The man, with half his body missing, was thrown far away, scattering blood through the air. Immediately after, Bloodwind lunged forward and raised his right paw, crushing another gold cloak against the ground. His claws sank into the man's body, and the wolf's weight killed him on the spot, pressed flat beneath him. Revealing his ferocious nature once more, he killed two men in the blink of an eye. The gold cloaks atop the inner wall's gate were completely shaken by the brutal deaths of their companions and all retreated at once, afraid they would be next. The beast seized that instant and sent two gold cloaks blocking his path flying through the air, breaking through the encirclement. Then he accelerated toward the scorpion. Fire! Fire already! Seeing the giant wolf almost upon them, the captain of the guard screamed desperately at the men still adjusting the weapon. Bloodwind slammed head-on into the heavy wooden scorpion, which had not even been properly aimed yet. Robb jumped from his back before the impact and, gripping ice with both hands, brought down a brutal strike that split the captain of the guard from skull to groin. If you don't want to end up like him, open this gate immediately. Seeing Bloodwind stagger out of the wreckage of the scorpion, a little dazed, with the machine reduced to broken wood, Robb raised his sword and threatened the remaining gold cloaks. Creak. The inner wall's gate was opened. Dozens of criminals rushed toward the newly opened passage in panic. Behind them, the mountain came slowly limping with two detachments of gold cloaks, driving them forward like cattle. Meanwhile, Eddard and the others used the mass of criminals to draw everyone's attention and quietly slipped through the area beneath the field where tourneys were usually held, heading toward the south gate. Just above that path was the garden where, in the future, Joffrey would celebrate his wedding. It was also through there, down the slope, that Dantos Hollard helped Sansa escape when Joffrey was poisoned. Because the giant wolf stood out too much, he did not reunite with Eddard and the others to escape alongside them. Instead, Robb remained mounted on his back, atop the inner wall's gate, commanding the criminals toward the Red Keep's outer wall. As expected, because of Robb's presence, both the mountain and the fortress defenders focused all their attention on that group and advanced to surround them. Thrum, thrum, thrum. The criminals believed they would soon be free, but the moment they rushed to the foot of the outer wall, 3 enormous scorpion cords fired at the same time. 3 bolts as thick as spears pierced through the 4 criminals running at the front and pinned them to the ground. One of the bolts even skewered 2 of them at once, like pieces of meat on a spit. Seeing that the criminals would not be able to break through, and that the 3 large scorpions on the outer wall still posed a considerable danger to Bloodwind, Robb gave up on pushing forward. His objective in all of this had always been only to draw attention and buy time. Because of that, he turned the wolf toward the right side of the inner wall and moved away. That change left the criminals completely stunned. After all, they had believed that since Robb had freed them and was leading the charge on such a monstrous giant wolf, he would certainly lead them out of the Red Keep. Who could have guessed that, at the crucial moment, Robb would simply turn his beast around and abandon them? Creak. The mountain and his men, who had just arrived, closed the inner wall's gate. Looking at the gold cloaks beginning to surround them, the criminals could not help silently cursing Robb. When Robb reached the wall that led directly to the south gate, he saw that Eddard and the others had not continued their escape. Instead, they were waiting for him there. Before Robb could say anything, Sansa ran to him, her face covered in tears, and cried out, "Brother, Arya disappeared." Disappeared? Robb immediately passed the thought to Bloodwind and ordered him to search for Arya. The wolf raised his head and sniffed the air, his nostrils flaring. In theory, Arya's scent, since she was always dirty, should have been very easy to detect. But strangely, he could not find any trace of it. Pops Sant, gone. Finding nothing, the wolf passed the thought to Robb. Is there any sign where Arya disappeared? There's a strange coin. Hearing the question, Sansa answered and took an old coin from her pocket. Robb immediately jumped down from Bloodwind's back, took the coin from his sister's hand, and recognized at a glance the featureless face engraved on one side. The faceless man, Jaqen. He could have taken Arya away in silence, without leaving any clue, but he had left the coin deliberately. That means he wants me to go personally to the House of Black and White in Bravos. The answer to Arya's disappearance appeared in Robb's mind in an instant, and he clenched his hand tightly around the coin. No wonder the giant wolf could not detect her scent. For a faceless man, erasing traces would be second nature. Arya won't die. We leave King's Landing first. Knowing that Arya was not in immediate danger for now, Robb decided that escaping the city came first. Hearing him say that, Sansa trusted him without hesitation. Then the group headed toward the south gate. With Bloodwind there, impossible to ignore, the mountain and the gold cloaks on the outer wall naturally spotted Robb and the others. But the mountain was still busy crushing the criminals, and the gold cloaks on the wall were too far away to intercept them in time. After regrouping with Cray and his 2 men at the south gate, the group from Winterfell headed directly for the south tower, following the withdrawal plan. When they arrived there, besides the 2 House Seaworth guards, Torrhen was also waiting for them. Seeing his brother, Eddard immediately stepped forward to embrace him, but Robb, having already received a warning from Bloodwind, reached out and stopped him. Torrhen, how did you get here? Torrhen's face was covered in blood, as if he had gone through a brutal fight. Robb stared at him and asked, Lord Robb, after your giant wolf killed all the Lannister soldiers at the inn, the 3 of us followed him here. But on the way, we ran into some gold cloaks, and only I was lucky enough to survive. After greeting Robb with a salute, Torrhen immediately answered, Oh, do you know him? After hearing the answer, Robb turned to ask the 2 House Seaworth guards. We don't know him, Lord Robb. The 2 exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Then why did you let him into the tower? Because he shouted that he was Torrhen Karstark, commander of the rearguard of Winterfell's forces. And he also showed Winterfell's official command seal. Hearing Robb's new question, the 2 guards answered without hiding anything. Torrhen, and how did you know they were our men? Because I already killed them. Before Torrhen could finish answering, a shout echoed from the foot of the southern wall. Jaime was coming from a distance with dozens of gold cloaks, running straight toward the south tower. Lord Robb, leave now. I'll stay behind to hold them off. Seeing the gold cloaks advancing below the wall, Torrhen's expression changed at once. He pointed toward the passage ahead of the tower and spoke loudly. Ha ha ha, sacrificing yourself to buy us time to escape? Torrhen, you truly are loyal. Don't worry. As long as Bloodwind is by my side, a few gold cloaks don't scare me at all. But, what truly frightens me is the wildfire hidden in the passage ahead. Wildfire? Lord Robb, what are you talking about? At Robb's words, the corner of Torrhen's eye twitched slightly. A confused expression appeared on his face, and he asked loudly. He didn't come up here empty-handed, did he? Robb completely ignored Torrhen's question, turned to the 2 guards, and asked directly. That's right. He was carrying a wooden crate. He said it belonged to you, so we didn't dare ask anything else. You idiots, why didn't you say that earlier? Hearing the 2 guards answer, Cray could not hold back his irritation and scolded them with a frown. Lord Cray, but Lord Robb didn't ask. Robb shook his head. The thought Bloodwind had just sent him had already confirmed everything. Added to his earlier suspicions, it finally made him speak to Torrhen. Torrhen, so you are the Lannisters' spy, aren't you? Spy? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about, Lord Robb. Hearing the accusation, Torrhen's pupils suddenly shrank. As he answered loudly, his right hand was already moving quietly toward the back of his waist. Crack! The instant Torrhen pulled out what he had been hiding and prepared to throw it, the giant wolf, who had already been watching him closely, lunged the moment he moved and bit off his entire right hand. Thump! Ah! Amid Torrhen's sharp cry of pain, a small flint fell from the severed, bloodied hand still hanging from the wolf's mouth. Torrhen, why did you betray us? Eddard, who had not said anything until then, looked at his brother, remembered the companions who had died in King's Landing, and finally raised his voice, demanding an answer. Ha 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 ha, why? Clutching his mutilated arm, his face twisted by pain, Torrhen began to laugh frantically. Then he answered at the top of his voice. Because it isn't fair. Harlian was born before us, so by right, Karhold's inheritance was always his. I don't even complain about that. There's no way to change it. But why, after we came to Winterfell, after we trained together, after we all entered his wolf guard, Robb Stark's guard, why were you always more worthy of his trust than I was? Why did he treat all of you better? When he spoke to me, he was always polite, always keeping his distance. But with you, with Smaljin and the others, he spoke as if you were friends. Is that fair? From beginning to end, none of you ever truly accepted me? And then the facts proved it. All of you became commanders of elite troops. Only I was thrown into the rear guard, managing supplies. When we defeated the Dread Fort, how much reward did all of you receive? And me? After working myself to death transporting the infantry and cleaning up the battlefield, how much did I get? Torrhen's voice echoed loudly through the entire South Tower as he poured out, one after another, all the grievances he had kept buried. After a long exhale, he continued. Back then, I couldn't even sleep in peace anymore. Every time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of those injustices repeating over and over. And the dreams were so clear, so real. Brother, back then I couldn't eat properly, couldn't sleep properly. Did any of you care about me? All you knew how to worry about was Robb Stark lying unconscious. But I'm your brother. Thankfully, at least there was Lord Jaime. During the entire time in Winterfell, he taught me swordsmanship, took me drinking, took me to women. And when I decided I would start working for Lord Jaime, that night was the last time I had nightmares. A strange raven taught me how to take revenge on all of you? Maybe it was just my hatred taking shape. Do you have any last words, Torrhen? Robb fixed Torrhen's words in his mind, storing them away to reflect on later. But this was not the time to think calmly. Raising eyes slightly, he asked coldly, Lord Robb, may I be the one to do it? After hearing his brother's confession, Eddard, his face filled with sorrow, turned to Robb and asked in a pleading tone. Robb nodded, then turned to the others behind him and ordered, You go first. Cray, lead the group along the withdrawal route. As you command, Lord Robb. Cray answered immediately, then led Sansa and the others forward along the wall. Torrhen, it isn't that we never accepted you, it's that you never truly let yourself become one of us. Do you know something? Robb originally wanted to put you and Smalljan in command of the cavalry and leave me with the rear guard. I was the one who privately asked Robb to switch our positions. It was because of me that he placed you in charge of supplies. Do you know why? Because the casualty rate in the rear guard is much lower than in the cavalry, which always rides at the front. So, that should never have been a reason for betrayal. I'm sorry, brother. The mistake was mine. Rest easy. I will ask Lord Robb to tell our father that you died in battle. Grief filled Eddard's face as he looked at his brother and spoke in a surprisingly gentle voice. After finishing, he approached with sword in hand. First, he embraced Torrhen one last time. In the same motion, he drove the sword into his heart. After hearing his brother's words, Torrhen simply stood there, as if all his strength had left him. He offered no resistance. With his heart pierced, he collapsed limply against Eddard's shoulder and, coughing blood, still whispered a few words into his brother's ear. Until then, Robb had been focusing all his attention on Eddard within the King's Landing group. After all, when Varys said that only Eddard Karstark had survived the escape, everything seemed to point to him far too obviously. But precisely because of that, Robb had begun to grow suspicious. If Eddard really had been the spy, he could have acted long before the escape, when Robb was still vulnerable. Because of that, Robb had begun working with another possibility. What if no one inside the King's Landing group was the spy? Who else knew the address of the shop at Cobbler's Square? That was when he remembered that, on the afternoon they arrived in King's Landing, Eddard had left the city to contact Torrhen and the others. While Robb was still thinking about it, Bloodwind brought him the crate Torrhen had hidden. When they opened it, they saw that it was full of glass flasks containing wildfire. Looking at Jaime and his men, who had already stopped and were keeping their distance, Robb gave up on using the flasks there. He had Bloodwind carry the crate in his mouth and set off with Eddard toward the withdrawal point. Seeing that the wildfire hidden on the wall of the South Tower had not exploded, Jaime immediately knew Torrhen's plan had failed. Earlier, at Cobbler's Square, Torrhen had taken advantage of a moment when his companions were distracted and murdered the other two Winterfell riders. After that, he and Jaime had followed the beast while carrying the wooden crate and settled on the wildfire ambush plan. Having seen with his own eyes the absurd level of Bloodwind's power, Jaime did not believe that this handful of men would be enough to stop Robb. Because of that, he did not bring the gold cloaks any closer to the South Tower, avoiding a pointless sacrifice of men. The escape route Robb and the others used was the same one Sansa would use to escape King's Landing in the original history. Cray had found this path after more than a month of searching and testing, relying only on the vague information Robb had given him. After leaving the South Wall, since the wolf was too large to pass through the narrow alleys, Robb and Eddard had to circle around by a more open route. When they reached one of the branches of the Blackwater Rush, Sansa and the others were already split between three small rowboats. Using the tools Cray had prepared in advance, they tore the rivets from Bloodwind's armor, completely destroying that first version of the wolf-forged armor, already covered in blood and scored with scratches. When everything was ready, everyone boarded and began rowing toward the winch tower in Blackwater Bay. Carrying the crate of wildfire in his mouth, Bloodwind raised his head, plunged into the water, and swam with obvious pleasure. Although most of the blood had been stuck to the armor that had already been discarded, there was still plenty of blood clinging to his fur, and the water washed it away perfectly. When the boats reached the winch tower on the Blackwater, Gendry was already waiting for Robb, wielding a hammer. After he climbed aboard, Beric asked to part ways with Robb's group there. Robb nodded and wished him good luck, without insisting any further. After all, Beric was the Lord of Blackhaven. He could hardly follow them back to Winterfell. The winch tower on the Blackwater was the same place where, in the original Battle of Blackwater Bay, Bronn would fire the arrow that ignited the wildfire and destroyed Stannis' fleet. Now, a beautiful three-masted ship was waiting for them in silence. Jaime descended with several gold cloaks to the first level of the dungeons. Everything there was in chaos. After being freed, the criminals had been the first to destroy their own cells. On the second level, the situation was slightly better. After all, the prisoners there were nobles, and some trace of decorum still remained. When he reached the corridor of the third level, Jaime smelled the thick scent of blood in the air. Ignoring everything around him, he went straight to the cell where Eddard had been imprisoned. Seeing the door completely open, he shook his head and prepared to leave. That was when he heard the sound of chains moving inside the cell. With a surprised expression, he entered. There was Eddard, his face expressionless, adjusting his posture in the corner of the cell. Lord Eddard, your son didn't come to rescue you. He did. Then why didn't you flee with him? Because I would never be able to explain it if I returned as a man who betrayed his king and stabbed him in the back. Hearing the irony in Eddard's words, Jaime became irritated and answered. If I hadn't struck that blow, King's Landing would now. Forget it. You would never believe me. Eddard looked at Jaime, who had clearly swallowed the rest of his words. He remained silent and said nothing more. Seeing that Eddard had no intention of continuing the conversation, Jaime then spoke sincerely. Lord Eddard, although the two of us could never sit down and share a peaceful drink, it was an honor to know a knight like you. After saying that, Jaime turned to leave the cell. That was when Eddard spoke behind him. Tell Cersei that I am willing to confess. Splash, splash. The beautiful three-masted merchant ship Cray had chartered for a large sum was called the Wind Witch, a brava sea vessel. Standing on the deck, Robb watched King's Landing grow farther and farther away from view, feeling emotions that were difficult to describe. In only a few days in that city, he had gone through betrayal, sacrifice, slaughter, and so many other things he had never imagined experiencing in his past life. And it was precisely through experience that one grew. After all of that, he had gained a much deeper understanding of how to see this world and how to truly become part of it. Brother, will we still see father again? And why didn't you take him by force? And, what are we going to do about Arya? Sansa approached Robb from behind. Thinking of her father and sister, who were still in King's Landing, she could not hold herself back and asked in a low voice. Sansa, don't say foolish things. Of course we'll see father again. He simply got what he wanted. He protected his own honor and the honor of House Stark. At that moment, I also thought about taking him by force. But if I had done that, he wouldn't have been happy. On the contrary, he would have spent the rest of his life drowning in guilt and regret. Robb turned his face toward his sister, placed an arm around her shoulders, and continued. As for Arya, she isn't in danger for now. Once I have time, I'll go to Bravos myself and bring her back. Our family will be reunited again. I promise. After spending days in tension and fear, Sansa leaned her head against her brother's shoulder and felt a sense of safety and relief that seemed impossible to find anywhere else. The cleanup inside the Red Keep only ended late that night. When Jaime arrived at Cersei's chambers, Joffrey was there as well. After he relayed Eddard's words, Cersei wore a thoughtful expression, while Joffrey grew visibly excited. After all, that day, Robb Stark and his giant wolf had entered and left King's Landing and the Red Keep as if they were out for a stroll. The honor of the royal family had been trampled underfoot. Joffrey, more eager than ever to force everyone to acknowledge his authority, immediately turned to Jaime and said, Tomorrow, in front of the great sept of Baelor, in the square of Baelor's statue, Eddard Stark will admit before everyone that he betrayed the crown and that I am my father's rightful heir. But that seems wrong to me. Eddard Stark could have escaped, and I can understand that he didn't because of honor. But agreeing to confess to treason? That doesn't fit him at all. Hearing Joffrey's order, Jaime shook his head and spoke to Cersei, who remained deep in thought. Cersei lifted a cup of wine, touched it to her red lips, and answered coldly. Jaime, do you think Eddard Stark is someone capable of playing political games? If that hard skull of his were capable of scheming, we'd be the ones in the dungeon right now. Then, if he said he will confess, can we assume he'll keep his word? Yes, I think he will. Hearing her beloved brother's confirmation, Cersei finally smiled. Then it's settled. Go tell him that if he keeps his word, we will allow him to take the black and return to that ice-covered north. Even so, I still feel like something isn't right. Jaime, his son turned King's Landing and the Red Keep into chaos. If he doesn't offer some compensation for that, then the moment Joffrey ascends the throne, House Stark will become a direct target. If that happens, House Stark may cease to exist altogether. The son made the mistakes. Now the father is paying for them. Cersei's confidence was absolute as she presented her analysis. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Compared with honor, family, and bloodline truly way more. I'll go speak with him now. And I'll also have old Barristan reinforce all security for tomorrow's outing. After answering, Jaime left the room. As soon as the door closed behind him, Joffrey, his eyes shining, turned to Cersei and asked, Mother, when Eddard Stark admits tomorrow that I am the rightful heir, then can I be crowned king? Cersei looked at her son's handsome face and answered with a gentle smile. Yes. Within the Seven Kingdoms, no one doubts Eddard Stark's honor. Once you are crowned, no one will be able to intimidate us anymore. The next morning, under Cersei's orders, a large number of gold cloaks were sent to the city's 7 gates and the busiest main streets to make loud announcements. At noon, the former hand of the king, Eddard Stark, would confess to his crime of treason before Baelor's statue at the Great Sept of Baelor. The news instantly set King's Landing's small folk ablaze with outrage. Because of the carefully spread propaganda from Cersei, everyone now knew that the armored giant wolf belonged to Robb Stark. All the destruction, all the deaths, and all the losses caused by that creature had been laid at House Stark's feet. If Robb were still in King's Landing, those small folk would only dare to fear him. They would not have the courage to openly show any anger. But Robb had already left. And so, Eddard Stark, the man who would confess his guilt that day, immediately became the new target for all that public fury. People began calling their friends, relatives, and neighbors, gathering in groups and rushing toward the Great Sept of Baelor. Everyone wanted to arrive early and secure a good place to watch the spectacle. Yoren of the Night's Watch had just delivered the few remaining prisoners from the Red Keep's dungeons and completed all the transfer paperwork when he heard the news. He held genuine respect for Lord Eddard, who had sincerely tried to help him. Upon learning that Eddard would admit guilt, he frowned and followed the crowd toward the Great Sept of Baelor. In an alley of Flea Bottom, a burly middle-aged man was holding the hands of a dirty little beggar as the two argued in hushed but heated voices. "Didn't you say that with enough money, anyone can be killed? I want to kill Cersei. I want to kill Joffrey." The dirty little beggar, deeply agitated, spoke loudly. "Some people cannot pay the price. Then the many-faced god will not accept that person's offering." The burly man kept a faint smile on his face and answered in a gentle voice. "Jaqen, why did you kidnap me? If it's money you want, then send me back to the north. My brother will give you lots of gold." Seeing that the man remained calm and unshaken, the little beggar gradually settled down and asked the question in a tone full of suspicion. "If the girl follows a certain person to the House of Black and White, then her brother will naturally come looking for her." Jaqen continued smiling as he answered Arya. Earlier, beside the inner wall, Arya had still been waiting for Robb when everything suddenly went dark before her eyes. When she woke again, this burly man, who called himself Jaqen, was already in front of her. He did not hurt her, but he also did not let her leave. After hearing the news about her father earlier, Arya had become so agitated that she tried to run away, and the situation had ended up turning into this confrontation. "I want to see my father." "You may, but the girl must follow a certain person's instructions. Otherwise, the girl will sleep again." "Understood." After agreeing to Jaqen's conditions, Arya followed him toward the Great Sept of Baelor. At noon, at the Great Sept of Baelor, the square of Baelor's statue was entirely paved with white marble. At its center stood the enormous statue of Baelor I, serene upon its pedestal, with an expression of compassion turned toward all mankind. Cersei and Joffrey stood at the top of the square's stone platform. Behind them, Barry Stan and Jaime guarded them closely. On the level below the platform, Varys, Patyr Baelish, Pycelle, the High Septon, and Sandor Clegane were positioned to the left and right. Farther below, scattered across the square, the men of the Kingsguard and the Gold Cloaks kept watch with weapons in hand and chests held high. And in that enormous space before the statue, a countless mass of small folk pressed in from every side, there only to watch the spectacle. Clink, clink. The sound of chains echoed. Accompanied by 2 gold cloaks, Eddard was brought out through one of the Sept's side exits. After spending so long in the absolute darkness of the black cells, Eddard raised his face to the sky and, feeling the sun bathe the earth, closed his eyes and stood still, simply taking in that light. The longing on his face made it seem as if he wanted to carve that sensation into himself forever, the feeling of touching the world's brightness once more. Traitor to the realm. Spit on him. Traitor. Coward. Murderer. An animal, just like a wolf. The moment Eddard appeared, a wave of insults erupted across the square before Baelor's statue and crashed over him like a tide. Atop the platform, seeing the crowd so riled up, Joffrey smiled and, deeply satisfied, shouted to the 2 gold cloaks escorting Eddard. "Bring him up here." The gold cloaks led Eddard toward the platform. Along the way, the small folk of King's Landing hurled insults at him without pause, and one man in the crowd even spat a thick glob of phlegm onto his body. Without saying a word, Eddard endured all that humiliation and climbed onto the platform, his eyes filled with determination. Behind Joffrey, Jaime, and Ser Barry Stan watched Eddard being insulted, both of them showing a trace of discomfort on their faces. Perhaps, because they also possessed a certain knightly spirit, they felt that a knight of noble character and steadfast honor should not be subjected to such humiliation. Joffrey was the complete opposite. His face shone with joy, almost laughing aloud, as he pointed to the reserved place on the lower level of the platform and said, "Heh, take him over there. High Septon, you may begin." "As you command, your grace." The High Septon, dressed in splendid robes, answered Joffrey. Then he raised his hands toward the people in the square and gestured for silence as he shouted, "Silence? Today, under the gaze of the 7, before the Great Sept of Baelor, blessed by the gods, we shall all bear witness. Eddard Stark, former Hand of the King, Warden of the North, and Lord of Winterfell, will confess his crimes." As soon as the High Septon spoke, the entire square quickly quieted. At his words, every gaze turned toward Eddard. Eddard turned his head and looked across the platform from one end to the other, starting with Joffrey, who was smiling openly. Then, with a faint self-mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, he spoke loudly. "At this moment, I do not have so many titles. I am only Eddard Stark, of House Stark. Before the old gods and the new, I acknowledge my crimes." After saying that, he paused briefly and continued. "I acknowledge that my greatest crime was clinging to honor with rigid stubbornness, and showing foolish, insane mercy. It is precisely because of these sins that I now stand here, ready to receive punishment." Hearing those words, Joffrey's smile faltered. He was just about to open his mouth and interrupt, but Cersei stopped him, because Eddard had already continued. "My dearest friend, my king, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the entire realm, Robert Baratheon's rightful heir. As he said this, Eddard first cast a glance at Joffrey, who was now staring at him filled with expectation, and at Cersei, who wore a smile on her lips. Then he turned to the small folk in the square before Baelor's statue and let out a roar that seemed to rise from the depths of his soul. Could never be this bastard born of incest between Cersei Lannister and Jaime Lannister, Joffrey Hill? My friend Robert Baratheon left no legitimate children? And more than that, he was murdered by the Lannisters. Shut him up. Don't let him keep speaking. That's impossible. All of it is a lie. He's a liar. Eddard's furious, rapid speech drained all color from Cersei's face. She began shouting, ordering the gold cloaks to stop him from continuing. Joffrey, meanwhile, pointed at Eddard with his face twisted in rage and began screaming at the crowd, trying to explain that it was all a lie. At first, the people in the square had been so furious with Eddard for another reason besides Robb and Bloodwind. Eddard Stark was known throughout the Seven Kingdoms as a symbol of integrity, justice, and honor. Seeing such a man confess to treason was like watching a public figure with an impeccable reputation collapse before everyone's eyes. The deeper the love, the fiercer the disappointment. But now, instead of confessing to treason as the gold cloaks had announced, he was revealing a monstrous scandal. And by instinct, the small folk wanted to believe him. Cersei felt the crowd's gazes, heavy with contempt, sweep over her and Jaime like sharp blades. Furious, she shouted, "What are you two waiting for? Shut his mouth now." Only then did the two gold cloaks holding him react and rush to stop him. But Eddard, even with his hands bound, suddenly slammed his shoulders forward and sent both men flying away. Behind him, Sandor leaned forward as if to intervene, but seemed to remember something and ended up standing still. "Everything I have said is true, and I ask the old gods and the new to bear witness. You liar, tell the truth the way you're supposed to. Otherwise, I'll exterminate all of House Stark, mount your heads on spears, and show everyone the fate of liars and traitors to the realm." Seeing Eddard knock down the guards and continue speaking, Joffrey furiously descended from the top of the platform, strode up to him, and began shrieking almost in falsetto while pointing a finger at his face. Looking at that boy consumed by rage, Eddard remembered the son who, the day before, had spoken of not kneeling before anyone. With light burning in his eyes, with firm eyes, he shouted, "In the name of Eddard Stark, Hand of the King, and in the name of King Robert Baratheon of the Seven Kingdoms, I swear, in all of Westeros, no matter the size of the house, no matter whether their blood is noble or lowborn, whoever destroys House Lannister and avenges King Robert Baratheon, shall be the sole rightful heir to the Iron Throne." "Liar, you damned liar." Hearing this, Joffrey reached the peak of his fury. He suddenly turned, snatched the sword from the waist of a gold cloak, and charged at Eddard with it. "No, stop." The moment Eddard finally said everything he needed to say, a weight seemed to lift from his chest. Seeing Joffrey rushing at him with the sword, a serene smile appeared on his face. PSHHT, Joffrey, who had learned swordsmanship and had some basic training, drove the blade straight into Eddard's heart with a precise thrust. When the pain struck his chest, Eddard's vision began to blur. On the platform, Cersei was white as paper, her arm raised, trying to stop it. Jaime had leapt down from the platform, likewise trying to stop Joffrey. Varys looked stunned, Pycelle and the High Septon were gaping, and Petyr Baelish, hidden near the shadows, was smiling. All those images began to recede from his vision as darkness drew near. In his final moments, a single thought crossed Eddard's mind. "Robert, you bastard, since you never truly cared about that iron chair, then let it at least serve as the reward for avenging you." The instant Joffrey killed Eddard, the entire crowd, which had been frozen silent in shock until then, erupted into a colossal uproar. The sacred square before Baelor's statue turned into a chaotic marketplace. Some believed Eddard, others doubted him, and others still wavered between faith and suspicion. Everyone spoke at once, voicing their opinions. Chop his body into pieces and feed him to the dogs. After killing Eddard, Joffrey's fury had still not subsided. He turned to the gold cloaks and gave the order, "As you command." Joffrey released the blood-stained sword, and when he turned around, he saw Cersei's face and the faces of the counselors around him, all dark and unreadable. Only then did he realize that perhaps he had done something wrong. Immediately, he said to Sandor, "Hound, take me back to the Red Keep." "Yes." Cersei watched her son walk away, not knowing what to say. Farther below, Jaime looked back at her, and their eyes met. By the time Robb received the news that his father had been killed by Joffrey, a month had already passed. It was when the Wind Witch arrived at White Harbor, and Lord Wyman Manderley personally came to greet him. After hearing Wyman recount his father's final words in a grave voice, Robb completely lost control. He raised his head to the sky and let out a roar, pouring out all the pain and hatred that had built up inside him. Only in that moment, when he understood that Eddard had changed, that he had not done as he had in the original timeline and insisted on proclaiming Stannis the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, did Robb realize the truth. His father had already abandoned the honor he had clung to his entire life. He had refused to leave King's Landing in order to open a path for his son. And more than that, to pave a road for him where he would not need to kneel before anyone. Amid the piercing pain, Robb also understood something else with equal clarity. The oath of vengeance Eddard had left behind, offering the Iron Throne as the prize, would very likely turn the future war of the Five Kings into unprecedented chaos, a war of 100 kings. King's Landing, the square before Baelor's statue. Gradually, the small folk began to leave the square, carrying the shock of that day's revelations with them and leaving behind a trail of garbage. On the platform, the nobles and dignitaries had already departed. 2 gold cloaks were carrying Eddard's body, one at the front and one at the back. In the middle of the crowd, Arya, with Jaken's hand clamped firmly over her mouth, was still struggling without pause. Growing somewhat irritated by her resistance, Jaken lightly pressed a spot on her neck, and she passed out at once. After that, he picked her up in his arms like a father carrying his daughter, resting her head against his shoulder, and followed the crowd out of the square. Yoren watched the 2 gold cloaks carry the body away. His right hand tightened around the hilt of the sword at his waist, and he began following them from a distance. The 2 gold cloaks walked along the main street for a while before entering an alley. At the end of that alley was a slaughterhouse. Seeing the 2 of them enter, Yoren drew the sword from his waist and prepared to rush forward. That was when a wrinkled, aged hand landed on his left shoulder. "Brother of the Night's Watch, leave this to me." Startled by the sudden touch, Yoren turned his head and quickly recognized the man. It was the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Barristan the Bold. Yoren had seen him before in the Red Keep, when he had gone to the Tower of the Hand to meet Lord Eddard. "But Ser Barristan, you are still a knight of the Kingsguard. You can't disobey a king's order, can you?" "Ha, not anymore. Last night, Cersei and Joffrey called me in privately. They said they would grant me a seaside estate and wanted me to resign from the post of Lord Commander on my own. Besides, that cruel and violent Joffrey Hill is not even a true king." Hearing the question, Barristan shook his head and spoke at length, as if finally pouring out the dissatisfaction he had been keeping inside. "Then you believe Lord Eddard's words?" "Of course. Lord Eddard's honor cannot be doubted by anyone in the 7 kingdoms." Barristan nodded and answered firmly. Then he passed by Yoren and said without looking back, "I will recover his body. After that, I ask that you take him back to Winterfell. A man like him should not suffer this kind of humiliation even after death." Under Yoren's watchful gaze, Barristan quickly approached the 2 gold cloaks carrying the body. After they exchanged a few words, the conversation clearly soured. In an instant, with a speed that did not match a man of more than 60 years, Barristan knocked both men to the ground. Seeing Barristan gesture to him, Yoren hurried over to help carry Eddard's body. While the 2 were busy moving the body, they did not notice that, in the place where they had been moments earlier, a hooded man was watching them in silence. After observing for a short while, the hooded man turned to leave. But when he reached the end of the alley, he suddenly stopped. Standing there was a tall, fat red priest dressed in loose crimson robes, the front of his head already bald, leaning against the dirty alley wall and drinking from a wineskin. "What? Because I knocked you off your horse in a tourney, you really think you can drag me in now for a reward? Thoros of Myr. Lord Beric, I did not come to arrest you. I came because I received a revelation from my lord, the Lord of Light, and I came to preach his faith. After all, the night is dark and full of terrors." The red priest, Thoros, took a long drink of wine. His face flushed, and with a faintly drunken tone, he answered the hooded man. Beric lowered his hood and began walking, smiling as he replied, "Ha, the red god of Essos? Sorry, but I follow the 7. Seeing Beric pass by him, Thoros drank another long mouthful, then laughed loudly with the smell of alcohol thick on his breath. "Ha ha ha, faith can change? My lord accepts anyone who follows him with a sincere heart." Without even turning his head, Beric continued walking and answered firmly, "Change my faith? Then wait until I die first." Hearing Beric's resolute reply, Thoros merely shook his head with a smile and followed him, swaying slightly. Yoren and Barristan rented a cart on the main street. Thanks to the fact that Barristan had not yet been officially dismissed from the Kingsguard, the 2 of them managed to leave through the Gate of the Gods with great ease. A few miles beyond the city, they caught up with a makeshift group escorting the few criminals from the Red Keep toward the wall in the north. "Ha, Ser Barristan, what now? Where do you intend to go?" After settling Eddard's body on a transport cart, Yoren let out a long sigh and asked the question. Hearing that, Barristan turned his face east and answered in a low voice, "Where? Perhaps. I will go look for the true king, and die for him. Very well. I hope we meet again someday. Until then." After bidding farewell to Barristan, Yoren led his group of Night's Watch recruits and hurried north. This time, without Gendry in that convoy, the situation from the original timeline, in which the Lannister knight Amory Lorch and a group of gold cloaks rode out in pursuit, did not occur. The 2 gold cloaks who had lost Eddard's body returned to the Red Keep to report the matter to Joffrey, but they were intercepted by Jaime on the way. Although Eddard had surprised him shortly before his death, Jaime still held respect for him. In secret, he instructed the 2 gold cloaks to use one of the criminals' bodies already piling up in the Red Keep as a substitute for the order to feed him to the dogs, and thus answer to Joffrey. Knowing full well what kind of cruel temper Joffrey had, the 2 gold cloaks gladly accepted Jaime's solution and escaped punishment. And so, the matter was quietly buried. While Yoren headed north with Eddard's body, Robb still knew nothing. He remained on the narrow sea aboard the Wind Witch, advancing as the ship cut through the waves. The Westerlands, Casterly Rock. Tywin and Kevin sat facing each other in a study, both wearing extremely serious expressions as they read the messages brought by ravens. What were Jaime and Cersei doing in King's Landing? How could they let Joffrey kill Eddard Stark? Kevin, his face visibly grim, was the first to speak. What has happened has happened. There is no point continuing to argue about it. Our focus now should be the north and the Riverlands. Tywin, his expression heavy, shook his head. Instead of directly answering Kevin's complaint, he steered the conversation toward what truly mattered. After this, the Tullus and the Starks will act as they always have, as one. As soon as they are ready, they will attack together. Kevin nodded and continued along the same line of thought. We cannot sit here waiting for their attack. Kevin, tomorrow you will leave with 15,000 men for the Golden Tooth. Hold the fortress until I give you new orders. From there, we can both launch offensives against the Riverlands and prevent a surprise attack on our own lands. If war is inevitable, then we will fight it on their lands, not ours. After thinking for a moment, Tywin gave the order directly. Understood. And what about King's Landing? Kevin accepted the order and then raised the other issue. Write to Cersei and Jaime. Tell them to keep King's Landing under control, to handle the nobles willing to bend the knee carefully, and, at least for a time, to hold the Iron Throne for me. And have Clegane called back to the Westerlands as soon as possible. We will need him when the war begins. Tywin answered first, then continued with an even graver expression. Kevin, this time, House Lannister will either build a dynasty that lasts 1,000 years, or be reduced to ashes, like the Targaryens before us. When you march with the army, be extremely careful. I will. But, these rumors about Cersei and Jaime, could they cost us the people's support? Kevin first nodded, but soon brought up the most sensitive subject with some caution. Hearing that, Tywin shook his head without hesitation. Eddard Stark slandered Cersei and Jaime. It is perfectly normal for a man at death's door to pour out desperate lies. But with Eddard Stark's prestige, even a lie like that will be believed by many. Yes. And that is exactly what concerns me as well. Some more ambitious noble houses may use that lie as an excuse to covet the Iron Throne. But in the end, in Westeros, military strength is always worth more than anything else. If the wolf pup and the old fish of the Riverlands dare to start a war, then we will mount their heads on spears and let the other houses see very clearly what happens to those who defy the Lannisters. After all, wasn't that how Robert took the Iron Throne? The words Eddard had left in King's Landing before his death, as the days passed, began spreading through the great and lesser houses of Westeros. The continent entered a brief period of calm, but anyone with even the slightest sense for politics could already tell. A storm capable of sweeping across the entire continent was gathering. 1 month later, in White Harbor, inside the banquet hall of House Manderley's new castle, Robb and Lord Wyman sat in the main seats on the raised platform. Beside them were Sansa, Leona Woolfield, the wife of Lord Wyman's eldest son, Wayley Manderley, as well as her eldest daughter, Winafred Manderley, and her youngest, Willa Manderley. In the seats below the platform were the officials of White Harbor, along with Eddard, Cray, Gendry, and the others. Bloodwind had curled his enormous body into a coil and lay quietly in a corner of the hall. Lord Robb, my eldest son, Wayley Manderley, has already led 3,000 soldiers from White Harbor to Winterfell in response to your summons. In truth, I should have gone to Winterfell personally, but Lady Catelyn wrote to me specifically, asking me to remain in White Harbor. Now I see that this was also an arrangement of yours. Looking at Robb, who still looked visibly worn down after learning what had happened to Lord Eddard, Lord Wyman tried to start a conversation to draw his attention elsewhere. Yes, I arranged it in advance. More than a month ago, I had already left Winterfell in secret for King's Landing. But my father. Robb merely nodded in response. But at the mention of his father, pain tightened in his chest again. Forcing himself to hold back his grief, he picked up the cup on the table and continued. I thank House Manderley for its loyalty to House Stark. In the future, the Manderleys and the Starks will rise together to the top of Westeros. A toast. A toast. Hearing that, Lord Wyman hurriedly raised his cup and drank with Robb. After taking a sip of wine, Wyman, as an experienced port administrator and a man highly skilled in trade, spoke with concern. Lord Robb, as far as I know, Winterfell has now gathered an army of around 30,000 men. Although each lord brought part of his own provisions, if this continues for too long, I fear Winterfell will not be able to bear that burden. Yes. House Manderley is willing to provide you with 100,000 sacks of wheat, 50,000 of barley and rye, as well as 2,000 fat sheep as military provisions. Lord Wyman, I thank you for your generosity. I understand your concern. For now, Winterfell can still manage its supplies, and we also have the wealth accumulated by House Bolton. As for later, compared to the poor north, the wealthy south will be what truly sustains us. In truth, I quite like the motto of Theon's family, we do not so. Hearing Wyman's generous offer, Robb managed to force a faint smile and nodded. Then, when do you intend to march south? After hearing his answer, Wyman did not press the matter of provisions further and asked another question. There is no rush. There are still some matters that have not been resolved. I once heard someone say that external wounds may look serious, but what truly kills are the hidden injuries inside the body. By the way, Lord Wyman, does White Harbor have a fleet of its own? No. White Harbor's guard only needs to maintain order in the port. The great merchant ships and convoys that come here to trade, at certain times, even turn pirate themselves from time to time. We do not need to protect them. Hearing Robb's question, Wyman shook his head and answered. Robb nodded slowly, thought for a moment, and then said, I understand. Then let us have lunch. This afternoon, we will return to Winterfell. Lord Robb, in such a hurry? I have not even had the chance to receive you properly. The lords in Winterfell have already waited too long. I need to return as soon as possible. Please send a raven to Winterfell and inform them of my return. And I will also need to use the forges of White Harbor. My smith wants to modify a saddle for me. 2 days later, after receiving the raven from White Harbor, Caitlin calculated the travel time and sent riders out of Winterfell early in the morning to watch for any sign of Robb's return. Only in the middle of the afternoon, when the scouts saw Robb's group returning, did one of them ride back to inform Winterfell. At the entrance of the training yard, Caitlin waited with all the lords of the north, except Lord Wyman, waiting for Robb to arrive. Unlike last time, all of House Stark's sworn lords were now present. Thud, thud, thud. Outside the yard, the sound of approaching hooves grew louder and louder. The first to appear before everyone was Robb, seated atop the enormous dire wolf, his expression cold and severe. Behind him came Eddard, Cray, and the others. Sansa was inside a carriage. Lord Robb. When they saw Robb approaching mounted on the wolf, all the lords, household guards, and soldiers in the yard lowered their heads sincerely and greeted him in unison. During that month, thanks to the exaggerated propaganda spread by the North's new intelligence network, created by Sam, Robb's story had spread everywhere. With only a little more than a dozen Winterfell riders, he had invaded King's Landing to rescue his father, Lord Eddard, and his 2 sisters. He had faced the Kingslayer and the Mountain, killed several powerful figures in the capital, and turned King's Landing upside down. Everyone praised Robb's loyalty to his family and his outrageous courage in risking everything to save Eddard Stark, as well as his terrifying strength in facing thousands alone in the capital. Compared to a month ago, when they had still seen him only as the young wolf, the lords of the north now privately called him the Hungry Wolf, like King Theon Stark of old. And all of them were convinced that, in that rescue mission in King's Landing, he had not failed. In their eyes, Lord Eddard had already been successfully rescued by Robb, but because of his righteousness and sense of justice, he had chosen to die in order to expose Joffrey Hill's true origin and reveal to the world the real cause of King Robert's death. After jumping down from the special saddle strapped to Bloodwind's body, Robb looked at his mother, pressed his lips together, and prepared to say something. But Caitlin immediately came forward, hugged him tightly, and murmured in his ear, "Robb, you need to put these lords first. They need to feel that you value them. As for your father, we will speak of that in private." Hearing those words, spoken by a mother who was also suppressing her own pain just to think of her son first, Robb felt his chest tighten and nodded hard. Seeing that her son had understood her intention, Caitlin released him, looked at him once more, clearly seeing how worn down he was, and then went towards Sansa, who had just stepped down from the carriage. Robb took a deep breath, gathered his emotions, and walked a few steps forward. His gaze swept over all the lords gathered in the yard, men dressed in different styles, but most of them around the same age as his father. With a firm posture and an overwhelming presence, he spoke loudly. "Lords of the North, first of all, I thank all of you for answering my summons. King Robert Baratheon was murdered by the Lannisters, and my father, Eddard Stark, died loyal to him until the very end. Because of that, the reason we are gathered here is no longer to rescue the Lord of Winterfell. It is to overthrow the false king sitting on the Iron Throne, Joffrey Hill. Overthrow the false king." As soon as Robb declared the new purpose of that summons aloud, Lord Rickard was the first to respond. As if he had just remembered something important, he drew the sword from his waist, held it before his chest with the tip pointed toward Robb, knelt on one knee, and shouted, "There is no longer a king in the Seven Kingdoms worthy of the North's loyalty? In the name of House Stark, I swear eternal loyalty to the Hungry Wolf, Robb Stark, the new king in the North." Clang, 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 loyalty to Robb Stark. Long live the king in the North. Long live the king in the North. Seeing Rickard Karstark take the lead, the other lords, who had already been completely convinced after the capture of the Dreadfort and the chaos caused in King's Landing, drew their swords one after another, knelt on one knee, and began shouting in unison. Around them, the guards and soldiers, swept up by the emotion of the moment, also began to roar. Those voices spread like waves, echoing farther and farther until they spread across all of Winterfell. Advertisement. Hearing the unified cries around him, like waves on a storm-tossed sea, Robb had no idea when he had gained the title of the Hungry Wolf. However, seeing the excitement written across the faces of the lords, he let out a silent sigh and accepted the name in his heart. In White Harbor, Lord Wyman had already told him about the general state of Westeros during the month Robb had spent on the Narrow Sea, cut off from all news. Renly Baratheon, in Highgarden, had married the Rose of Highgarden, Margaery Tyrell, and with the support of the nobles of the Reach and the Stormlands, he had been the first to proclaim himself king. Soon after, Stannis Baratheon had also crowned himself on Dragonstone, declaring that Joffrey and Renly were both false kings, and that he was the only rightful heir to the Iron Throne. At that moment, being raised as king was perfect for Robb. It would have a tremendous effect on the unity of the Northern Lords. I thank all of you for your trust. In the near future, we will surely overthrow the false king's rule and gather before the Iron Throne. Beyond that, after this journey south, I have felt the North's poverty even more deeply. When this great army marches south, I will take you with me, and I will also bring back the South's endless wealth, so that our North may become just as prosperous. After waiting a while, smiling as the shouts gradually faded, Robb, now accepting his new title as king in the North with ease, thanked the nobles and laid out his vision of a better future. Now, I ask that all of you proceed to the council hall. I need to settle some family matters, and I will soon meet with everyone to discuss the march south. Hearing his words, the lords in the yard rose one after another and, exchanging comments among themselves, headed toward Winterfell's council hall. Lord Rickard deliberately waited until last to stand approaching Robb tensely. He asked in a low voice, "Your Grace, I noticed Eddard's expression was not right, and I also did not see Torrhen." "I'm sorry, Lord Rickard. Torrhen died in King's Landing." Before Rickard could even finish, Robb gave the explanation he had already prepared. Although he had already suspected it deep in his heart, hearing the confirmation clearly made Lord Rickard struggle to accept it. He breathed heavily several times. After composing himself a little, his eyes already reddened, he continued asking, "That boy, he did not suffer before he died, did he?" "No. It was a clean blow to the heart." Robb shook his head and answered sincerely. Rickard, completely devastated, nodded slowly and murmured to himself, "If he did not suffer, then that is good, that is good." At that moment, Eddard approached from behind. After giving Robb a grateful look, he went to his father and supported him. "Father, Torrhen's conduct in King's Landing was exactly as you always taught us. He fought bravely until the end, like a blazing sun in the heart of winter." Hearing that, Lord Rickard gripped his eldest son's right hand tightly, as if afraid of losing him as well. Looking at Eddard as he supported his father toward the council hall, Robb held him in even higher regard. Eddard knew how to lead armies, and he was also steady in how he dealt with people. In King's Landing, he had never once opened his mouth to beg Robb to spare his brother's life, because he knew perfectly well that Robb was different from Lord Eddard Stark. He would never forgive betrayal. Aboard the Wind Witch, Eddard had spoken sincerely and asked Robb to keep the fact that Torrhen had been a traitor secret. For Robb, that was a small concession that would allow him to win the deep loyalty of a valuable subordinate. So he accepted. After Robb agreed, Eddard personally asked everyone who knew the truth to keep the secret. However one looked at it, he was undoubtedly a good subordinate, a good son, and a good brother. Without continuing to think about it, Robb turned and walked toward Catelyn and Sansa, who were still holding each other. Seeing him approach, the people around them tactfully stepped back, leaving them enough space. "Mother, forgive me. I failed to bring father back." As soon as he reached her side, Robb lowered his head and spoke in a guilty tone. Hearing her son's voice, Catelyn released Sansa from her arms, sniffed once, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and turned to him with a forced smile. "Robb, that was not your fault. Sansa told me. It was your father who chose to stay. You managed to bring Sansa back, and for now, Arya is not in danger either. For me, that is already enough. If I had lost both of them as well, perhaps I truly would have gone mad. Mother, I promise you that I will bring Arya back, safe and sound." Robb could clearly sense the pain Catelyn was forcibly suppressing, and without hesitation, he made the promise. "I believe you. I always thought you were stronger than Ned. Now, you have lived up to what he hoped for you. You have become the king in the north." Catelyn raised her hand and caressed her son's face. For an instant, she seemed to see Eddard behind him and seemed momentarily dazed. Only then did she come back to herself and continue. "Go to the council hall. Discussing military affairs with your vassals is what matters most now." "Yes, mother. Then I will take my leave. Let Sansa stay with you for now." Robb understood perfectly what was most urgent. He nodded to his mother, then turned to Cray and Gendry, who were standing nearby, and said, "Cray, come with me. Lord Medjor clearly wanted to speak with you earlier. You can talk properly afterward. Gendry, are you willing to attend this meeting as my squire?" "At your command, your grace. I am, your grace." Hearing this, Cray immediately bowed respectfully. As for Gendry, who had never received any formal education in etiquette since childhood, he simply imitated Cray's manner and answered the same way. Robb nodded and headed toward the council hall with the two of them. Inside Winterfell's now familiar council hall, with Jory organizing things, his wounded leg having largely recovered, all the lords were already seated, speaking quietly among themselves. "Your Grace." As soon as Robb approached the entrance, everyone stood at the same time and bowed to him. Now gradually beginning to grow accustomed to this form of address, Robb responded with a smile and a nod, then walked to the raised section of the hall and said in a clear voice, "My lords, be seated. The subject of our discussion today is the overall plan for the march south. First, tell me, how many soldiers has Winterfell gathered by now?" "Your Grace? More than a month ago, in response to the call to rescue Lord Eddard, we gathered nearly 15,000 men within 2 weeks. After the news from King's Landing arrived, each house sent another 9,000 soldiers. Adding to that the nearly 7,000 men from Winterfell's military camp, we currently have around 31,000 northern soldiers assembled in Winterfell." Since Theon, Smoljan, and the others were in the military camp, and Robb still did not know the exact number of gathered troops, he had asked the question directly. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ramsay rose from among the assembled lords with a smile on his face and answered promptly, "More than I expected. Thank you, Lord Ramsay." Seeing Ramsay so proactive in trying to please him, Robb nodded and answered. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he continued, "By the way, since you have shown loyalty to your liege lord and rendered great service by delivering the Dreadfort to me, I now ask everyone here to bear witness. From this day forward, Ramsay Snow shall be called Ramsay Bolton. Your Grace, your loyal vassal, Ramsay Bolton, will fight for you forever, from this day until the last day of my life." Hearing Robb officially legitimize him as a Bolton, Ramsay's face filled with emotion. He knelt on one knee and loudly declared his loyalty. Very good. Then I look forward to seeing you conquer all my enemies in the wars to come. Robb nodded with a smile, cooperating with Ramsay in that flawless display of loyalty between sovereign and vassal. After Ramsay sat back down, Robb continued. Now I will lay out the strategic objective of this campaign south. The primary objective is to exterminate House Lannister and behead the false king, Joffrey Hill. The secondary objective is to gather the wealth of the south to ease the north's poverty. That's right, kill the false king. Exterminate House Lannister and seize the gold mines of the Westerlands. Let's plunder all those southerners. I heard Highgarden in the Reach is the most beautiful castle in Westeros. Makes me want to go there and loot the whole place. Robb could clearly tell that, for most of the lords, enthusiasm for the secondary objective was even greater than for the primary one. And that was exactly what he had expected. After all, waging a war relying only on the loyalty and honor of one's vassals worked well while everything was going smoothly. But when setbacks came, that kind of motivation often left room for all sorts of problems. If, on the other hand, they fought for their own interests, then to the very end, they would most likely remain firmly at Robb's side. My lords, if no one has any objections, then our strategic objectives are now set. Now, does anyone have a concrete tactical plan that we can put into practice in the near future? As soon as Robb finished speaking, the hall, which had been buzzing with discussion until then, suddenly fell silent. Your Grace, I believe we should seek an alliance with House Tully of the Riverlands and House Arryn of the Vale. Then, with the forces of all three parties attacking the Westerlands at the same time, we can take Casterly Rock in one stroke and, after that, capture King's Landing with ease. Lord Medjor, who had been radiant ever since being reunited with his son, saw that the mood had cooled and immediately stood to keep the discussion going before Robb. Lord Medjor's suggestion of an alliance is viable, but this plan to attack the Westerlands seems like a fine pile of shit to me. As soon as Lord Medjor finished, a short, stocky man rose. He had the roughness typical of northern men and wore leather armor bearing House Hornwood's sigil, a black moose with crowned antlers. He shook his head and rejected the plan without ceremony. Lord Harrion, since you disagree with my plan, then please, grace us with your perfect strategy. Seeing that Lord Harrion Hornwood was showing him no respect at all, Lord Medjor shot back with a frown. That was exactly the opening Harrion had been waiting for. He smiled, nodded, and began. Most of the Westerlands are made up of mountain ranges and rolling terrain. The eastern border, beside the Riverlands, is extremely favorable for defense. If the Lannisters concentrate their troops there and hold the Golden Tooth, which guards the river road, then even if our three forces join together, it will still be very difficult to take it in a short time. On the other hand, it would be much easier to land on the western coast from the Sunset Sea. At the time, didn't the squids of the Iron Islands attack Lannisport from that side? In the hall, Robb kept a thoughtful expression, listening silently to the discussion between the two lords. The others present, upon hearing Lord Harrion's words, nodded again and again. Seeing that everyone seemed to agree with him, Harrion took a deep breath and continued. But the North has no fleet at all. We have no way to cross the Sunset Sea. Because of that, I believe the best option is to have the Tullus attack the Golden Tooth to pin down House Lannister, while we join forces with House Arryn and march straight into the Crown Lands, take King's Landing, and cut off the false king's head. After that, we will advance south along the coastal road and take Crow's Nest, whose defenses are weaker. Finally, we will conquer Lannisport and Casterly Rock, and take Tywin Lannister's head. Yes, I support this plan. As soon as Harrion finished, many northern lords nodded, approving his proposal. That made Lord Medjor's expression turn particularly ugly. Seeing his father humiliated in such a way, Cray could not remain seated. He stood and asked Robb, Your Grace, do I have your permission to present my opinion? Of course. In this council meeting, anyone is permitted to speak. We will discuss this together until we arrive at the most sensible plan. Robb nodded at those words and answered loudly for everyone in the hall. Thank you, Your Grace. Cray first bowed to Robb. Then he turned to Lord Harrion and said, Lord Harrion, for your plan to work, it would require the most ideal situation possible. Tywin Lannister is known throughout the Seven Kingdoms precisely for his intelligence and military strategy. When House Tully attacks the Golden Tooth, do you truly think he will simply stand still and do nothing while we and the Vale cross the Trident region toward the Crown Lands? And even if we manage to cross, the Crown Lands are currently under Lannister control. If they move part of their troops along the Gold Road to King's Landing and block us from the front, while Tywin defeats the Tullus and then attacks us from behind, we would be trapped in the middle with no route of retreat. Yes, that's true. The boy from House Irwin makes sense. After Cray finished, some of the more flexible-minded lords began to agree with him. Seeing his own son dismantle Harrion's plan, Lord Medjor felt that the embarrassment from before had dissipated quite a bit. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. He raised his eyes to Robb and spoke again. Your Grace, I propose that we send an envoy to the Iron Islands to invite Lord Balon to form an alliance with us. If the alliance succeeds, we can feign an attack on the Golden Tooth to draw Tywin's attention. Then, we will detach part of our troops to board the Iron Fleet and launch a surprise attack against Lannisport. As for the envoy, I recommend Theon Greyjoy, commander of Winterfell's archers. Hearing that suggestion, in which Lord Medjor had said too much and gotten too much wrong, Robb had to restrain himself from raising a hand to his face and shaking his head. But in a certain sense, he had accidentally landed on exactly the point Robb intended to reach. After the two lords sat back down, no one else in the hall rose to speak. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Robb nodded and then declared in a firm voice, "The opinions of both lords were good, but they are still incomplete. So, combining what has been said here, I will present a short-term tactical proposal. First, House Tully. I will ask my mother to write to my grandfather. As for the alliance, I believe there will be no problem. As for the Iron Islands, we do need to send an envoy to seek an alliance. As for House Arryn of the Vale, we can set it aside for now. From what I know, my aunt, Lisa Arryn, has been deceived by Littlefinger, and it is impossible for her to ally with us. After that, the 30,000-man army gathered in Winterfell will be reorganized for a few days and then march, first establishing a camp at Greywater Watch. As for the next step, we will decide based on the actual state of the war. Any objections?" Robb's plan was, in the end, a broad fallback plan. Send envoys to seek alliances, then act according to how the situation developed. The northern lords exchanged glances with one another, but no one raised an objection. After all, both Lord Medjor's plan and Lord Harryon's plan had flaws. Neither was strong enough to gain everyone's support. Seeing that no one disagreed, Robb nodded and continued. As for the envoy to the Iron Islands, Theon is still responsible for training Winterfell's new recruits and cannot take on this mission for now. Lord Ramsay Bolton, can I entrust this journey to you? It will be an honor to serve you, Your Grace. Hearing his name, Ramsay immediately stood and answered with a bow. Very good. My lords, let us end today's meeting here. I ask that everyone proceed to the banquet hall. We will soon dine together. And I ask Lord Galbart Glover of Deepwood Motte and Lord Helman Tallhard of Torrens Square to remain. I would like to consult the two of you about some matters. Seeing that Ramsay had accepted the mission to the Iron Islands, Robb nodded in satisfaction and announced the end of the meeting. Yes, Your Grace. At your command. Your Grace, then we will take our leave first. Except for the two lords Robb had named, everyone else rose and withdrew after respectfully bowing to him. The banquet in Winterfell was quite lively. Even though a few people still carried grief in their hearts, on the day everyone had raised Robb as king in the north, the general mood was above all one of joy and excitement. Robb had never particularly liked these typical northern banquets, centered around big brutes competing to see who could drink the most ale. But now, as king, he had to force himself to smile and shout praise for the winners of the drinking rounds. Even so, he could at least console himself with food inspired by the cuisine of his own world, improved by him personally. Sometimes, Robb even found himself curious about those luxurious banquets of the great southern nobles, full of beautiful women. The feast only ended late into the night. For someone whose physical constitution had increased so much, this kind of ale simply could not get him drunk. The lords who had collapsed from drinking too much were carried back to their chambers by the servants attending nearby. Robb left the banquet hall and, accompanied by Bloodwind, who had been lying at the door with his belly full, returned to the inner keep. As soon as they returned to the keep, the wolf ran straight to the room he occupied in the corner of the first floor. Rua. Walking right behind him, Robb suddenly heard his friend stop at the door of his room and let out a low growl, clearly meant as a threat. Robb quickened his pace and soon saw the reason. Nymeria and Lady had taken over his room as if they owned the place and were lying comfortably in the direwolf's den. After Bloodwind had accompanied Robb south, and with neither Arya nor Sansa there to care for them, the two had been temporarily left in his room. Unable to hold back his laughter, Robb turned to the wolf and mentally told him that, the next day, he would have another room prepared for them. But as he stared at Bloodwind, Robb suddenly noticed that the blood-red words in his field of vision had changed. Name, Bloodwind. Contractor, Robb Stark. Constitution, 30. Speed, 30. Strength, 30. Race, spiritual dire wolf, 6. Pack, wolf soldier, Nymeria plus, wolf servant, lady plus. Blood pact points, 67. Beside the names of Nymeria and Lady, a plus symbol had appeared, just like the symbols beside the attributes. The discovery thrilled Robb. With 67 blood pact points stored in his body and already dangerously close to losing control, he immediately tried selecting the plus sign beside Nymeria's name. A small portion of red mist emerged from Robb's body, entered the wolf, and after passing through him, came out again before plunging into Nymeria's body. Robb distinctly sensed that, after this transfer process, the red mist had become much weaker than before. Although he could not see Nymeria's or Lady's attributes, since the blood pact had changed in this way, and at such a critical moment, Robb simply invested another 30 points into each of them. After that, only 7 blood pact points remained in his body. Immediately, he felt his head clear and his entire body become much lighter. As for the problem of the giant wolf increasing his attributes again in the future and perhaps lacking enough blood pact points, with a great army about to march south, Robb was not even slightly worried about how to obtain more. While he was solving this hidden problem and in excellent spirits, Cray brought him the servant who had fed Bloodwind since he was a pup. Was it you who cared for Nymeria and Lady over the past month or so? While stroking Lady's soft back, who now no longer resisted his touch and even seemed affectionate because of the blood pact transfer, Robb asked calmly. Yes, Your Grace. Since I already had experience caring for Bloodwind, Lady Caitlin ordered me to look after them as well. Hearing the question, the servant answered respectfully. I remember you. You were the one who cared for him since he was little. That must have been a lot of work. Did you know Torrhen? Robb nodded, first thanking him, and then changed the subject without warning. Torrhen, my lord? He came to the inner keep quite often. I saw him from time to time, but how could a servant like me have the privilege of knowing him? The servant was caught off guard, but answered in a completely natural manner. Not a single flaw. You really do have talent. But precisely because of that, your reaction was far too calm. Seeing the servant's flawless answer, Robb sent a mental order to the giant wolf beside him. Auu! At the animal's growl, Nymeria and Lady immediately jumped up, surrounded the servant, bared their teeth, and growled low in warning. If you don't want to end up feeding the two of them one last time, then tell me what I want to know. Robb spoke in a calm tone, but his words carried a brutal threat. If I answer honestly, will your grace spare me? The servant looked at the situation, already understanding that his identity had been discovered. He gave a bitter smile, but remained as calm as before. That depends on your answer. If I am satisfied, not only will you stay alive, you may even receive a job from me. By the way, what is your name? Hurl, your grace. After introducing himself, the man, who had served House Stark for years and knew the honor of the Starks very well, began to speak. At first, my job was to gather information about House Stark and leave it at agreed-upon locations. The Stablemaster, whom you have already captured, was responsible for passing it along. Later, I received orders to become the point of contact with Torrhen Karstark. From the day you awakened, he began passing information to me. I then passed it on through a spy in the Maester's Tower. So that means the spy in the Maester's Tower must know where that information was being sent. Yes. Were you able to obtain the information from today's military meeting? No, I had no chance to get close, your grace. Very well. Then I will tell you myself what was discussed. And you will pass that information along. The next day, in White Harbor, inside the new castle, old Maester Theomore hunched his aged body as he hurried toward the Lord's study, a raven message in hand. When he pushed open the door to the study, he found not only Lord Wyman inside, but also several heavily armed guards, as well as Ser Marlon Manderley, commander of White Harbor's guard. Lord Wyman, a raven has arrived from Winterfell. As soon as I received it, I brought it to you immediately. Without giving it much thought, the old Maester raised the letter and stepped forward, ready to hand it over. No need to hand it to me. You have certainly already read it. Just read it aloud. With a stern expression, Lord Wyman shook his head, indicating that he did not need to take it from him. This letter is very strange. It contains only one word. Yes. The Maester looked quite confused as he said this. Lord Wyman nodded, then suddenly asked, Maester Theomore, how many years have you been in White Harbor? About 30 years, my lord. The old man thought for a moment before answering. Hearing that, a flicker of reminiscence appeared in Wyman's eyes, and he spoke with some regret. It has already been that long? Time passes far too quickly. That makes sense. After all, I already have 2 adorable granddaughters. So, in consideration of the many years you have served our house, I will grant you a merciful death. My lord, what do you mean by that? The Maester trembled from head to toe and asked in a wavering voice. We are all people of some standing. At this point, there is no need to keep pretending. 2 days ago, King Robb secretly told me that there was a network of Lannister spies inside the north and asked whether I had any clues. At the time, I told him that you were highly suspicious. And the raven message in your hands is precisely the final confirmation of your identity. So in the end, Lord Wyman, you never truly trusted me. Hearing this, Theomore slowly straightened his back, setting aside his usual hunched posture. When he spoke again, his voice no longer trembled. There is nothing to be done. You were born in Lannisport. I have never liked the Lannisters very much. Marlon, from here on, I leave this in your hands. At your command, Lord Wyman. Theomore calmly watched the soldiers of White Harbor approach. Even so, he had the small fortune of having already sent that final piece of information by Raven before everything came to an end. Robb received White Harbor's reply the next day and learned that Lord Wyman had dealt with Maester Theomore. The Maester, however, had already sent out his final piece of information. Earlier that day, Cray had taken Hurl to the Maester's Tower in Winterfell and seized the now useless spy in the rookery. After the 2 men confirmed each other's accounts, Robb was certain there were no other hidden spies inside Winterfell. At last, the internal informants had been cleaned out. As for spies outside Winterfell, like very little birds, they were weeds. Pull up one batch, and another would grow back. So long as they could not pass along anything important, Robb chose to ignore them for now. The information about the servant Hurl had come from Torrhen. Before he died, Torrhen had told his brother. Perhaps in those final moments, the jealousy in his heart and the whispers of whatever power had tempted him had vanished. Perhaps, awake at last, he had wanted to use that information to keep his brother from being dragged down by his betrayal. That was one of the reasons Robb had been willing to help hide the secret of Torrhen's treachery. Thinking back to what Torrhen had said on the southern wall of King's Landing, about dreams that repeated again and again and a strange crow appearing in those dreams to tempt him, Robb understood one thing. This had to be another filthy trick from the 3-eyed crow that had once trapped him inside a dream. He did not understand why the crow had targeted him so relentlessly, but Robb had made up his mind. This time, he would deal with the three-eyed crow and the petty schemes it seemed so fond of. In his memory, the thing most closely tied to the three-eyed crow was the symbol of the North's faith in the old gods, the heart tree. At first, he had assumed heart trees were simply weirwoods. After consulting Maester Lewin, he learned the difference. Although weirwoods had almost disappeared south of the neck after widespread felling, they were still found throughout the north. But not every weirwood could be called a heart tree. Only when descendants of the first men who still held to the old gods carved a weeping, blood-red human face into a weirwood through their sacred rites did it become a heart tree, a tree before which believers could pray to the old gods. As king in the north, Robb naturally could not order every heart tree in the north cut down if he wanted to keep his rule stable. Back aboard the Wind Witch, while he had been turning the problem over and over, he remembered a small mistake from his previous life. Bubble, bubble. Inside one of the kitchens of Winterfell's inner keep, Gendry was stirring a steaming cauldron with a large iron ladle. Because Robb needed to try something, he had already sent all the kitchen servants away. Your Grace, should I keep adding more? Gendry wiped the sweat from his face and turned to ask Robb. Keep adding more. At Robb's nod, Gendry dipped the iron ladle into the wooden tub beside him, scooped up a large amount of coarse white crystals, and poured them into the cauldron. As Gendry kept adding coarse salt to the pot, the memory of that old mistake from Robb's previous life surfaced in his mind. Back then, he had accidentally used highly concentrated brine, clear as water, to water flowers. In just 2 days, the plants had withered and died. That was why he thought that, although heart trees in this world were somewhat special, the method should still have an effect as long as they were plants. When no more chunks of coarse salt would dissolve in the boiling water, Robb called in Daisy, who had been standing guard outside the kitchen, and had her and Gendry quietly pour the whole pot of concentrated brine around the roots of the massive heart tree in Winterfell's Godswood. If the results were obvious after a few days, Robb would have his trusted guards use the same method to kill every known heart tree in the north. After more than a month away from Winterfell, Robb had a great deal of governing work waiting for him. Before anything else, he calculated and distributed the compensation owed to the 16 Winterfell horsemen who had died in King's Landing. Each surviving family received 2 gold dragons, and each man's name was entered into the warrior's crypt so his family could receive the privileges owed to them. Robb had given only 2 gold dragons, not because he was stingy, but because it was enough for the families to live on for a long time. Giving them more would not necessarily be a good thing. In this age, wealth without the strength to protect it could easily become a disaster. The Lords of the North had already gone to Winterfell's military camp to make the final arrangements for the army and prepare for the march south. Robb, tied down by some pre-war planning and unable to leave for the camp, had Cray carry a handwritten letter to Theon and the other commanders, instructing them to complete the preparations according to his plan. He was in the council hall with Maester Lewin, working through which battlefield treatment methods to include now that the battlefield healer corps had been expanded into a formal unit, when Jory, who had always been calm, stumbled into the hall. The moment he saw Robb, Jory cried, "Your Grace, Lord Eddard, has come home." In Winterfell's training yard, travel-worn Yoren stood with a group of Night's Watch recruits, all of them silent with their heads bowed. When Robb hurried into the yard with Jory, the rest of House Stark had already arrived. On the transport wagon was a battered wooden coffin. At the sight of it, Catelyn bit her lip hard, tears streaming down her face. Sansa and Rickon were already sobbing aloud, unable to speak. Bran, carried on Hodder's back, wore a calm, almost cold expression, as if he had already seen too much life and death. Robb strode to the coffin in a few steps and reached out to open it. When Yoren saw this, he came forward and said quietly, "My lord, your grace, you had best prepare yourself." Yoren's gaze shifted toward Catelyn and Sansa. "Robb, open it," Catelyn said firmly. "Let us see him one last time." Robb had hesitated after Yoren's warning, wondering whether the family behind him would be able to bear it once the coffin was open. Hearing his mother's words, he said nothing more. Creak. With one hand, Robb pushed open the battered wooden coffin. The journey from King's Landing to Winterfell had taken more than a month. Although Yoren had treated Eddard's body on the road to slow the decay and keep the insects away, the body was still almost unrecognizable. Only a faint trace of what he had once looked like remained, and even that was thanks to the colder weather the farther north they had traveled. Robb drew a deep breath and steadied himself. Then he turned to Catelyn, who was staring straight at Eddard's body, and to Sansa beside her, who had shut her eyes because she could not bear to look. "Mother, I will have someone restore father's face and body as best they can. Then we will hold a funeral for him." "No," Catelyn said, still staring at Eddard's body as tears fell from her eyes. She shook her head and refused Robb's suggestion. Ned never liked such things. This will be his funeral. Let him go straight into the family crypts. It was true. Eddard had never been a man who liked grand ceremonies. When Robert had held the hands tourney in his honor, Eddard had thought it too expensive and useless, and had wanted it cancelled. Robb had no time to thank Yoren for bringing the body all the way back from King's Landing. He could only give the man a nod. Then, using only his own strength, he shouldered Eddard's wooden coffin alone and walked step by step toward Winterfell's crypts. Catelyn and the others followed closely behind him, their steps heavy as they made their way toward the crypts. Behind them, Yoren watched the family leaning on one another and murmured, "Lord Eddard, you're home." Ramsay stood on the docks of Torrens Square. Beside him, Lord Helman Tallheart wished him well. "Lord Ramsay, I wish you a safe journey on this mission." Once the war is won, we will drink together in celebration. Lord Hellman, thank you for escorting me all this way. Then it's settled. When the time comes, we will drink together. Ramsay flashed that charming smile of his and nodded in reply. Torrens Square sat beside a large lake southwest of Winterfell, only 2 days away on horseback. On the same day Ramsay accepted the mission, Lord Hellman had escorted him with troops and sent a raven ahead to arrange a merchant ship bound for Lordsbourne on Pike. With that, Ramsay took more than a dozen trusted men with him and turned to board the small sailing merchant vessel waiting at the dock. Once the ship set sail, he waved farewell to Lord Hellman. Then he turned around, and his warm smile vanished, his expression darkening like a storm cloud. Beside him, his trusted retainer, Alan, asked, "My lord, the king in the north has legitimized you as a Bolton, shown you favor, and entrusted you with the important mission of going to the Iron Islands. Why do you seem unhappy?" Ramsay shook his head and said, "Legitimizing my name was part of the bargain between him and me from the start. He is using this chance to announce to the northern nobles that anyone who earns merit for him will receive the proper reward. And this mission to the Iron Islands is not as simple as you imagine. If he truly wanted to form an alliance with Balon Greyjoy, then Theon Greyjoy, the hostage, would be the best choice to show good faith. Not me." Ramsay turned his head and looked in the direction of Winterfell, then continued. "He does not trust me. The 1,000 new recruits I worked so hard to train were taken from me under a perfectly reasonable pretext. And at the Dread Fort, that damn Sam is still holding me back. My lord, then, what should we do? Do everything we can to complete this mission, of course. The journey there and back will take more than half a month. By then, we will see whether this king in the north can keep winning until the very end, or whether." King's Landing, the throne room of the Red Keep. Joffrey, who had been crowned a month earlier, wore a golden crown set with rubies and black diamonds. He was dressed in royal garments embroidered with gold thread, and in his hands, he toyed with an exquisite crossbow. Cersei, now formerly Queen Regent, sat one step below him to his right. Jaime, who had stepped down from the King's Guard and now wore the hand of the King's pin on his chest, sat on his left. Sandor, newly raised to the King's Guard, stood behind them with Ser Marin and the other white cloaks, all of them stiffly at attention. "Your Grace, according to the reports we received today, after Renly Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon, the northern nobles at Winterfell have also raised Robb Stark as king in the north." Standing below the Iron Throne, Varys reported the latest news to Joffrey in his distinctive soft tone. "Bastards! Those traitors should all be hacked apart and fed to the dogs." The moment Varys finished speaking, Joffrey's temper flared, and he burst into curses. Jaime, who had never wanted to leave the King's Guard but had eventually given in after Cersei's relentless coaxing, sighed inwardly at his son's temper. Then he tilted his head toward Joffrey and said clearly, "Your Grace, there are now 3 traitors claiming crowns, and we happen to sit at the center of all 3 threats. The most urgent matter now is to win over more lords willing to submit to you. The hand is quite right. Do you have any good suggestions?" Seeing that Joffrey had no intention of thinking for himself at all, Jaime shook his head inwardly and continued, "House Tully of the Riverlands and House Arryn of the Vale have always stood together with House Stark. The Tyrells of the Reach and the nobles of the Stormlands support Renly, while Stannis has House Florent and the royal fleet on Dragonstone. So, at present, the only house we can truly try to win over is House Martell of Dorne. My Lord Hand, may I say a word?" As soon as Jaime finished speaking, Baelish suddenly spoke from below the throne. When Jaime nodded his permission, he continued, "Lady Lisa of the Vale and I grew up together. We have always been close. With your leave, I am prepared to go to the Vale and persuade her to submit to the true king." "Good, Baelish. If you can make the Vale submit to me, I will reward you with a castle and lands of your own." Joffrey was pleased by Baelish's words and immediately made him a generous promise. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Grace. I will certainly do my utmost to persuade her. But as for Lady Lisa's reward for submitting..." Baelish immediately bowed and thanked Joffrey, then continued speaking. As he finished, he turned toward Cersei, who sat silently to the side. "Lord Baelish, if House Arryn sends troops to aid us in defeating all the traitors, then she may take whatever she wishes from the vast lands of the north. At the same time, her son, Robin Arryn, will receive a seat on the small council." Cersei knew Baelish was waiting for her to state her position. A faint smile touched her beautiful face as she spoke. "The Vale sending troops to aid us? I think that is unlikely. As far as I know, some of the nobles of the Vale have always wanted to join House Stark's side. In my view, if Lady Lisa can suppress them and remain neutral, that alone should count as service to Your Grace." Baelish had no intention of promising to persuade Lisa to send troops. He made the distinction with a smile. "Lord Baelish, please set out as soon as possible and go persuade Lady Lisa. No matter the final result, His Grace will remember your service and reward you accordingly." Jaime spoke directly, settling the matter. "Yes, my Lord Hand. I will set out tomorrow for the Vale. Lord Baelish, come to Maegor's Holdfast later. I need your help with a small matter." "Yes, Your Grace." Late that night, at the docks on the Blackwater Rush, a short man in a black cloak stood quietly facing a medium-sized, flat-bottomed merchant ship moored by the river. After a short while, a pretty red-haired woman led over a mother carrying an infant and said, "Lord Baelish, Mhijen, and the child are here." Baelish turned at the sound and smiled. "ROS, thank you. You may go back first." ROS, the whore who had come to King's Landing from Winterfell and caught Baelish's eye, nodded to him and turned to leave. Lord Baelish, is what you said true? The Queen Regent will kill all of Robert's bastards. After ROS left, Mhijen, who was holding Robert's bastard daughter, spoke softly to Baelish. Of course it is true. That is why I was in such a hurry to send you away. Take the child to her uncle. He will protect you. And remember to pass the secret letter I gave you to King Stannis. Baelish answered with a serious expression. If we leave, won't the Queen Regent blame you? Did you not notice that another mother and her daughter were moved into your room today? Do not worry about me. You should hurry and go. All right. Baelish watched Mhijen board the merchant ship. As it disappeared into the distance, he turned and left for his next destination. That night, Baelish sent away 2 of Robert's bastards. One went by sea to Dragonstone, and the other went down the Rose Road to Highgarden. With them went Baelish's goodwill toward 2 kings. The next day, in King's Landing, large numbers of gold cloaks poured into the streets and began hunting Robert's bastards throughout the city. A few miles east of Winterfell, near the newly established military camp, the armies of the northern bannermen had pitched their tents outside the camp proper. Their heavy tents stretched on for miles. Today was the day Robb had chosen for the march south. All the soldiers were packing up their tents and making their final preparations. Your Grace. King Robb. Robb rode the majestic Bloodwind from Winterfell toward the new camp. The moment he entered the tented area around it, the soldiers nearby immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted him. They looked at the massive dire wolf beneath him with awe and fervor in their eyes. Sam's newly built intelligence network had already begun to play a crucial role. By now, most Northerners believed Robb had to be an envoy of the old gods, or he could never have mastered such a terrifying giant wolf. The lords of each house had also passed along Robb's promise that he would lead them south to seize the endless wealth of the southern lords. Now the soldiers were burning with fighting spirit, wishing they could march south at once. Robb smiled and nodded to the soldiers along the way. Only after entering the camp could he finally relax his face, which had grown a little stiff from smiling. But the moment he entered the camp, he discovered that the northern lords were already waiting before the platform. Behind them stood Theon, Smaljin, and the other Winterfell commanders, along with the commanders under each lord. Behind those officers stood nearly 7,000 of Winterfell's own troops in neat ranks, silent and disciplined. Robb had no choice but to put the smile back on his face. In his mind, he sent Bloodwind a thought, and the dire wolf immediately shifted from a walk into a charge. He rushed toward the platform, sprang lightly onto it, and landed with a heavy thud. Your Grace. Your Grace. The lords in the front row bowed their heads as soon as they saw Robb take his place. Then nearly 7,000 soldiers throughout the camp shouted as one. My lords, my brothers of the north, thank you all for answering my call. The king we once served, Robert Baratheon, and the Lord of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, were both murdered by House Lannister after a long and careful plot. This march south will wipe House Lannister from the map and cut down the false King Joffrey Hill. I believe that any enemy who stands in our way will be torn to pieces by you, the warriors of the north. When the shouting in the camp gradually died down, Robb spoke in a loud voice. The camp covered a broad area, so the soldiers farther back would not be able to hear him clearly. Careful Owen had therefore arranged dozens of loud-voiced soldiers in advance, one every few rows, to carry Robb's words back through the ranks. Whoa! Kill them! Tear them apart! The instant Robb finished that part of his speech, the soldiers below erupted into all kinds of furious roars. Robb was quite satisfied with such high morale. He raised both hands, signaling for silence. Those standing far away might not hear his words, but every soldier could see Robb's gesture as he stood on the platform atop Bloodwind. They quickly quieted down. At the same time, when we march south, we will borrow our enemies' wealth to build our homeland. We will make the north richer and our lives more comfortable. And finally, brothers of the north, you need not worry for your families. Every brother who dies bravely on this march will be recorded in the warrior's crypt. Your families will be properly cared for until House Stark itself is gone. Long live King Robb. We will fight to the death for King Robb. Fight to the death. The moment Robb finished, all the soldiers roared again in excitement. In their eyes, if Robb's words came true, then those who returned alive from this march south would have no worries for the rest of their lives, perhaps even for several generations. Even if they were unlucky enough to die in battle, their families would receive generous pensions and basic support. Better still, that support would last until House Stark itself was gone. And to Northerners, House Stark, with thousands of years of history behind it, was as ancient and dependable as the Wall. So long as the Wall did not fall, House Stark would not perish. By then, the soldiers in the camp had been whipped into a near-mad zeal. The commotion drew the curiosity of the other houses' soldiers camped nearby. Robb's words slowly spread out from the camp, and before long, the tents stretching across those miles were filled with the shouts of men willing to fight to the death for him. Clank, clank. A column of infantry with newer equipment and neater ranks marched forward in high spirits. The lord responsible for leading them and his commanders rode alongside the formation. They were now passing before Winterfell's eastern gate, marching toward the south gate and the King's Road. The eastern gate was crowded with small folk watching the spectacle. They stared at the seemingly endless column, talking loudly while craning their necks to see whether anyone they knew was among the soldiers. Hey, those are House Irwin's men. That is their silver battle-axe banner. Wow, Avon, you know so much. That's amazing. Come on, lad, tell us about the others. Among the small folk, a young man who had traveled across the north with merchant caravans was showing off his knowledge. The girl beside him looked at him with open admiration, while the other small folk urged him to keep going. The mareman with the trident belongs to House Manderley. The black bear in the green wood is House Mormont. The roaring giant with broken chains is House Umber. I don't see House Tallheart's 3 sentinel trees, or House Glover's mailed fist. No need to wonder about that. I saw a great crowd of soldiers pass along the King's Road a few days ago. They must be the vanguard arranged by the lords. Look, House Stark's men are coming. The small folk watched tirelessly as column after column passed through the eastern gate. As they were talking, Winterfell's own troops came at the rear, carrying the direwolf banners. Clank, clank, clank. Winterfell's troops marched forward in perfectly even steps. Unlike the northern lords' men before them, who had whispered to one another as they marched, these soldiers made no sound beyond their footfalls and the clash of mail. A harsh air of slaughter swept over the crowd, and the chattering small folk fell silent almost by instinct. Shieldmen, spearmen, swordsmen, and archers. More than 4,000 Winterfell infantry passed swiftly through the eastern gate, neat and silent. Tap, tap, tap. Nearly 2,000 light cavalry guided their horses forward in the same orderly formation. 500 heavy cavalry followed behind them, appearing in the small folks' sight like men sealed inside iron cans. If the infantry felt grim and murderous, then these cavalrymen seemed forged in iron and blood. For a moment, the watching small folk could almost see them charging into an enemy army, leaving storms of blood and carnage in their wake. Behind them, the small folk saw King Robb of Winterfell, mounted on a giant dire wolf with cold eyes and a body radiating menace. At his left and right walked 2 more dire wolves, only half the giant wolf's size but every bit as fierce. Watching them pass before his eyes, Avon swallowed hard and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Gods, I don't think anyone can stop King Robb's army and his giant wolves." When Robb rode Bloodwind past Winterfell's south gate, Catelyn stood at a distance with Sansa, Bran, and Rickon, watching him leave. Robb had already said his farewells the night before. He looked at them, but he did not leave the column and go over alone. "Your Grace, will you go say goodbye to Lady Catelyn?" Theon rode beside Robb, looking up slightly as he asked. "No. According to the schedule, the supply troops should have already reached Moat Cailin. Yes, they should have. After dealing with Trog for a while, I've found that he always finishes his work ahead of time." Hearing Theon's answer, Robb nodded. After Torrhen died, Robb had promoted Trog, who had performed well in the battle against the Dreadfort, to commander of the supply troops. Following the old military principle that food and fodder move before the army, he had sent Trog ahead with grain and baggage to establish basic defenses at Moat Cailin. "Gendry, what about the task I told you to pass on to Daisy?" Robb turned to ask Gendry, who was riding awkwardly behind him and shifting uncomfortably in the saddle. "Everything has been handed to her. She is choosing suitable people now. Good." After the brine experiment a few days earlier, the heart tree in Winterfell's Godswood had suddenly begun shedding leaves in great numbers. It was visibly withering. A servant had discovered it and reported the matter to Catelyn, but she had no idea why the heart tree had suddenly begun to die and had no way to save it. In her heart, she simply believed that its withering might be connected to Eddard's death. Since the matter touched the faith of the northern people, once Gendry had prepared a large amount of highly concentrated brine, Robb had him notify Daisy to choose people carefully and act in secret. If nothing went wrong, then in less than a month, every heart tree south of the wall would wither and die. As the marching column moved forward, Winterfell gradually fell behind them. Awoo! At some point, Nymeria and Lady had drawn close to each other. They suddenly growled at one another, and Robb hurriedly sent a thought to Bloodwind, having the giant wolf separate them and keep one on each side. After Robb invested 30 blood pact points in each of them last time, Nymeria and Lady had not grown rapidly the way Bloodwind had before. Their bodies had remained about the same size, but he could clearly feel that the 2 female dire wolves had become more restless than before. They disliked each other and would growl in warning as soon as they came too close. They also clearly liked crowding around Bloodwind more than before, constantly pestering him until the giant wolf was thoroughly annoyed. "Robb, I heard you sent Ramsay to Pike to seek an alliance with my father. After all, you killed his father. He may not put his heart into helping you. Honestly, you should have sent me. The chances of success would have been much higher. My father is a very stubborn man. In that way, he is somewhat like Lord Eddard." Theon and Robb gradually fell toward the rear of the army. Seeing that no one was nearby, Theon called him Robb with easy familiarity. Theon, you are the commander of Winterfell's archers. If you left, how would I fight this war? Do not worry. Whether Ramsay puts his full effort into the mission or not, the final result will be the same." When Theon said he should have been sent to Pike, Robb smiled and answered while looking at him. The alliance should not be a problem. My father has not gone senile yet. He should understand the benefits once both sides join together. And it is true, without my help, your war would certainly not go as smoothly. If I win the greatest merit on this march south, you had better reward me with a castle and lands of my own." Theon, who was not especially deep-minded, completely missed the meaning behind Robb's words and joked with a cheerful laugh. Robb nodded to him and answered meaningfully. "Theon, if you win the greatest merit, I promise to put you on the throne as King of the Iron Islands. That seat is mine to begin with." Rewarding me with what already belongs to me? You really are stingy. Theon rolled his eyes at Robb, taking it as another joke. After saying that, he glanced at Nymeria, who kept pestering Bloodwind, and tilted his head. Robb, did you feed Nymeria and Lady something special? Something special? Heh. You know, the sort of medicine I like to take for fun whenever I visit whores. How could that be possible? Then why do they look like they are in heat? But wolves usually only go into heat in late winter, don't they? It hasn't even started snowing in summer yet. In heat? Hearing that, Robb lowered his head to look at the two dire wolves beside him, and a guess began to form in his mind. The Golden Tooth sat in a mountain pass, directly blocking the river road into the Westerlands. At the foot of the mountain, along the river road, hundreds of thick, spacious military tents had been pitched. Thousands of soldiers in gleaming armor sat around, eating lunch. The banners in the camp were divided into two groups. One group flew House Vance colors, with golden rings and eyes beside a black dragon on white. The other bore House Piper's maiden wrapped in white silk. In the center of the camp stood a luxurious tent, plainly more elaborate than the others and twice the size of an ordinary military tent. Inside it, two commanders in armor matching the arms on their banners sat facing one another, drinking and talking. In my view, Lord Edmure sending us here to cut off the river road is completely meaningless. The Seven Kingdoms have been at peace for 10 years. Whoever dares start a war so lightly will become the target of every noble lord's condemnation. What do you think, Lord Vance? One commander took a small sip of wine and spoke to Lord Vance across from him. Lord Piper, you are quite right. Several kings may have appeared now, but that is merely a game of interests between great nobles. Once they have gained enough, they will go back to living the good lives they had before. It is only us who have to suffer for now. Lord Vance clearly agreed with Lord Piper's view. By the end, he was shaking his head and sighing. At least we have found some pleasure in the suffering. A toast. A toast. Rumble? Just as the two men raised their cups and drank, a sound like muffled thunder reached their ears. The thunder grew from faint to loud until it seemed to be crashing right beside them. Enemy attack. Only when the soldiers outside the luxurious tent shouted did the two stunned lords finally react. They immediately threw down their cups and rushed out of the tent, lifting their heads toward the source of the sound. They saw a force of Lannister cavalry sliding swiftly down from the mountain where the Golden Tooth stood, like a black viper descending the slope. The foremost riders were already about to reach their temporary camp. Take up your weapons. Form a defensive line, quickly. After Lord Vance came back to his senses, he immediately shouted and ran toward the front, organizing his own men to defend. Seeing that the situation was bad, Lord Piper quietly called over his guards and told them to prepare horses for escape. To be honest, these two lords were true military geniuses. Not only had they placed their temporary camp on the flat river road at the foot of the mountain, they had never even thought to send out scouts to watch the enemy. The Lannister cavalry held the high ground. After using the slope to build their speed, they drove the greatest possible impact straight into the temporary camp. Rumble? The Lannister cavalry came down from the mountain like tigers. With their hooves thundering like muffled storm clouds, they slammed straight into the defensive line Lord Vance had barely managed to assemble. The foremost Lannister riders couched their steel lances tightly beneath their arms. Carrying the full force of the charge, they pierced through the panicked rivermen with ease. The instant the two sides met, blood splashed across the rivermen's line, drawing open the cruel curtain of war. Some Lannister lances drove straight through the chests of rivermen. Under the force of the horses' charge, the impaled men were dragged onward while still alive. Other unlucky rivermen were struck directly in the face by sharp lances. Under that tremendous impact, half their heads were torn away, or their skulls burst apart in an instant, leaving headless corpses behind. Behind the lancers, light cavalry carrying swords and shields followed through the gaps torn open by their comrades and harvested the lives of the rivermen without mercy. Hold formation? Stop them. At the rear of the rivermen's formation, Lord Vance sat on a warhorse brought by one of his guards. Seeing that most of the battle line had already been punched through, he shouted anxiously. Lord Vance had been struck by a cavalry ambush and still personally organized his household soldiers into a defensive formation. His courage was commendable, but war is not decided by courage alone. The Lannister cavalry, holding the advantage in timing, terrain, and morale, tore through the rivermen's line with ease. Before the formation was completely ripped apart, Lord Vance led all the guards at his side and bravely charged against that iron torrent. A Lannister rider's lance stabbed hard into the chest of the horse beneath Lord Vance. The warhorse's forelegs buckled on the spot, throwing him heavily to the ground. Rip! The relatively lucky Lord Vance did not die from the fall. He had just staggered to his feet, dizzy and trying to assess the battle, when a Lannister light cavalryman swung his sword and cut open most of his throat. Hot blood sprayed from Lord Vance's neck. Of the more than 2,000 rivermen on the battlefield, most were men of House Vance. Before the fighting began, Lord Piper had gathered more than 1,000 soldiers of his own house. When he saw Lord Vance's formation easily torn open by the Lannister cavalry and on the verge of collapse, he hurriedly mounted and led his men away. The temporary camp had now been trampled into ruins. Some rivermen, badly wounded but not yet dead, screamed as Lannister riders finished them off. Ser Kevin rode his warhorse at a slow pace through the ruins of blood and grief. Beside him, a middle-aged commander in armor marked with the purple unicorn of House Brax asked. Ser Kevin, about 1,000 enemies fled toward River Run when the battle began. Most of them are infantry. If we leave now, we can catch them within half a day's ride. No need. These Tully men set their camp at the foot of the mountain with no defenses at all. They were practically meat delivered to our door. Since we have already eaten that ripe piece of meat, it would not be worth the risk if there is an ambush ahead. Lord Andrus, this war is of great importance. We must be careful. Hearing Lord Andrus's suggestion, Kevin shook his head and refused. Lord Andrus Brax of Hornvale knew Kevin had never been one to make decisions on his own. If Kevin said this, it had to be Lord Tywin's meaning. So Andrus nodded and said nothing more. Continue clearing the battlefield. Once the infantry arrives, we will go outside River Run, make camp, surround it, and cut off House Tully's support to House Stark. Then, according to Lord Tywin's plan, I will take men under cover of night and go to. Moat Cailin stood at the northern edge of the neck, surrounded by wetlands and swamps. It had once been a great fortress made up of 20 towers. Worn down by time, it was now an abandoned stronghold with only 3 towers remaining. Ancient or ruined, Moat Cailin's strategic position was vital. It guarded the causeway that allowed armies to pass safely through the neck, making it a crucial fortress that had defended the north against southern invasions for thousands of years. While he was in the Black Cells, Eddard had once told Robb that as long as Moat Cailin and White Harbor were held, House Lannister could never set foot in the north. Those were not empty words. Moat Cailin's 3 remaining towers happened to command the only causeway north from 3 directions. To attack any one of them, an enemy army would have to wade through waist-deep black mud, cross a moat crawling with lizard lions, and then climb moss-slick walls. So long as a few hundred archers were stationed in those 3 towers, no army could force its way up one tower while enduring storms of arrows from the other 2. But all of that applied to an attack from south to north. Because Moat Cailin had been built to defend against southern attacks, assaulting it from the north was much easier. After 7 days of marching, Robb's northern army reached Moat Cailin, currently occupied by Winterfell's supply commander, Trog. Just as Theon had said, Trog was a serious and responsible worker. When the army arrived, the supply troops had already cleared and repaired Moat Cailin's 3 towers and built some defensive works nearby. The arrival of more than 20,000 northern soldiers not only filled the area around the 3 towers, but also covered the King's Road along the causeway to the north and south with military tents. Robb rode a black warhorse, studying the fortress that had protected the north for thousands of years while sending thoughts to Bloodwind in his mind. Trog, the supply commander, soon rode over and invited him to the tower known as the Gatehouse Tower. The Gatehouse Tower was one of Moat Cailin's 3 surviving towers. It was currently the only one that still looked fairly intact, with a few feet of wall remaining on either side. Naturally, that tower became the king in the north's residence and the hall where military matters were discussed. The ancient Gatehouse Tower had been thoroughly cleaned, and Trog had deliberately arranged it to make it more comfortable and suitable for living. Beside a long table that had clearly been newly made, Robb sat with all the lords except those from the Dreadfort, Deepwood Motte, and Torrens Square. Commanders of every rank stood behind them. After first praising and encouraging Trog, Robb moved directly into the formal council. While Robb and the others were discussing military affairs, less than 20 kilometers northwest of Moat Cailin, a different scene was unfolding. This was a river in the neck called the Fever River. Its mouth lay at the Salt Spear, and beyond that, it opened toward the Sunset Sea. A slender longboat, not unlike a kayak from Robb's previous life, was being rowed hard toward shore by several Ironborn in grey leather armor and trousers, each carrying a longsword. As soon as they landed, they moved swiftly, lifting the longboat and carrying it to a more hidden place. After covering it with branches and other debris, they headed out with a clear purpose, quietly moving toward Moat Cailin. Moat Cailin, inside the Gatehouse Tower. After Cray returned to Winterfell, Robb had arranged for him to serve as the point of contact with Sam's intelligence network. The moment Robb announced the formal start of the council, Cray stood and loudly reported the general state of the war. According to the intelligence we just received, House Lannister launched a full assault along 3 routes 7 days ago. Kevin Lannister led an army of roughly 15,000 men and defeated about 4,000 Riverland soldiers at the foot of the Golden Tooth. After that, he followed the river road and led his troops straight to River Run. He has now made camp outside the castle and trapped House Tully inside. Tywin Lannister led nearly 20,000 men from the Gold Road, removing Riverland's strongholds along the way. When this report was sent, he was attacking Pink Maiden. With the strength he commands, he has likely already taken the castle. And Gregor Clegane is leading roughly 1,000 cavalry throughout the Riverlands, killing, burning, and plundering everywhere. Whether village or town, he has leveled them all. Did I not write to my uncle long ago and tell him to gather his bannermen at River Run, wait for us to join him, and then march together? Hearing Cray's report, Robb tapped the index finger of his right hand rhythmically against the long table and asked with a frown. Yes. But clearly, Lord Edmure had ideas of his own and did not follow your grace's advice. Cray nodded and answered Robb with some helplessness. Map. Robb quietly gave the order to Gendry at his side. As his attendant, Gendry immediately spread the map he was carrying across the council table and placed the wolf head and lion head markers in the appropriate positions. My lords, how should we proceed from here? Does anyone have an opinion? Seeing that Gendry had finished laying out the map, Robb nodded his thanks to him, then asked the northern lords seated around the long table. Your Grace, we should immediately march south and strike Kevin Lannister's army directly. When the time comes, Lord Edmure will certainly attack from Riverrun, and with us striking from both sides, we will be able to destroy them completely. After Eddard's company over the past few days, Lord Ricard had already begun to emerge from the pain of losing his son. Hearing Robb's question, he immediately stood, pointed at the map on the table, and gave his proposal. Yes, that is what I think as well. Lord Ricard is right. Once Kevin's army is dealt with, we can join forces with House Tully's army and deal with Tywin's army together. I agree. As soon as Lord Ricard finished speaking, most of the northern lords nodded in agreement. Then how should we reach Riverrun? Robb did not say whether he agreed or disagreed. He merely threw out another question. The fastest road is, of course, to pass through the Twins, cross the Green Fork, and then head straight down to Riverrun. Hearing Robb's question, Lord Macy, who had not managed to state his view earlier, immediately rose with elegant bearing, first saluted Robb, and then offered his opinion. A handsome middle-aged man about as tall as Lord Cerwyn, with a goatee on his chin, stood and refuted him. Valder Frey will not let us pass the Twins so easily. With an army of more than 20,000 men, if he calculates his toll by head, it will be a sum the entire north cannot bear. Lord Howland, that is not quite right. These are not ordinary times. Riverrun is being besieged by the Lannisters. Lord Valder is a bannerman of House Tully. We are going to rescue his liege lord, so surely he will not charge us a bridge toll. Lord Macy clearly did not understand Valder Frey, and he answered according to the North's usual way of thinking. Howland Reed, a lord rarely seen in the North, had personally answered Robb's call for reasons unknown. He gave a soft laugh and replied, "You underestimate the late Lord Frey. He is far greedier than you imagine. In the past, when Lord Eddard led us to join King Robert's rebellion, Lord Valder still demanded a toll from us. House Frey has always maintained strict neutrality. Without enormous benefit, he will never lean toward either side. Then should we take the King's Road, pass through the crossroads near the Trident, and turn onto the River Road?" Seeing Lord Howland speak with such certainty, Lord Macy hesitated before offering another route. "If we take that road, setting aside the time wasted by the detour, just from the route Tywin Lannister is taking as he captures strongholds, we can see he is heading straight for the crossroads. By the time we arrive, they will likely already be arrayed and waiting for us." Lord Harris, Lord Macy's old rival, finally found his chance and immediately stood to refute him. Seeing every suggestion of his refuted, Lord Macy, who was often targeted by Lord Harris, rolled his eyes and simply sat back down without another word. "We have to go through the Twins. That is the best plan. But we cannot possibly pay the bridge toll. What if half the army goes through the Twins and half takes the King's Road?" After Lord Macy sat down, the many northern lords began discussing the problem among themselves. "Why think so much? We should simply march our army to his doorstep. If House Frey will not let us pass, we flatten the Twins." Listening to the noisy argument, the fierce-looking Great Jan frowned and suddenly stood. With one direct sentence, he cut through the dispute. "Impossible. Lord Eddard once considered that problem as well. We inspected the Twins carefully back then. The castle is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The stone keeps and towers on both sides are filled with arrow slits and murder holes, and both ends of the bridge are blocked by thick, sturdy iron portcullises. If we truly want to take the Twins, we will likely have to break them from within." Hearing the Great Jan's words, Lord Howland, who knew the Twins rather well, shook his head and rejected the idea. "According to you, this will not do and that will not do. Lord Howland, do you mean for us to watch Riverrun fall with our eyes wide open?" The Great Jan raised his brows and glared at Lord Howland, who had been rejecting every suggestion. Cough. "Enough. My lords, please be quiet." Seeing the hall thick with tension, Robb coughed once, settled the room, and continued. "Since Riverrun is under siege, we must march south as quickly as possible. So the route has basically been decided. We will pass through the Twins and go straight to Riverrun. Lord Norrie, please set out at once for the Twins. In my name, negotiate the bridge toll with House Frey. Our army marches tomorrow, straight for the Twins. This bridge, if House Frey allows it, we cross. If they do not allow it, we cross all the same. As you command, Your Grace." As soon as Robb finished speaking, the taciturn Lord Norrie stood from behind the council table, saluted, and accepted the order. "Good. After 7 days on the march, I imagine everyone is tired. That will be all for today." "Yes, Your Grace." Seeing that Robb had set the plan, the lords saluted and withdrew. Everyone had already left the council hall. Theon, who had deliberately stayed until the end, asked, "Robb, Lord Norrie of the mountain clans is usually quiet and withdrawn. He does not understand noble etiquette or negotiation at all. Why not let me go with him? I can help you negotiate with the Twins and perhaps even bring House Frey into our camp." Seeing that Theon was sincerely offering advice, Robb smiled and said, "No, you must stay by my side. Without you giving me suggestions, there are many matters I cannot decide. As for sending Lord Norrie, do not worry. I have my own considerations. If you have already thought it through, then good. Do not worry, I will give you plenty of advice." Theon, clearly pleased by Robb's words, nodded in satisfaction. Then he continued asking, "I wanted to ask earlier, since time is tight and the infantry marches slowly, why are we not setting out today? Why wait until tomorrow?" Hearing Theon's question, Robb looked toward a corner of the map on the table and answered softly, "Because I am still waiting for some guests. I want them to see the might of our army. Guests? Here at Moat Cailin, someone is trying to scout our army? Robb, do you want me to take some men and find them? No need. Bloodwind is watching them for me. If the dire wolf is keeping watch, there is no problem at all. No wonder I did not see Bloodwind today. By the way, what did that kennel master at Castle Searwyn say about Nymeria and Lady? Hearing Robb say Bloodwind was watching them, Theon nodded in relief, then continued gossiping. Theon, you do have experience. Nymeria and Lady are indeed in heat. By now, they should already have been sent back to Winterfell. The north has no other dire wolves, but there are many large grey wolves. I have already arranged for people to capture some in the Wolf's Wood. Robb chuckled and satisfied Theon's curiosity. After Theon's reminder, when the northern army passed Castle Searwyn, Robb had left Nymeria and Lady there for the kennel master to observe. After several days of watching them, it was confirmed that they were indeed in heat. Robb did not know why investing 60 blood pact points in them had not increased their size but had instead increased their desire. From a certain point of view, however, this could be considered a good thing. He still remembered the shocking sight of Nymeria the last time she met Arya, leading a great pack of grey wolves born of her blood. Save one of their pups for me in advance. I want to raise it until it is as big as Bloodwind, then ride out on it looking glorious. Looking at Theon's yearning face, Robb smiled and did not shatter his dream. Early the next morning, the horns signaling departure sounded across the northern army's camp. The force of nearly 26,000 men still formed a long, winding column as it followed the King's Road south. On a small mound not far from Moat Cailin, the Ironborn who had crept over from the Fever River were staring fixedly at the northern army. Only after the northern host had completely left Moat Cailin did one of them say, "About 25,000 men. Should we send the report to King Balon now?" "No. Follow them. We will report after they leave the neck. That will be safer." Another Ironborn shook his head and stopped him. Right. I do not want to suffer King Balon's punishment because of a mistake. Yes. Better to be careful. After discussing it, the Ironborn quietly followed behind the northern army and moved south. Far behind them, Bloodwind skillfully hid his enormous body while using his extraordinary eyesight to keep those Ironborn firmly in view. The twins were made of a pair of castles standing on either side of the Green Fork. Together, they guarded the bridge that had made House Frey rich, powerful, and numerous for centuries. Lord Nori, who had accepted the King in the North's mission, traveled light with several personal guards and rode hard the entire way. In less than 5 days, he reached the twins. After reporting his purpose to the gate guards, he did not have to wait long before servants led him into the castle to meet Lord Valder Frey. Lord Valder was an old man with thin white hair, loose skin, and a sharp, cunning appearance. He was already 90 years old. Troubled by gout for many years, he now sat in a black oak chair, watching Lord Nori enter the audience hall. "Lord Valder, I am the envoy sent by the king in the north. Our 30,000 northern soldiers wish to cross the bridge at your twins. Will you permit it?" Among the mountain clans, customs had always been fierce, and matters were decided by strength. Lord Nori therefore understood nothing of noble etiquette. He offered no polite words at all and stated his purpose directly. Seeing Lord Nori speak so bluntly and without the slightest ceremony, Lord Valder lifted his brows slightly. Yet not a trace of displeasure showed on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Of course the king in the north may pass through our twins. However, for hundreds of years, anyone who wishes to cross the bridge has had to pay us a toll. It is like paying for goods when you buy them. The most basic principle in Westeros. How much?" Having already attended the council at Moat Cailin, Lord Nori naturally knew a toll would be required. He nodded and asked directly, 10 gold dragons per soldier. For 30,000 men, that makes 300,000 gold dragons. What? The moment Lord Valder said it so lightly, Lord Nori cried out in astonishment. Although Clan Nori often dealt with Winterfell, their lands were remote and had no resources. The entire clan would struggle to produce more than 10 gold dragons. Now Lord Valder had opened his mouth and demanded 300,000 gold dragons. It was almost beyond imagining. Let me think. A war comes only once every 10 years. In such special times, the bridge toll naturally cannot be calculated at the usual price. Looking at Lord Nori's worsening expression, Lord Valder first gave that explanation. Then he changed the subject and continued. Of course, the king in the north may also pay the toll another way. What way? Hearing that, Lord Nori immediately asked. He must swear before the 7 above, and before your old gods as well, that when the war ends, he will marry one of my daughters. And he must have one of his sisters marry one of my sons. If he agrees, not only will I let all of you cross, but the soldiers of House Frey will also join his command. Lord Valder smacked his lips a couple of times, then slowly laid out his terms. This, I cannot decide. I must return and report to the king in the north. Of course. Someone, escort the king in the north's envoy out. Lord Valder watched Lord Nori turn and follow the guards out of the banquet hall. Then he could not help muttering. What an uncouth northern savage. The old gods they worship are nameless gods to begin with, primitive and without manners. How could they compare with our 7? The mother is a merciful goddess who nurtures and teaches the world. Ser Kevin Lannister, who should have been besieging Riverrun, now emerged from a passage behind Lord Valder's left side, smiling as he picked up the thread of the conversation. Sir Kevin, are you certain Lord Tywin will agree to the conditions you promised me? Hearing Kevin's words, Lord Valder did not even turn his head as he asked in a low voice. Of course. I swear it in the name of the Seven. Every promise I made you has Lord Tywin's approval. If this were not his plan, I would still be besieging Riverrun right now. How would I dare bring soldiers here to visit you? Hearing that, Kevin immediately nodded with solemn certainty. Good. That little trout who gave me the nickname late Lord Frey and shamed me for 10 whole years. This time, he will finally receive the vengeance he deserves. Lord Valder nodded. Thinking that the knot in his heart could finally be undone, a smile appeared on his face. You could have demanded that Robb Stark come in person and swear the oath. Then we could have seized him outright. No, that would make them suspicious. The famous Lord Eddard may be dead, but the wolf cub he taught was able to lead troops and defeat Roose Bolton. Among the young men of this generation, that is already no small thing. As a proper king, he will not place himself in danger. Lord Valder shook his head and explained to Kevin. A little over a month ago, he and that giant wolf risked their lives and turned King's Landing upside down. Perhaps at that time he was not yet a proper king, only a child trying to save his father. I am somewhat worried that Riverrun may discover most of your army has left and come out to attack the men you left behind. Also, your soldiers on the south bank must remain well hidden. We have only one chance. If the Northerners discover them, I fear something unexpected may happen. Do not worry, Lord Valder. Edmure Tully is a timid fool. After I killed more than 2,000 of his soldiers at the Golden Tooth, I drove straight to Riverrun and met no real resistance. I left 2,000 men in the camp, constantly moving around to create a false impression. He does not dare take even half a step out of the castle now. As for the more than 10,000 soldiers hidden in the woods on the south bank, they have eaten nothing but military rations these past few days and have not lit a single campfire. I guarantee the Northerners will not discover them. Hearing Lord Valder's concern, Kevin first nodded and gave his assurances. Then he continued. When the time comes, according to Lord Tywin's plan, once half their army has crossed, you will close the iron portcullises on both sides of the bridge. They will certainly fall into chaos. We will destroy the army on the south bank, while Lord Tywin destroys the army on the north bank from the King's Road. Finally, we will deal with the soldiers trapped on the bridge. This time, in a single battle, we will wipe out all 30,000 of them. I doubt that is possible. If their army on the north bank discovers the trap, they need only retreat to Moat Cailin and defend it. Even if you join forces with Lord Tywin, you still will not be able to pass Moat Cailin and enter the north. Having lived for 90 years, Lord Valder had seen more than a few battles and still possessed decent judgment. Kevin did not answer further. He merely showed a smile with a deeper meaning. Since we are speaking of it, I will ask one more thing. What if Robb Stark refuses my terms and will not cross at my twins? He will come. All of this is within Lord Tywin's calculations. Good, then. Come, Sir Kevin, let me entertain you properly. And while we are at it, you may help Jaime Lannister choose a wife. I have a daughter whose looks are quite decent. Very well. When Robb met Lord Nori, the Northern Army had already passed the region around Greywater Watch in the Neck and made camp at the King's Road junction leading to the twins. Inside Robb's command tent, after Lord Nori bluntly reenacted the entire process of negotiating the bridge toll with Lord Valder, Robb fell into thought. Lord Nori, thank you for making the trip. Please go and rest. When Robb came back to himself and saw that Lord Nori was still standing before him, waiting, he immediately smiled and thanked him. After Lord Nori left, Theon grinned and teased Robb. Robb, I do not think you need to consider it. Accept the marriage alliance, and you gain a wife and several thousand soldiers. You also get to cross the twins. What a fine thing. Unless you dislike marriage alliances. I do not object to marriage alliances, but the seat of my queen is worth more than House Frey alone. Robb shook his head and did not explain further to Theon. Instead, he changed the subject. Have Smaljin and Eddard gone out to scout the situation ahead on the King's Road? They have. It's just that. Lord John thought things had been too dull lately, so he went along too. Tap, tap, tap. On the King's Road near the Green Fork, the Great Jan was riding hard with Smaljin, Eddard, and more than 100 cavalrymen. In the half-month since they had left Winterfell, there had not been a single battle. He had been stifled almost to madness. John, talk Lord John down. We have a scouting mission. We are not out here for a pleasant ride. Eddard, who had failed to persuade the Great Jan from the beginning, rode closer to Smaljin and spoke. My father has a bull's temper. He is even less likely to listen to me. Do not worry. He knows what matters. At most, he will ride a little farther ahead and then stop. Smaljin shook his head and answered helplessly. Enemy spotted. As the two of them were talking, a cavalryman beside the Great Jan suddenly shouted. Hearing him, Eddard and Smaljin immediately looked ahead. On the King's Road before them, a cavalry unit of nearly 100 men had appeared, wearing the unmistakable armor of House Lannister. They have about the same number as us. Charge with me. Seeing that the Lannister cavalry were about equal in number, the Great Jan excitedly drew his long sword, swung it forward, and gave the order to charge. John, do not. Eddard watched Smaljin lower his head and charge after his father, paying no attention to him at all. He sighed heavily, drew his own long sword, and charged after them. The Lannisters had also spotted the Great Jan and the others in northern-style mail. They charged back without the slightest fear. Both sides were lightly equipped scouting cavalry. They carried no lances, bows, or crossbows, not even one-handed shields. With nothing but long swords, they entered close combat. Rip. At the front of the northern cavalry, the Great Jan proved worthy of his reputation for ferocity throughout the north. In a single exchange, his longsword pressed down the enemy rider's blade. His second stroke opened the man's throat. Smalljan was even more outstanding than his father. The instant he clashed with a Lannister rider, the enemy managed to block his longsword, but Smalljan's strength still shoved the man clean off his horse. Nay, the other cavalrymen did not enjoy the same one-sided dominance. A northern rider and a Lannister rider crashed heavily together. Their poor horses screamed and collapsed, and the riders on their backs struggled up from the ground, raised their long swords, and kept fighting. The northern cavalry were physically stronger and had greater fighting spirit than the Lannisters. In the clash, this northern rider had a small half of his jaw sliced away by his opponent. Even so, he swung his longsword with all his strength, endured the wound, and hacked his enemy to the ground. But Lannister armor and weapons were finer than those of the northern cavalry. Just as the northern rider thought he had survived by luck, the Lannister soldier on the ground suddenly rolled over, sat up, and drove his sword through the northerner's groin. Ha, ha, ha. The Lannister soldier, whose fine armor had blocked his opponent's fatal chop, rose to his feet and laughed foolishly in relief. A northern rider saw this obvious target, swept past on horseback, and cut off his head. On the King's Road, the northern army had made first contact with the army of the Westerlands. It was like a miniature of the war that was bound to come, blood splashing, flesh tearing, severed limbs flying. This group of Lannister cavalry could not stop the charge of the Great Jan and Smalljan at all. Seeing the northern riders gradually split their formation under the Umber's lead, a Lannister cavalry captain realized the situation was bad. After cutting down a northern rider, he immediately pulled his reins, turned his horse, and shouted while fleeing, "Retreat! Retreat! Quickly!" The encounter between the two groups of cavalry lasted less than 10 minutes from first contact to end. With only half their men and horses remaining, the Lannister cavalry fled south along the King's Road in panic. Mercy. A young Lannister rider who had fallen wounded from his horse but was not yet dead raised his hand and begged. A northern cavalryman stabbed down hard, piercing the man's palm and driving the blade onward into his throat. There is no mercy on a battlefield. More than that, they were scouts. They did not need many prisoners, only a very small number of living mouths to bring back. This is the first victory of our northern army on the march south. Come, back to claim merit. Covered in blood, the Great Jan saw the northern cavalry finish clearing the field. He laughed loudly and rode north. Eddard followed with a cold face, while Smalljan rode behind with helplessness written all over him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 700 archers stationed across Moat Caelin's 3 towers only had enough time to loose 3 volleys, causing more than 300 Ironborn casualties, before the enemy reached the towers. Once the Ironborn pressed close beneath the towers, only the first 2 rows of archers could take turns shooting down from the edges. The archers behind them had completely lost the angle for arcing shots. Fortunately, someone was commanding them. Sound the horn. Follow the plan. On the gatehouse tower, Trog, Winterfell's supply commander, glanced at the Ironborn who had already drawn very close to the tower and gave the order to the messenger beside him. Awoo, awoo. The archers on all 3 towers heard their side's horn signal. Those without a shooting angle immediately threw down their bows and ran toward the bottom of the towers. The lower sections of the towers had been repaired by Winterfell's supply troops. Collapsed gaps and holes had all been reinforced with thick timber, and the front gates had also been replaced with new, sturdy wooden doors. But the reinforcing timbers were covered with round holes about the size of a child's fist. When the archers reached the lower level, they drew iron-headed spears from the nearby weapon racks, aimed them at those fist-sized holes, and waited with held breath. A dull impact sounded outside the gatehouse tower. The spearmen inside, who had successfully changed roles, knew the enemy had arrived. Thud, thud, thud. Outside the tower, many Ironborn slipped and fell in disorder. The ground here was not only covered in slick moss, but also in many frozen sheets of black ice. Trog had ordered his soldiers to pour a large amount of cold water in front of the tower in advance. Under the northern cold, it had frozen into black ice that hindered the Ironborn. This was also a small trick Trog had come up with to delay them as long as possible. To let those Ironborn scouts see the truth and lure cunning King Balon into the trap, there were no hidden troops around Moat Caelin. There truly were only these 700 Winterfell soldiers. They had to hold until reinforcements arrived. Victarion, wearing heavy armor and moving more slowly, arrived before the gatehouse tower and immediately saw the Ironborn who had fallen and could not get back up. He studied the ground, raised the huge axe in his hand, and chopped down into it. Crack! The black ice on the ground shattered and scattered at once. He shouted to the Ironborn around him, "Break all the ice on the ground." Hearing the order, the Ironborn immediately used the weapons in their hands to hammer noisily at the ground before the tower. In only a few minutes, they had broken apart all the black ice and reached the tower door. An excited Ironborn running at the front looked at the round holes in the wooden door with curiosity and leaned his head forward to inspect them. Thrust. Trog, who had come to the bottom of the gatehouse tower, saw the approaching Ironborn through one of the holes and shouted at once. PCHH. Dozens of iron-headed spears suddenly stabbed fiercely out through those holes. The overly curious Ironborn had one eye burst by a spear in an instant, the entire spearhead driving into his skull. The Ironborn killed by his curiosity did not fall to the ground. Instead, his body hung limply from that spear. Withdraw. At Trogg's command, the spear formation that had killed at least a dozen Ironborn with its surprise attack slowly drew back through the holes. Thud, thud, thud. The bodies hanging from the spears fell one after another when the shafts were pulled back. Large amounts of blood slowly seeped out beneath them. Only Greenlander cowards like playing these little tricks. Brothers, those with axes, break open this pile of wood with me. Those carrying bows, watch for the right chance and shoot hard through the holes. Charge. Victarion curled his lip in disdain at the gatehouse tower's tricks. After loudly giving his orders, he was the first to throw himself at the thick wooden door. Crack. The tower door, bristling like a porcupine, stabbed out dozens of spears again. Victarion, who was prepared this time, gripped his axe with both hands until the veins stood out, then chopped down violently. Several spear shafts struck by his huge axe were instantly split in two, and their iron heads fell to the ground. After chopping away the spearheads before him, Victarion raised the huge axe with both hands again and brought it heavily down on the thick wooden door. When he lifted the axe again, splinters flew everywhere, and a deep, long gash had appeared in the sturdy door. More than a dozen Ironborn who had followed Victarion forward were not as quick to dodge. Some had bloody holes opened in their bodies by spears stabbing from the round openings. Others, like Victarion, hacked away the spearheads, then chopped furiously at the thick wooden door beneath the tower with the axes in their hands. For a time, wood chips flew in every direction, and the gatehouse tower's door was slowly being chopped open by the Ironborn. Inside the tower, Trogg commanded the spearmen whose spearheads had been cut off to hurriedly replace their weapons. But the Ironborn archers outside seized the opportunity and shot through the round holes in the thick door. Whoosh, whoosh. Though many arrows were blocked outside, 2 or 3 always managed to pass through the holes and fly into the tower, striking the spearmen within. One spearman was shot straight through the head and fell rigidly. 2 more were struck in the body and collapsed to the ground, screaming, "Healers, get them out. Everyone else, fill the gaps." Seeing a hole open in the tower spear formation, Trogg immediately ordered men to save the wounded and refill the line. At the bottom of the tower, in a safer position near the stairs, 2 healers wearing linen headscarves were waiting. Hearing the command, they immediately bent low and moved forward, dragging the 2 spearmen hit by arrows back to safety. Then they opened the wooden treatment chests they carried with them. They cut open the wounds with small knives that had been sterilized in advance, removed the bloody arrowheads, and applied Myrish salve. Crack, crack. Outside the tower, the sounds of axes chopping wood and Ironborn screaming after being stabbed by spears rang out without pause. As time passed, however, the spearmen inside the tower grew increasingly tense. They could clearly feel that the thick wooden door was about to be breached. Although the archers were physically stronger than ordinary soldiers, once they lost their barrier, they plainly would not be a match for these Ironborn, who outnumbered them several times over and whose morale had risen to its peak. Looking at the grim situation, Trogg's brows drew tightly together. If the gate defense was broken, he could only use the last move King Robb had left behind, but even that would not delay the enemy for very long. Messages in this world could not move instantly, so even reinforcements that had been prepared ahead of time could not arrive at the perfect moment. The situation at Moat Caelin's 3 towers was much the same. Because the terrain to the north was unlike the muddy swamps to the south, all 3 towers were now surrounded by Ironborn with soaring morale. The archers atop the 3 towers could no longer draw their bows and shoot downward freely. The numerous Ironborn archers had already begun shooting upward from below. As the distance between the 2 sides narrowed, their arrows had gained deadly force and were pinning the tower archers down. Judging by the current situation, it would not be long before Moat Caelin's 3 towers were breached. Flint's Finger was the seat of House Flint of the North, located on the southern shore of Blazewater Bay, north of the Flint Cliffs and east of Cape Kraken. From there, one could see the waters of the Sunset Sea stretching into Blazewater Bay. Some of the small folk living outside Flint's Finger usually relied on their proximity to Blazewater Bay to gather sea creatures and fill their hungry stomachs. Whoa, father, look, so many big ships. A small folk man was taking advantage of the morning low tide to search the shallows for edible shellfish when his young son's startled cry reached his ears. The father lifted his head and saw at least 100 single-masted, square-sailed longships in the distance, all flying the Kraken sigil. The fleet seemed to cover nearly the entire sea. From far to near, it came from the Sunset Sea toward the inner waters of Blazewater Bay. Seeing the Kraken sigil that had once filled him with terror, the man suddenly dropped the shellfish in his hand, turned, scooped up his son, and shouted, "Run, run, the squids are here." His shout immediately drew the attention of the small folk across the shallows. In an instant, everyone began fleeing toward Flint's Finger. After all, more than 10 years earlier, the Ironborn who had ravaged the Sunset Sea had filled every small folk living near the coast with fear. This time, however, the Ironborn had not come for them. Instead, they crossed Blazewater Bay and headed toward the Salt Spear and the Fever River. Among the small folk near Flint's Finger was one unusually calm man. Seeing the Iron Fleet sail toward the Salt Spear, he turned and ran to the house he had temporarily rented for this mission. Before long, a raven spread its wings and flew into the sky. When the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands reached the Salt Spear, the 10 longships carrying Ramsay and his close retainers broke away from the fleet. Led by Aaron Greyjoy and Dagmar Cleftjaw, they followed the river channels toward Torrhen's Square. Meanwhile, Victarion Greyjoy, Lord Captain of the Iron Fleet, prepared to land at the Fever River and launch a surprise attack on Moat Cailin. After more than half a day of sailing, Victarion finally landed with 3,300 Ironborn at the headwaters of the Fever River. More than 100 longships lined up side by side, filling the not especially wide river from bank to bank. The Ironborn who had previously gathered information on the Northern Army had already been waiting for a long time. After following the Northern Army to Greywater Watch and releasing a raven to report the situation, they had returned to the Fever River to wait. There was no one here for them to plunder, and they had long since grown bored. They had narrowly escaped Bloodwind's jaws without even knowing it. At the time, after Bloodwind followed behind them and confirmed that they had released the raven, the dire wolf had wanted to treat them as snacks. Robb had stopped him only because he feared startling the prey. Lord Victarion, Moat Cailin currently has only a few hundred archers. They are all defending against enemies to the south and are barely paying attention to the north. And the northern terrain is different from the south. There are no swamps or wetlands there. With so many Ironborn, we can rush them all at once and take the place easily. One of the Ironborn scouts saw Victarion and immediately saluted as he reported, You have done well. Once we take the north, I will reward you with more thralls. Fully armed and carrying a huge axe in one hand, Victarion answered in a deep voice. Thank you for your reward, my lord. Then let us set out quickly. You lead the way. Of the more than 3,300 Ironborn, Victarion left several dozen to guard the longships. The rest followed the scouts and moved toward Moat Cailin. The more than 3,000 Ironborn moved as a dark, sprawling mass with no formation to speak of. Victarion considered that perfectly natural. He simply lowered his head and marched, making no attempt to discipline them. Several hours later, Victarion and the Ironborn under his command could already see Moat Cailin's 3 towers in the distance. After reaching the hiding place chosen by the scouts, Victarion ordered the Ironborn, somewhat tired from their hurried march, to rest. At the same time, he drew up a rough and simple attack plan. He would lead 1,200 Ironborn to attack the seemingly intact gatehouse tower. Ragnar Pike, a capable man from his Iron Victory, would lead 1,000 Ironborn against the tall, slender children's tower, whose crown had lost half its top. Another capable man, Longwater Pike, would lead the remaining 1,000 Ironborn against the leaning drunkard's tower. All 3 groups would sneak as far forward as possible. When Victarion sounded the attack horn, they would attack at the same time and swiftly take the towers while the northern soldiers' attention was on the south. After resting for about half an hour, more than 3,200 Ironborn silently checked their leather armor, weapons, and gear, making their final preparations before battle. Their weapons were varied. Some carried bows on their backs and short daggers in their hands, while others were still accustomed to using longswords. Most of them, however, used short-handled axes. The handles were about a yard long, easy to grip and still powerful enough for chopping. Hooks had also been added to the ends of the axe hafts, likely for hooking ship rails while climbing or dragging enemies in during an attack. Once he was certain they were ready, Victarion exchanged a glance with his 2 capable subordinates. They nodded to one another, then led their men separately toward the 3 towers. Naturally, the Ironborn could not swagger openly down the King's Road. They used the many trees and bushes beside the road as cover, drawing steadily closer to Moat Cailin's 3 towers. A whoa! A long horn sounded, breaking Moat Cailin's calm. Victarion, who had not yet reached the position he wanted, raised his head in stunned surprise to listen. That horn did not belong to the Ironborn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. North of Moat Cailin's 3 towers, several hundred archers suddenly appeared and loosed a volley toward Victarion's 3 groups of Ironborn. Victarion's force of more than 3,000 men had indeed been using trees and brush for cover. If Moat Cailin's defenders had not been paying attention, they would not have been easy to discover. But the defenders had known in advance that they would come to launch a surprise attack and had been watching closely. This dense rain of arrows drew beautiful arcs through the air and fell accurately into the 3 clusters of Ironborn. Aside from Victarion, who wore heavy armor, the other Ironborn were all in tight leather armor. Such armor might blunt the edge of a blade, but it could not stop the bite of sharp arrows. Beside Victarion, an unlucky Ironborn was struck straight through the eye by an arrow. The sharp point carried blood as it emerged from the back of his skull, and he fell without a sound. Another Ironborn was hit in the chest. The sharp arrow pierced straight through his leather armor and his body. He fell to the ground, vomiting blood and screaming as he grabbed Victarion's leg, begging for help. Crack! The axe in Victarion's hand came down hard on the Ironborn's head, instantly sending red and white matter splattering. What is dead may never die? Damn it, they found us. Blow the horn. Charge, quickly. Knowing they had been discovered and that the surprise attack could only become a direct assault, Victarion gave the suffering Ironborn a swift, clean death. Then he roared and charged first toward the gatehouse tower. Oh, charge. The Ironborn horn sounded. These pirates, who lived by plunder and raiding, shouted fearlessly and charged toward the 3 towers, facing the baptism of the second arrow storm head-on.